Hello and welcome to London for day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. Get ready for another action-packed day of rapid chess. Oh, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Gachowska, and it's a pleasure to have alongside me a Grandmaster, commentator, author, absolutely everything to know about chess. It is, of course, Grandmaster Daniel King.
It's lovely to be here, and you know, we are deep into the tournament now. We've had the first 4 rounds, we've got 8 to go, and we can see already who are the top teams, and they're slugging it out in this round 5 today. I think we've got one team, I should say, MGD1, who are on 100%. We should mention again that it's match points that decide here. So 6 boards. If a team wins 3.5, 2.5, that gets you 2 points. If you win 6-0, that's still 2 points. But so that's crucial. So it does mean that some teams might have, you know, 3 or 4 good players. The bottom 2 might not be so great, but they can still win through. So it's a very interesting tournament, actually.
Absolutely. And as Danny mentioned, 4 rounds down, 8 to go. So this is what we can expect. It's a 12-round Swiss tournament. So there's going to be another 4 rounds today. And is played at the time control of 15 minutes plus 10-second time bonus per move. And let's remind ourselves what the players are actually playing for. And there you can see the teams line up. Each match is played on 6 boards, although 9 players can be registered. Now, each team must comprise of 1 female player and 1 recreational player. And as we know, Danny, a recreational player is someone who has never crossed 2,000 in either Blitz, Rapid, or Standard FIDE rating.
Yeah, so we haven't got, you know, retired grandmasters whose rating has slipped down and then somehow managed to duck in, but no, it doesn't work like that.
And there we see the playing hall. Get ready because we're going to see some top level action. And this is the standing so far. As Danny mentioned, there's only 1 team on 100%. That is Team MGD1, led by Arjun Erigaisi. Then we have the heavyweights that are WR Chess Team, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja is also on the team. And then we also have Rishon Lesion Chess Club and Hexommind Chess Teams. These incredible teams, you know, with real heavyweights there, super grandmasters amongst them.
I mean, I'm very intrigued by this top board clash, actually. Team MGD1, it's principally an Indian team, actually, with Erigaisi, Hari Krishna, Mendonça, Atharva. I mean, they have also David Anton from Spain. And the women's board is Stavrouda Solakidou from Greece. But basically, it's an Indian team. And they're playing this so-called freedom team. And they're very, very international. But on top board, of course, they have Vishy Anand. So fantastic to see Vishy still playing. That's one thing. But it's intriguing that he's playing this Indian team, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible stuff to have former world champion Vishy Anand just leading his team Freedom. And some heavyweight matches. We also saw on the camera that we do have an honorary guest making the first move. It is David Wigley.
Lord
David
Wigley, who, actually a legendary parliamentarian. He was the leader of Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Nationalist Party, for many years. And he's been elevated to the House of Lords. So he's going to make the ceremonial first move. I think we did have a few pictures of him walking towards that first board anyway. Yeah. Just coming back to this top board pairing, Team MGD1, the Indian team, as I'm calling it, against the Freedom team. The Freedom team have Anna Muzichuk on the women's board, and you know, she is really powerful. Yeah. I mean, you've just seen her in Norway Chess. Really strong proposition there. So that could be in their favor.
It's going to be exciting regardless, but I tell you what's going to be even more exciting, because we have Charlize live from the playing hall. So we're going to go straight over to her to see what she thinks.
Live in the playing hall of Day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid Team Championships here in London. And players are just starting to arrive. Behind me we've got Team MGD1 playing against Freedom, which means on board 1 it's Vishy versus Arjun. Yesterday the team seemed a little bit nervous coming into the hall. Of course, first day nerves, totally normal. But today there's a buzz of excitement. 4 days of Rapid, what's going to happen? Let's find out. Back to the studio.
Yeah, such a great thing to have Charlize there ready from the playing hall. And it just goes to show there's so much vibes there, so much tension, so much excitement as well from the players.
Yeah, there are downstairs, there are about, well, roughly over 400 players in that playing hall. So it's absolutely packed. And I think what's really nice is that there's this mix of professionals, heavy professionals. You know, at the top, we saw Alireza Firouzja yesterday. Hikaru Nakamura, but you know there are amateur players there as well, and you know I think it's a really interesting mix, and that's the charm of this tournament actually, and makes it a little bit unpredictable.
Totally unpredictable. No other tournament, team championship, has this unique factor. You know, the recreational player never crossed 2,000. And yet, as we have seen time and time again, they could be the deciding factor in a team's success. I mean, we have 2 recreational players who are on 4 out of 4. And we have a real mix there. We have a 9-year-old playing for Freedom. We also have some heavy hitters, as you signaled earlier on, playing for MGD1, won all of their games. Yeah,
so for the Freedom team, we have Sabartho Mani. So this
9 years old.
9 years old from India. I reckon Vishy has managed to recruit him. He has a few contacts. I mean, and that's quite scary, actually. He's probably, his real rating is probably 2,600 or something. Very scary indeed. We're just waiting for things to kick off. They should be starting at 2 o'clock. I don't know. I can't see the time. I'll tell you the time. It is 2 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So we should be getting the first moves coming through fairly soon anyway. We've mentioned the top pairing, Team MGD1 against Freedom. I want to mention board 2, which is the WR chess team that we were highlighting yesterday. Alireza Firouzja, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, and Wesley So, Ho Ifan. I mean, incredible team. And they're playing basically the England team, Malcolm's mates. So we have Garwin Jones on board 1, Nikita Vitugov on 2, Michael Adams, and then Ivan Šarić from Croatia. He's kind of the guest on the England team. Irina Bulmaga from Romania. And Alfred Soulier is the amateur board. So that is going to be a very intriguing match as well. You know, I want to see how our English buddies do in that one.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible as well. It's going to be absolutely thrilling. With this time control as well, making things unpredictable, because 10-second time bonus per move isn't that much. Yesterday, we saw a whole flurry of excitement over some games. We saw the powerhouses being pushed to the brink, being challenged every way. We saw spectacular games. Alireza Firouzja, his win against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov was absolutely spectacular. But then at the same time, he fell in the 4th round hurdle to Sam Sevian. So anything can happen with this time control.
By the way, did you see there was a little incident that ChessBase India highlighted on social media about Anish Giri reaching out for a piece and then withdrawing his hand and then moving another piece.
Yeah.
And they filmed.
I wish you good luck. Please start your clocks.
And the arbiter made decision based on the ChessBase India film. Anyway, here we are. That was, we can see David Wigley, who is a renowned parliamentarian. He's in the House of Lords here in the UK. And he's with Malcolm Payne, who's the international director of the English Chess Federation.
Yeah.
That all happened very quickly.
It did happen very quickly, but he was making the move for the first board on WR chess team against Malcolm's mates. So epic matchup between Alireza Firouzja and Gawain Maroa Jones. So we'll keep our eyes on that one, you know, especially with us being from London and English. So we will definitely be looking at that one with keen eyes. But okay, the games are off. Let's dive in and see what takes our fancy. The first one, of course, has to be top board between Arjun Erigaisi against Vishy Anand. Do we have any moves there?
We don't.
Okay, so there's a slow starter. Maybe we move on down to the next.
So let's move on to Rauf Mamedov from Azerbaijan, playing Pantala Hare Krishna. It's a Spanish. Nothing. Mamedov has played the Spanish, but Hare Krishna just having a think there. And then we move on down to Samuel Sevian, playing black against David Anton from Spain. Okay, looks. Oh, that's exciting. We've got a B4 on the board. Hopefully, we're going to get some pictures of either the graphics board or the playing hall any moment. Just bear with us, folks.
Yeah. Well, it's also going to be an isolated queen's pawn in the game between Haik Matirosen against Leon Mendonça. Those games are very strategical, dynamic, so it's going to be exciting there. And also in the game between Anna Musicuk playing with the black piece is someone that you've highlighted as very dangerous. And there we see that no moves have been played on the Anand Erigaisi game.
There's a good reason for that.
Erigaisi is not there.
Yeah, where is he? Okay. I mean, there are lots of players to kind of get through security, to be honest. I wonder if that's an issue. But Vishy has started the clock. So Erigaisi is losing precious time. But, I mean, that's a really intriguing matchup with Vishy, the old hero, the former world champion, the man who's created, I would say almost single-handedly, this chess boom in India, and facing Arjun Erigaisi, who is absolutely on hot form at the moment. I mean, what did you make of him in Norway chess?
He's a really ambitious player. And all of the other players, including Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, they all described him as a bit of a madman over the board, you know, always trying to initiate some dynamism. And there we are able to catch his arrival. He puts his drink down, and there we're seeing he's getting ready with the white pieces. He's probably going to get into the chess player ritual. And we also see that in the bottom board between Athava and little Manny Sabato, just 9 years old. And there also we're having a great view on the game between Hare Krishna and Rauf Mamedov. And one of the great things about this is that the teams are obliged to play in uniform. So you've seen the team in green, that's the Freedom team, whereas MGD1, well, they've gone a little bit rogue.
Okay, so let's look at the game between Arjun Erigaisi playing white against Vishy Anand. And Erigaisi has, on the fourth move, played a very solid move, pawn to e3. So instead of that, of course, white can play a Catalan with g3. Knight c3 could lead to all kinds of Slav, Queen's Gambit. But he's played e3 and b3. So this is known where white plays the bishops out to b2 and d3 as the Zukertort variation. Named after Johannes Zukertort, who's buried not very far from here, actually. In Brompton Cemetery. Sorry, that was a bit nerdy, but a Polish player who came to live in London in the 19th century. And yeah, he's buried not far from here.
Yes, so Arjun might have arrived to the board late, but he's certainly making the moves quickly. We see him just establish the normal piece setup. We're expecting bishop to b2, knight to d2, queen to e2. Maybe the knight can also come to c3. It's a question of choice. But I like the way that Anand has just gone for immediate confrontation. c5.
Yeah.
Tension in the center.
Challenging in the center. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned in Norway chess about the players saying, hey, really dynamic, you don't know what to expect from him. I think also my impression was there's a healthy dose of respect for him. You know, that he is playing in a rather different style to a lot of the other top players and also getting away with it.
Absolutely. And actually, they did prove that this was a double-edged sword because in some cases they were able to provoke Arjun to extend himself too far on the board, play too aggressively. Now Vishy he's a legend for a good reason. And there you see he is developing his knights, getting ready to trade in the center. And as I speak, it's nice when what happens on the board is predicted by us, but there you're seeing the trade of pawns. And again, Vishy has choices to be made. So this one is shaping up pretty nicely. Knight to b4 in the meantime. Just asking questions to this bishop. What's it going to do? Maybe even inviting a threefold repetition.
Okay,
bishop e2,
so
knight c6.
this is a finesse. This is a finesse. So instead of knight b4, one can simply play b6 and bishop b7. And bishop comes to the long diagonal, pretty normal. But knight b4 is quite clever. So I think he has to preserve that bishop. Well, he's probably going to move something else, but I mean, that's the normal move to play bishop e2. And then let's say b6. And then after a3, the knight goes back. Now, the bishop could return here, but there is a slight weakness on b3, which later on Black may be able to exploit with a move like knight a5. I think that's the clever little idea from Vishy. Mm-hmm. I think he has played bishop e2, if I'm... Yeah. Bishop e2, b6, there we go.
b6, and yeah, we're going to be seeing exactly what you predicted on the board. Small things, but they can be significant later on in the game. Maybe we zoom out and just have a look at some of the other games on board 2. Maybe go to Rauf Mamedov against Hari Krishna.
Let's take a look at that one. Yeah. So we can see Mamedov just behind with the shirt that says freedom on it. So let's go to that board. Mamedov with white. And the game went like this. It's Spanish. Knight c3. A little bit unusual.
Yeah. And
quite a solid move. I remember Spassky used to play this a fair bit. But recently, yeah, it's been tried out a few times. Knight hits d5. I mean, that's a question. Can one take here? Risky. Feels like there are a lot of things loose in that position, but, well, it's not out of the question. But no, he didn't do that. Knight a5. An exchange. d4. Castles. I'm just going to catch up with all the moves very quickly. I want to put it in context.
Yep. And let's just do a quick assessment of this particular position, because there have been a few exchanges. Could we even see more exchanges? Although I suspect that bishop takes knight isn't necessarily what white wants to be doing. Instead, they probably want to go bishop back to e3, control the d4 square, and then just centralize the rooks. Rook c1, target is on c7. This feels, to my eyes, very comfortable for white.
I don't know. After bishop e3, I'd be slightly concerned about the rook coming to d3 to target the b3 pawn quite quickly. And, you know, one could also always protect that with the rook. And there's also queen e6 coming as well. So I don't know. I think, I mean, to be honest, I think knight c3, to my eyes, is kind of a compromise variation. This is not the sharpest. And I have a feeling that he just wants to play solidly here. And I suspect that in this position he's going to exchange and then play the rook to c1 or possibly d1. My prediction is we could be seeing an early draw here. Yeah, either rook d1 would be ultra safe, or rook c1 first, but I suspect rook d1.
Yeah.
Because this would allow this. So that's my prediction. I think he's going to hoover.
Okay. So whilst this position is pretty quiet, big decision on the board for white to capture on f6, or to try and be a little bit more unclear with retreating the bishop to h4, or probably h4, maintaining the pin. But Maybe we can...
Should we go look at the board behind that?
yes, just quickly, but I also want to kind of keep an eye on the heavyweight match that is WR chess against Malcolm's mates.
Oh, okay.
Because
We're going to switch to that one, are we?
if
Where do you want to go
I'm
to?
kind of curious because I want to know how Hikaru Nakamura is doing, and also Alireza Firouzja playing against Gawain Moreau-Jones.
Okay, tell you what, let's just finish this one. So we've got Mendonça, so behind Hare Krishna, just in the middle table, we've got Mendonça against Martirosyan. Okay, so what's going on here? That was the last move, a6, bishop a6. I mean, white's a bit more active.
It's a bit...
Potential pressure here, but and a beautiful knight on e5. But one feels that black should be all right.
Right, the knight on b4 controls a lot of squares. Also, you get control over... Okay, and I say that. It's
Of course, the
off,
exchange of...
as always. And...
it's more comfortable for white, but... you know, because the a pawn is a bit loose, but
yeah, you know,
somehow one feels that black should be all right.
it's one of these really dynamic positions where black just has to play a few accurate moves there. We see rook c7. The queen can just like slide over. There, we do see on our boards that a decision was made that Mammadov is going to go into that double rook ending. So we're expecting that game to be fairly stable for a long time, but okay.
You want to go to the other match?
It's looking very tense. No clear favorite between MGD1 and Freedom. So let's have a look at the second big match, which is WR chess team against Malcolm's mates. And we've got to begin with the top. Alireza Firouzja playing with the white pieces against Gawain.
That's not Alireza on the screen, by the way.
That is Heik
But
Martirosyan.
hopefully we can switch to this second board match. So on the graphic board there, we see Alireza Firouzja playing white against Gawain Moreau-Jones. So Gawain has, there we go, there's Gawain on the right. Ooh, advancing with g5. I'm just going to go right from the top. Zip through very quickly. It's another Spanish. I like to see that. And Gawain fianchettoing the king's bishop. Solid start for both players. And now, okay, this once Gawain gives up the center in this way, then that raises the stakes, of course. Because we've got two beautiful pawns in the middle. The knight hits the bishop. And he's starting to get a bit frisky on the king's side. G5. Ivanka, what do you make of that one?
Well, it's a very Gawain move, right?
It is.
You know, positionally doesn't care that much, you know, abandoning the f5 square, but at the same time, you know, you got your eyes on f4 for the knight, and also, you never know, but g5, g4 might be coming anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it does make room for the queen. That's the good news.
That's also a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also looking later. I mean, once the queen reaches g6, then later we could be looking to play d5. What's great about I'm starting to like this for black. What's great is that knight on b4 covers some really key squares, which means that bishop can't cut back to this diagonal. So, yeah, I think this is fun. I see, bishop e2, that's very sensible. This bishop finds a good home.
Yeah, now you got a big threat. Knight takes g5.
Yeah. Okay, so where's Mr. Knight going?
He's only got one square. Knight to f4.
Got to hop in. Ooh, well, if it does, has he actually played it? If he does,
Yep, he's gone into f4, and obviously you don't let that kind of knight survive. So bishop takes knight.
But I mean, this is really interesting now. You know, there's a bit of g-file action.
That is true. That is true. So white has to think of a way to untangle here. So queen g6 is coming. Okay, but you can handle queen to g6 with moves like king to h2 and rook g1, you know, if there's any shenanigans on the g2 square.
Yeah,
But
but I come back to this knight. I rather like it, actually. And again, you know, one of these moves could be a very nice break. You know, I don't think black's position is so sort of one-eyed. It's not just about the g file. It's not just about the king side. I think the f5 break, one of these breaks could actually be quite useful to try and get those bishops going.
Right, so I suspect that maybe Alireza has to make a move like knight to h4.
Knight h4.
Try and control the f5 square. I mean, the dream is to go bishop to g4
Yeah.
and then deposit the knight on f5. Well, you can't do it immediately, but it's definitely in the air.
Yeah, well, knight h4 is... Well, he's actually played bishop f1. That's interesting. I mean, your knight h4 is certainly very, very aggressive. Looking to improve the bishop. Yeah, very interesting. But instead, he's simply played bishop f1, which does secure the king side and opens the rook, which is quite nice. But it's not quite as ambitious as your move.
No. But
Should we go to the board behind?
Yeah, let's just continue with our assessments. And I suspect this one we can probably do a very fast assessment of the resulting position. It's between Nikita Vichikov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, do you mind if we go to the what?
You want the Hikaru Nakamura game?
Let's go to
Yeah, of course. That's on board 3 between Hikaru Nakamura playing with the white pieces against Michael Adams.
Because we can actually see them on screen.
Yes, let's head there and see.
So we've got Hikaru on the left there with his, there we go, his fist in his cheek, playing the legend of English chess, Michael Adams. I mean, how long has Mickey been in the England team? I don't know if he's still #1, probably David and Garwin probably a little bit higher rated now, but I mean, Mickey is so experienced. You know, he's been at the top of English chess for about 30 years. Right, let's have a look.
Yep, and, well, if we look at the position, it's very closed. But there is, there is the b6 pawn. I'm just looking at the little zigzag pawns the black have. I mean, it's weak in the sense that once they're attacked, they have to be defended by pieces. So, and b5 is giving Hikaru a post on a6. So I'm just thinking, you know, somehow or other, if you can coordinate, so rook a3, queen a2, get a piece onto a6.
Okay, but you know the knight can always drop back
That is true.
to cover. I don't know. It feels solid enough for Mickey.
But it does feel like Mickey is the one reacting to whatever Hikaru does. Like, I don't see Mickey trying to play this out for a win.
That might be tough. That might be tough. But I mean, there's still a lot of play here. Yeah, I mean, from a positional point of view, I'm just looking at those. I mean, particularly the d5 square in the middle. Yeah. I wonder if it might be possible to hop something in there. Putting a knight round there or something, I don't know.
Getting a knight to c3 would be great, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a bit difficult to do.
It's more comfortable for white.
Yeah.
But nothing clear yet.
And by the way, there's already been a score. There's been a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nikita Vichikov on board 2. So far, early days, even Stevens.
Okay, that was the position they agreed to draw in.
Yep.
We'll give them that. Looks a very level major piece endgame. Let's just go back to Firouzja against Jones. He has gone for, Garwin has gone for f5. So opens up the bishop. But the big question is, can white play e5? That's the move I want to play, because it leaves
I will.
these rotten pawns.
You wanted it. It
I
has
got it.
appeared, yeah.
Positionally, it looks a bit creaky, but Garwin obviously has something in mind, otherwise he wouldn't have gone in for this.
Oh, knight takes. Pawn has been played.
I don't like those pawns. Blocks this. But the d pawn.
Okay, but this is a nice move. Bishop e6. Whole idea, bishop d5 at the right time. And Ali Reza certainly anticipated that, because in comes another knight. And then now there's two knights sniffing around.
Okay, but this is a very interesting position. You know, these two knights, are they stronger than the two bishops? This bishop can reach d5. There is still potential to play on the king side. Bishop d5, rook g8. I mean, this queen, I guess, is going to have to clear out. I guess bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop to d5.
I don't think there's a discovered attack
Queen.
anywhere.
h5. What has he gone for? That looked like a bishop d5.
Bishop d5 played. So yes, that the queen, although it's in the same line as the rook, doesn't seem to be a decent discovered attack. The queen could flash out to h5, as you say. Still, I love that knight on b4.
It controls a lot of squares, even though it is offside. It just controls, and threatens knight c2. And it's just really a thorn in White's side, because White would really want to be just lifting up the rooks. But these double pawns, they're ugly. But again, control the squares. You want to go queen d2, rook e2, rook e3, but f4 pawn is in existence.
Now,
so Black has really active pieces.
That is a big question, though. That's a big question. So what happens on queen d2 in this position? Hitting the pawn on f4.
Well, my concern is that the queen actually is not threatening queen takes f4 because of knight c2.
Okay.
So you still need a timeout of rook c1 or whatever it is you want to do.
So queen h5 anyway.
You can still go queen h5.
Yeah, that's true. Queen takes, exchange sack, probably not good enough. Okay, fair enough. So, okay, well, let's find out. Let me play rook c1 and find out how you're going to defend that one.
Also, it's one of those cases where I don't have to defend them. Well, first up, queen takes f4 isn't threatened because of bishop h6, and there's going to be a skewer there. Secondly, even if you do win the f4 pawn, suddenly Black gets control over the dark squares.
Okay.
So I'm just going to argue that those pawns are irrelevant. I'd rather they were gone. I'd rather the position were open for the bishops.
No, it's. I mean, I think this is really interesting. I mean, I'm going to play rook c3, and then we'll discover whether you really want to give that one away.
Well, it's definitely going to be running through Gawain's minds, and so we keep an eye on this game. But it's looking incredibly exciting.
That's the position on the board.
Yep.
We were just fantasizing. Lovely shot there of Ali Reza. With his face in between the queen and rook. That's great. And we got Hikaru on the right there.
And maybe we can quickly revisit the game between Hikaru and Michael Adams, because the position has clarified somewhat. We see the rooks have left the board. Mickey managed to get in the d5 break. And suddenly, it doesn't look like Black is in any problems whatsoever.
I suppose the knight, you could say the knight is quite well placed on c4, but solidly defended. I love Mickey's queen. Great piece. Beautifully centralized. Is it possible
I guess
put any pressure on White in any way here?
Well, I guess for Hikaru, he's going to be looking at just working. Okay, there we're seeing that some pieces have been traded off, and now, okay, e4. That's a classy move. Just initiating some more trades.
Good idea, because it undermines the knight on c4.
You can't capture.
That is very appealing, I have to say. I mean, I would say it's still equal. Perhaps moving the queen to protect this pawn. But you know, on a really good day, you know, this knight, after an exchange of queens, everything exchanges on d3. This knight could fly over and attack this one. You know, it is a queenside pawn majority. I know the knight is a beautiful blockader, but on a very good day, Mickey could pretend he might have something. So yeah, pawn takes pawn, I anticipate.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think? F5? Too risky?
Well, he played a move. Hikaru's immediately played F5, unless you did that.
I did that.
Okay.
No, Mickey took on d3, but no, that's an English move, F5. I'm just playing a brazen move that does expose the king, but it does keep the knight trapped in, I'd like to say. But anyway, he didn't do that. He did something, of course, far more positionally sensible, and simply took on d3 and kept the pawn on f7.
Okay, yeah, and the knight on d7 is such a perfect defending piece, because not only does it cover b6, which is kind of stating the obvious, but it also covers the f6 square. So you don't have to worry about any potential queen c3s and, you know, getting a knight into f6, which can be very annoying. So there we're seeing knight to e6. So both sides just maneuvering, improving their pieces. What do we expect this game to finish? Yeah, also draw.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on, and let's just peek in on Wesley So.
Wesley So, yeah, we haven't looked at Wesley yet. I mean, there are so many stars here. Wesley So, an absolute beast, and he's playing here, and he's playing Ivan Šarić. Let me just tune into this one. So Šarić playing white. Wesley has played a solid Berlin. That's how it started. Let's go to where we are. Well, does Wesley have a little something here on a very good day? I mean, the queen is very active. What do you think?
I think we're looking at another draw.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
I'm a little, to be honest, I would be slightly concerned. I wonder about this g-pawn advancing. And I'm a little bit concerned about white's king, actually.
Yeah, but I have faith in the e5 square. A piece is coming there, and I don't feel that g5, g4 is the end of the world.
You're not concerned. You see, I would be worried about a bit of a squeeze.
I get you.
With the king coming up the boards, h-pawn, bishop coming. I am allowed to make 6 moves in a row.
Well, we're seeing bishop to e5, and well, there we can. Yeah, I get you. I get your concern, because I also understand like g4, h4, the bishop coming out. Also, I was worried about some h3 and, you know, the white king being vulnerable. But ultimately, I have a motto in life, you know, once your king is under threat, trade of queens, you should be fine.
Trade of queens. So you think there's going to be so if I play g5...
g5 probably is a really good move, actually.
How are you going to... What are you thinking? How are you going to trade queens?
Well, I can go queen e1 and like...
Queen e1. You're going to beg for a trade of queens.
No. Well, it's not a bad philosophy. You know, the queen on e4 is substantially better than the queen on d2.
Okay, but can the queen... Can I just simply slip out of trouble?
She can, but, you know, the black king isn't all that comfortable either.
True.
And, yeah, you can see... swings and roundabouts, you know, bishop to f6 or bishop somewhere, you know, I'm threatening queen e6.
Bishop f6, queen s7.
I don't quite know where to put the bishop. I was just...
No, I hear you. Maybe here.
Yeah, maybe bishop b8.
Oh, yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky.
And then the knight comes in, and suddenly it's white's having all the fun.
I'm going to put the queen straight back on e4. Yeah.
So I suspect a draw.
Okay.
Queen e1 is a nice defensive move.
Fair call. Now, listen, I would like to go to the game between Irina Bulmaga against Ho Yifan. I mean, Ho Yifan, another fantastic player, the #1 women's player in the world.
Yep. Let's check in on that game, and then let's also check in how MGD1 and Freedom are doing.
Okay.
So let's first have a look at this particular game. And Irina, she's an aggressive player. I have seen many of her games. I've never played against her, but it's always the sharpest line in the book.
Well, and she's really going for it here. So we have kings on opposite sides of the board, I mean, that often guarantees a sharp position. And we've got this pawn on g4, which is being attacked by the f-pawn. The h-file is open. This knight could well hop into f4. I mean, that's a very weak square. I think Arena's position is very promising, actually. I think it's fantastic, but fantastically sharp. You know, I wonder, okay, bishop a7, knight f4, it looks fantastic for black.
Yeah. And also in terms
very promising.
of clock times as well, that Irina has an advantage there as well. And there we're seeing on a camera, Germany and friends, Vincent Keimer. He is facing off against Duobenyan Costa Calida, against Alan Pichot on our cameras. But maybe we can revisit the big game, the all-Indian clash between Arjun Erigaisi against Vishy Anand, because, well, when we left it, it was like a Zuckertort, just a normal Zuckertort. Now, this is not normal by any means. A pawn on e6.
There we go. So we're back to the top board of the top match. Arjun Erigaisi, is he number 5 in the world, number 4 in the world? I think he's number 4.
They're always like fighting. I think he's number 3 or 4 in the world.
And he's playing the Indian legend Vishy Anand. It's the younger generation against the older generation. Now, I'm just going to go back to see exactly how we got here. So we left the position around about here. Interesting that for the moment, Erigaisi declined to play that move a3, which would have brought the knight back to a sensible square. d5, of course, this is the break that white generally would like to make to open up the long diagonal, but also opens up this diagonal, really sharp. Now the knight goes back. Let's see. Well, okay, I can spot that if queen takes pawn, that might be checkmate.
Oh, no, we've got to show it.
Okay.
Yeah, we always have a rule in chess commentary.
Okay, always show checkmate. Okay, so, and if pawn takes queen, then pawn takes queen. Let me just have a quick look at that one. And yes, if rook takes, then we've got a lovely skewer. So he didn't go for that. Instead, queen e7. And queen takes pawn. Rook d2. Ooh, is that the sting at the end? So the rook attacking both bishops. I suppose there's still... Oh, no. Is rook c2 possible?
Well, rook c2 is possible, but at the very least, you can just swap rooks and capture on e6. I always like these variations where I can just recover the material.
Or is there... But hang on. But the eval bar is suggesting there's something even better. So hang on. The eval bar says rook c2.
Okay, so maybe we can
rook
also...
f8. Rook f8.
Rook f8. Yeah, I was going to suggest you can dislodge the queen. And, okay, we have a few moves. We got to just follow the action because the players are just banging out those moves.
Okay, so it went... So let me just go back. It went bishop d3, threatening...
Checkmate.
g6... Queen e5, threatening...
Checkmate.
Rook takes bishop. And then queen g5. Vishy is threatening mate.
Yeah.
f3, impossible because of the pin.
We just had a whole sequence of moves where both sides were threatening checkmate on a...
And Vishy...
Well, now queen
Vishy
f3.
going in for the kill. Wow. How can Erigaisi stop this? Because if bishop e2, queen h3, it's game over. Well, this would be a turn-up if Vishy... And the computer's saying that he has a massive advantage here.
Okay, so the big question is how to stop queen f3, queen h3.
Erigaisi's under 30 seconds.
Okay.
Just to add to his woes. I mean, this is... just sensational. Vishy looking very, very confident.
So he cannot stop checkmate. He cannot stop without great cost. All I'm seeing is like rook e1 or something like that. Okay, he comes in with the queen to f6. Okay, threat of a queen to f7 check and repeating. So rook f8. Yeah, boot that queen out of that square. And Erigaisi, what does he go? He goes e7.
E7.
And do you see the speed of which Anand is playing? You know, he's worked it all out. The queen, the pawn promotes to a queen, rook to f8.
Well, that was a
And
nice little sequence.
Queen f3 is in the air at the end of it.
And checkmate. Wow. I mean, Vishy's, he's not even looking at the board now. He's got it all under control. This is absolutely brilliant.
And now Erigaisi under 10 seconds. He drops the queen back to e2. Now the bishop comes into f3, swoops in for the kill. Queen h3 is next.
He's going to resign. He's going to resign. Erigaisi is going to resign. There it is, the handshake. Wow. The old legend, Vishy Anand, former world champion, 5-time world champion, defeats Arjun Erigaisi, who's top 5, number 4 in the world.
Yeah,
just brilliant. Now, hopefully, we're going to get Vishy in for an interview a bit later. So we're going to be hitting him at a good moment.
Right. And it also means that Freedom have taken the early lead. So they're 1 point up. Maybe we can just check in on everyone else. So there we're seeing. Let's go to Sevian.
Let's have a look at David Anton from Spain with white against Samuel Sevian. And Anton is a pawn up. I'm just checking this out. Well, I mean, at first glance, it looks like a very healthy pawn.
Yeah, he had to be very careful, like how to retreat the knight. Had to cover the c6 square, so that's why. Oh, knight to d6, big threat of rook to b6. And well, the white's objective is very clear. You just want to be breaking down this blockade that the knight has on c6. Rook b6, bring the king in. Teamwork makes the dream work in the endgame. It's sometimes that simple, in theory.
They're both under a minute as well. So Anton looking really good here. There we go. He must play rook b6, surely, to just dislodge the blockader. And Sam Sevian, I think, in trouble here. I mean, the last piece in the equation really is the king. If that king can come over to support the pawn, maybe to d5, then, well, it would be winning.
Yeah.
Oh, how did we get there? Hang on. We just jumped. In fact, in this position, he actually played rook b7 to exchange queens. And now the king is coming up. So, yeah, he's holding this pawn. I mean, it's not beautiful. I would have preferred to have the king over first. So the big question is, can white somehow break through to the king side and win this one?
Yeah, and there you're seeing the king step up. But I agree with you, you know, the black king will have to find itself on c5 at some point, and yeah, you do need to use that c-pawn as to divert the black king. But knight to d6, and I mean, you just got to try and make some inroads. So this is looking like Sam Sevian probably is still in the balance for a draw, but it's going to be tricky. And I'm looking at some of the other games, and I can say that it looks like MGD1, they're probably going to bounce back with some victories on some of the other boards.
Which boards are you thinking here?
I'm looking at the game between Martirosyan against Mendonça.
Okay, so Martirosyan playing white, Mendonça playing black.
Oh, forgive me, if Martirosyan actually is playing for freedom.
So, yeah, he looks, well, it's an extra pawn.
So this would be, if Martirosyan wins, then it will be 2-0. It's an extra pawn and is looking very promising.
Yeah, still some technical difficulties there. I mean, particularly, you know, they're both players under a minute. Not so easy to control this one. I worried about that knight at some point being dislodged, and then this pawn could be vulnerable. It's tricky to control, actually, I think.
Yeah, not an easy position, but taking into account the clock situation, I mean, it's easy for both sides to go wrong. But at least if white goes wrong, it's just going to fizzle out into a draw.
Let's have a quick look at the game between Anna Muzichuk and Davrula Tsolakidou. How's Anna doing? Anna Muzichuk playing black has lots of space, but white is very solid.
Yeah.
But okay, let's go back to the Mendonça game as we're looking at that.
Yeah, and I also just to say it was a draw on board 2 between MGD1 and Freedom. It was a draw between Hari Krishna and Mamedov.
Bishop
As
D7
predicted,
played.
Yeah. So Bishop D7. This is the Marty Rosen against the Mendonça.
Oh, we've our cameras switched back. I've got to switch board again.
Okay.
Anton playing white, knight endgame, Sevian playing black. Oh, it looks like it's fizzling to a draw. There we are. That's a very clean move, just picking up the last pawn. Draw.
Yeah.
Good save from Sam Seven. I think Anton rushed that. I think he was really in control, and I think he exchanged rooks too quickly.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, 2 games remaining so far. It's on board 6 between 9-year-old Mani Sabatho and Athavar on the recreational board, and also the games that we were looking at between Marty Rosen and Mendonça. It could come down to this one. Mani with the white piece is just 9 years old.
It looks roughly level. Well, according to them, now things are starting to happen. So white is exchanged down, but has a couple of pawns for it.
Okay. But still very tense. Anything could happen.
Totally, yeah.
And on that subject, let's head over to the Alireza Firouzja game against Marie Gawain Jones, because, well, take a look at this position that we have on our screens. Maybe if we can just dash over there, because,
Wow.
again, 5 games in play in this match between WR Chess Team, who are by far the heavyweights and favourites, against Malcolm's mates.
Golly, what a sharp position. So, I mean, Gawain has, I think, done incredibly well to find dynamic chances in this game. So there we see Alireza Firouzja playing white here, staring at the board. Golly, he's down to playing on 10 seconds. And such a sharp position. 95. So that knight protected by the queen. Yeah. Hits the rook. Knight f7 coming as well.
And Dave and Daniel. There we see. Sorry about that. I was just also lost. This is in full flow. It looks like Hikaru Nakamura is going to win against Mickey Adams.
Wow.
There you're seeing in the background there. It was a win for Hikaru.
Okay. I've got my eyes on this. Look, the players going under 10 seconds now. That rook is pinned. Gawain's played h6. He wants to move his king to h7 to unpin the rook. He's still dreaming of attacking down here. And he's got a pass pawn on d3. But, I mean, I love Alireza's queen. Such a strange position.
8 seconds. And
Rook
Sissy,
g1.
Rook g1.
I was surprised he didn't play f3, actually, instead of rook g1. Could you play f3? Take the pressure off?
Yeah,
oh,
well,
now f3 could be too late.
Okay, well,
That can get taken.
Gawain making his intentions clear. He just wants to step up with his king. There you go, king h7, and his big plan is to sacrifice on g2. But of course, that is stopped immediately by Alireza, f3.
He had to play the bishop back first to protect that pawn. Otherwise, it would have been taken.
Mm-hmm. Bishop back to b7.
Now, can this queen try and collect the pawn? Gawain has done brilliantly here. Oh no, have we frozen? Have we frozen?
Oh no. The players. The position was just too hot. And there we're seeing a different view of Alireza. Like, he is laser sharp here. He is focused on exactly what needs to be done. He's just making sure everything is covered. This is the position that the players have just seconds left on the clock.
Queen d6, good move. So he's covering this. Wow, bishop e4, Garmin offering the bishop. Now, can that be taken?
But do you want to take it when you only have seconds left on the clock and the position is wild? Alireza says no.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Keep it solid.
Yeah. I mean, he's basically
3,
saying, I'm
2.
going to collect that pawn.
Oh, Gawain making that move with 1 second left.
He's taken it now, and it's much safer with the queen centralized. Queen e4, golly. Really dynamic, but this is safe. Queen f2, and then bishop f3. I think Alireza is going to do it. Yeah. I mean, it's a brilliant effort from Gawain. He's trying at every turn to make it complicated.
4, 2. Oh. Well,
now
he's still making the moves. Rook f1, yeah, that's a great move. You know, just threatening. Queen takes f4. Rook to g7 played, just resuming the threat. And now the a pawn is running. And I agree with you, Danny. Just bishop to f3. Just make sure that g2 is rock solid and you can focus absolutely everything on the advance of the a pawn.
It's running, yeah. Queen c6, bishop f3 played. And now the queen coming in. I think, you know, a piece down, it's too much for Gawain. But what an effort. And for a very long time, you know, he was really holding his own there.
Yeah.
He's still got to put it away, though.
Yes, not easy. Still not easy when you only have seconds left. And
should rook e1, rook d1 should work? No.
Drops the queen back.
Where does he put the queen?
He's put on c3.
Okay.
His goal is just simply to round up the d pawn.
He's, I mean, taking no chances whatsoever.
Exactly. He doesn't need to rush as well. He can also go rook e1, rook e7. He's in complete control. And now just rook 2. Is he going rook a1? Yeah. That is a killer move. Rook a1, getting ready to advance the a pawn. What a fight, though, that Gawain put up. a6.
So that's going to have to be blockaded. Nice, rook a7. But then queen d4. Well, no, we could protect this.
Yeah.
Queen or queen f6, I don't know.
You can also go bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Lock it in.
Yeah, but this is also good enough.
Oh, no, rook
to
a5. He's going to turn towards the king.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a killer. Queen d7, rook d5. So if the queen goes back, we can pick that up.
Yeah, and with this victory, it does mean that WR chess team will be leading by 2 points because the other games were draws, although Vadim Rosenstein is struggling against Alfred Sulia, so Malcolm's mates will get a win in that one. And there we're seeing the final touches from Alireza, who is just about to win this game. He's a piece up. Black's kingside is falling apart. And there we see from Alireza that it was indeed a victory for him. Smiles all around. But what a game. I mean, he got so tactical, so dynamic there. Just when the clocks were ticking down to their final seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think Garmin did brilliantly with these pawn breaks.
Yeah.
Where are we going to go to next?
We have to just go to the game between Martirosyan against Leo Mendonça because Team MGD1, they're still trailing by 2 points and there's still 2 games remaining. So everything is going to be hinging on the game between Mani Sabatho against Athava. So far, Athava has got 4 points out of 4. So there we see on our screens smiles there from the Grandmasters as they analyze. But on the top board, on the top matches, still everything to play for.
Okay, Martirosyan against Mendonça we've got there. That's going to be a draw. It's 3v3 on the king side. There's not much going on there, but it's the board at the back.
That's looking good for MGD1. The thing is, Leon, in order to save the team, has to win with the black pieces. And there we're seeing a handshake. Of course, the rook and pawn endgame was probably a draw, but this one, it is a win for black. Oh, are there? Yes, everything is good. No stalemating.
So how does that leave the scores? How does that leave the standings?
It means that Freedom win again.
Against MGD1.
MGD1.
Who were on 100%.
No longer.
Okay, so WR chess team, they've won, I think.
Yeah, they've won.
Yeah, because Nakamura, let me just see very quickly. Oh, we've switched to another board. We've got Richard Rapport there against Boris Gelfand. Let's just check in on that one.
Yep.
Well, interesting position, but I can imagine a draw because it's bishop and pawn against rook. The pawn and bishop support each other. Should be a draw.
Yeah, but double rooks, you know, the black king can start snaking its way towards the white king. Anything can happen. Or
with seconds on the clock, anything
exactly. I mean, that's the unpredictability of this time control. Everybody can play terrible chess when you've got just 1 second,
Ain't
2
that
seconds.
the truth?
Even with a 10-second increment.
We certainly know that.
Yeah, and
but should be a draw.
It should be a draw, but definitely an exciting round. You know, we focused on the top 2 games, but, you know, it was very close. But in the end, Vishy Anand, his win against his compatriot Arjun Erigaisi, that for me was the win of the round.
I just have a funny feeling that Chess-Base India are going to go absolutely nuts about this game. Just incoming there on social media. Look out for Chess-Base India's posts. They're here in force with their boss Sagar Shah. He's a tremendous journalist. So if you don't follow them on Twitter, then do check out Chess-Base India because there's so much great content there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we're seeing MGD1 there, the team in black. They're all watching the game that is ongoing between Boris Gelfand and Richard Rapport. That is looking like it's a draw, but definitely the 2 rooks that Gelfand has, he will be trying to eke out a win. And I like this about this type of event, how everyone is crowded around one
You like
game.
a bit of atmosphere?
Yeah, absolutely, because, you know, everyone becomes transfixed to the board.
But
and
also it's more fun to play in that atmosphere as well.
Definitely, and there we can see that the 2 rooks that Richard Rapport has, there we're seeing, he's trying. But ultimate, I mean, I was just wondering, like, there's a danger here in this particular position. King h5 and the white king is in a mating net, so be careful.
Steps up.
Yeah, he steps up, and then Richard moving the rook.
So he wants to check the king back and then go king h5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah.
How old is Boris? Is he 56, something like that? He's getting on a bit. It's great to see him here, actually.
But it is great that he still has the passion for the game. He's still a phenomenal player. And are we going to see the rooks be traded off? No, rook to a2. Richard wants to draw out this game for as long as possible. It's always a good strategy, right? Keep game going, and then your opponent in the final hour will just make a mistake. Although I would say final seconds.
Yeah, final hour. Are we going to go on that long?
Well, in theory, how long could a game at 15 minutes plus 10 seconds?
But this is the thing. I don't know when the arbiters step in, because if there are no captures or pawn moves, then it should be 50 moves. And then it's declared a draw. But I don't. I mean, obviously the moves aren't being recorded here. But they are online, so I don't know whether the arbiters have access to that.
Yeah,
and
so
they're able to step in.
they're able to step in after 75 moves.
Okay, but they would have to have a record of that online.
Yeah, so 75 moves without any progress, any pawn moves, any captures, anything like that.
Not 50. Is it
No.
changed?
No, that's when they're forced to step in.
Ah, after
So after 75, if there's been no pawn moves
I see.
for 75 moves and there's been no progress, then the arbiter will step in and say, this game is drawn.
Okay.
You can't do anything about it.
Well, let
But-
me see. I'm just going to check when the last pawn move was. Was at move 57, and we're on move 80. Oh, we've still got a very long way to go.
Yeah.
No. Maybe we should switch to another game if there's something going on.
Mm-hmm. They were saying rook to f3. I mean, the main thing for Boris is he just has to anticipate the black king advancing and just making sure that his king has that hiding place to escape to.
Yeah, but okay, so this might be the moment where Richard plays king h5. Is he going to do it? He's running out of time. He better do it quickly. He has played king h5. And just at that moment, we've gone off camera. Or we're on camera back here, but no. Where are we going next?
Well, you know, it was an interesting round. Maybe we can just talk about our feelings of the round, because we did see, you know, Freedom winning by 2 points against Team MGD1. MGD1 were the ones who started the day with 100%. Now it is Freedom who have just dropped half a point against, well, WR Chess Team. And WR Chess Team also defeating Malcolm's mates. Very sharp games.
Perhaps we just have a quick recap of the scores on that top board. So on board one, Arjun Erigaisi sensationally was defeated by Vishy Anand. On board two, Hari Krishna drew with Mamedov. And then,
Yeah.
board three.
Board
You
three,
take it.
yeah, board three was a draw against Sam Savian, and also it was the critical games were in the game between. Hang on a second.
Anton against Sevian was a draw. Mendonça Martirosyan draw.
Was a draw as well.
Solikidu Muzichuk
have
draw.
I been
Athava
telling everyone the wrong results?
Mani, how was that game?
Oh,
Athava won that. It's
it's
level.
a draw. It's level. I've
level.
been telling everyone that they won. My maths failed. Okay, so I assumed that the game between Heike Martirosyan. Oh my goodness me, that's a blooper in itself. Okay, so it was a draw.
The match was a draw.
The match was a draw. Okay, but
We
you
now
know,
discover.
I just,
Fantastic.
Okay, well there you go. Commentator failed. That's what happens sometimes
and
when
then
you can't do maths.
But the MGD1 team have at least, you know, their 100% record is now being chipped.
Okay, it has been chipped up, but you know, it definitely means that everything is still wide open. A draw between Team MGD1 and Freedom, and it was a win for WR Chess Team against Malcolm's mates, because Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Firouzja, they're the ones who clinched it for their side. And on that note, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to have interviews, we're going to do recaps, and of course, we'll be following all of the drama. And we are back, and joining us here in the studio, well, we're very happy to have 10-year-old Bodhana Sivanandan, who's playing for E Therapeutics. So, Bodhana, how are you doing in the chess?
It's been okay so far. I'm on 2 out of 5 so far.
2 out of 5, yeah. And how's the team getting along?
We're doing okay. I'm not sure what score we're on, but
Yeah. Now, Bodhana is one of the youngest British talents that we have out there. You were chosen for the English women's team. You're the youngest member ever to have been chosen. And you've done a whole array of achievements, just at the age of 10. So out of everything that you've done so far in the chessboard, what have you been most proud of?
I'm not really sure. I think it's representing England at the Olympiad.
Mm-hmm.
And also being top woman in the European Blitz in 2023.
Yeah. And I see Bodhana often plays on online events, and I've seen you play in the Women's Speed Chess Championships. You do very well. You almost qualified for 1 year last time, yeah.
Yeah.
You were so close, we were cheering you on. And what is it that you like most about chess?
I like the things that you learn from it, like pattern recognition and strategy and a few more stuff. And also it helps with school and links to stuff like
Really?
maths.
You serious?
Yeah.
Do you actually find, do you find a strong link between, okay, you mentioned maths.
Maths, music as well.
What do you play? What instruments do you play?
Play violin and a bit of piano.
Fantastic. Yeah. I played the violin at your age, actually. Yeah. No, I used to love it. Did you have a favourite composer?
Not really.
Not really.
No.
No. Do you do the grades? You know,
Yeah.
which
I'm going to do grade 2 around next month.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And what has it been to you to be playing in this big event here in your home city of London?
It's great, and hopefully it encourages loads of other people to play the game as well.
Mm-hmm. And what's it like being in the playing hall and seeing Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza Firouzja?
It's great to be playing in a hall with loads of great players.
Mm-hmm. And how's your team getting on?
I think we're doing okay. I'm
You're
not
doing
sure
okay.
how many points we're on.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people will want to know, how come you're so good at such a young age? So how much do you study? How many hours, is it possible to say how many hours a week do you study?
I mean, I go to school, so I studied 2 to 3 hours on school days, and on weekends I do a bit more.
Okay, so you come back from school and then you'll maybe spend a couple of hours looking at stuff. So what kind of stuff do you look at mainly?
I do tactics and a bit of openings.
Okay, when you say tactics, do you do stuff online, or do you solve positions from books, or?
I usually do stuff online.
Right. Yeah.
It's very good that you're doing tactics and that you're actually studying, because I know a lot of youngsters are just playing 1-minute chess, which is fine, but definitely.
But do you play a lot of Blitz online?
She's a beast
Really?
in online chess. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really play that much, but play from time to time.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Bodhana, thank you so much for joining us, and it's just amazing to have you here, and also to see you achieve so many things at such a young age, and good luck in your games, and good luck to your team as well. So thank you very much, Bodhana. Just 10 years old. I can't get over
Good luck.
how
Thank you.
good
Yeah.
these kids are. So we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to be just breaking down the results and, of course, the standings.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we're mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
We have a team full of the very, very ambitious youngsters. It's the team London Legends. Yeah. What's your name? Probably short to introduce and say about the team.
Samira.
Yeah, I'm Rahman.
I'm Harry.
I'm Sebastian.
Zain.
And I'm Avi, captain.
Yeah, whoa. How is the team you're doing? I will ask them captain. How is the team doing so far?
Rocky start. We played Kazakhstan in round 1. Didn't go so well. But we bounced back 2 wins in round 2. Wasn't enough, but we're looking forward to round 3.
How is it actually to play here in your hometown, such a big event?
It's different, honestly. We're all used to playing just congresses locally, and this is much bigger on an international scale. But yeah, it's an enjoyable experience. We met some of the world's elite, and hopefully we'll beat some of the world's elite.
So, guys, who is actually your favorite player out of all the players who are participating here, and who are you looking forward to see the most?
I'm probably one of the strongest players here, I'd have to say. But I've already seen a couple of the strong players, but I don't know, probably Firouzja, as he's the only one who I haven't seen.
For you?
Probably like Vishy, Anand. I really admire the way that he plays, and it's just great to play in the same tournament as him. It's a real honor.
Definitely Deshmukh. I like the way she plays. So.
Oh, she's amazing. Okay, what's about you?
Probably Hikaru or Alivezza.
Yeah, I quite like Mamajov's style, like in general. I saw him earlier, so yeah, probably.
And what about the captain?
I think quite excited to see Vidit play after he got married. I want to see if he can still has the fight in him.
Yeah, so thank you so much. We've had the London Legends amazing team. Best of luck to you guys for the next rounds. Thank you.
I'm here with Wesley So from WR Chess. Wesley, you were in the team in their victory at Düsseldorf 2023, and now you're back. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, for sure. It's great. It's a great feeling to be back. We have a very strong team. I'm really grateful to Vadim Rosenstein for having me and also sponsoring this event. And also I'm very grateful to FIDE for having this very prestigious event. And I'm glad to be back.
How did it feel watching the team last year when you weren't participating?
Yeah, it was fun. Generally, I try not to follow events where I'm not in it. But yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, they had Magnus last year, but also Vadim is playing much better this year than last year.
That is clear. Last year in the Rapid, they didn't do as well in the Blitz, but are you guys preparing him this year? How is that going before the tournament and during?
No, I think we did no preparation, basically. I mean, we don't have any team preparation or anything like that. We had one 2 years ago. Yeah. But everyone kind of did their own thing this year, and we just show up. But we have a great team spirit. Some of these players, I've never been teammates with them before, but I think we have a good team cohesion. Everyone's very friendly. Everyone's very nice. So we have a great team spirit, no preparation. But Vadim is doing well, which is most important because he doesn't want a reserve on his board. He wants to play all games.
And your team does seem to be having really good team spirit. You're most of the time in the hall, I'm seeing you kind of glued together, staying together. What is it like outside of chess, spending time with them?
Well, it's great. Just great to know them. I mean, we spend very little time together. That's the problem with chess. It's not a team event. I prefer much playing on team events where you play for others too. So hopefully I could do well this year. Like generally, I like playing in Olympiads, World Team. Also, this is one of my favorite events because I think other than this one, I don't really play any other team events. So.
But with team events, isn't there a different kind of pressure to do well for your team? You know, when it's your individual game and you mess up, you can just blame yourself, move on. But now people are depending on you.
Well, depends on who your teammates are. It's a big deal. But for me, team events are nicer because you can always blame somebody else. So, like in the Olympiad, we finally managed to get a silver, but we started poorly, so you could always blame somebody else. But yeah, I think that's a problem. Like, chess is not really a very social game, so it's sometimes hard. Like, it can be being a chess professional can be very lonely sometimes when you're traveling on your own. So.
And now you're traveling with your team, spending time against these people you always play against. Now you're friends outside and on the board.
Yeah, it's great to know what they're like, from time to time. Like, for example, I got to talk a little bit with Hikaru, which I almost never does. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Wesley. Of course, you guys are at the top of the standings, going for gold in both, I assume. So good luck with that and good luck for the event.
Yeah, thank you.
I am here with none other than Bodhana Sivanandan. Bodhana, we have these amazing world championships in your home city of London. Tell me, how has it been and what does this mean for you?
I've enjoyed it so far, and I think it's great to have it in London. It might encourage loads of other people to play the game in England as well.
And tell me about your team. I know you're in a team with Simon Williams. You are obviously the youngest. How has that been for you?
It's good. I like my team. They're nice, and I know them well.
And you have a little chair we've seen you bring into the hall with you. Is that to make your seat higher, to see over the board? Do you use it as a good luck charm in your games?
It's to see the board, and so I can reach the other side properly.
And you've been a superstar in women's chess for the last few years. Actually, I was just at the Hammersmith Chess Club, and they said that you are going to be playing a simultaneous against them. How does it feel to be so young and small and beating these adults?
It's nice. It's encouraging, and hopefully it encourages other people as well.
And tell me, Bodhana, final thing, what is your favorite thing about chess? And then do you prefer rapid or blitz?
My favourite thing about chess is that you can learn lots from it, and you have to lose to get better, and also you learn, it helps in school, and it helps in pattern recognition, strategy, and a few more.
And rapid or blitz, which do you prefer?
I think I prefer blitz.
Thank you so much, Bodhana, and such wise words for such a young girl. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
So we're currently in the player refreshing area, and we have two young boys here, Jan, right?
Yeah.
And we have Adam here.
Hello.
For which team are you playing, guys?
UK Junior Chess Academy.
Who do you have in the team?
Me, Jan, Aditya, Rock, Zoe, and Sarah. And Pexia.
So who from you guys played in this first round already?
Everybody but me.
Okay, so you're the reserve.
No, we just have more than enough players, so we swap off every round or two.
So, are you actually originally from London, or where are you from? Or maybe you can come also for.
I live in Oxford.
Sorry?
I live in Oxford.
And what's your name?
Aditya.
How is so far everything here? Because you have so many top players also playing, you're in the same playing hall so much. What are your emotions? What are your feelings?
I feel very happy to meet some top players.
There are so many players also from this side. So how are you feeling, guys? What's your name, first of all?
Rock. Yeah. No, it's a great tournament. I was definitely really excited to come here.
My name is Peng Shao.
Yeah, well, how are you feeling here?
Really good. It's quite a fun experience to see.
Okay, so it didn't also get to you. So how is it to play in such a big playing hall with so many top players?
Good.
Great. Yeah.
I haven't played yet, but I'm hoping to play a top player, so looking forward to it.
So who is actually from this tournament is your favorite chess player?
Probably Hikaru.
Yes, same. Probably Hikaru.
Okay, Hikaru team, and you?
I don't really have one, but maybe Vishy, Anand.
Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Ooh, why?
He's from Poland. I'm a fan of Firouzja.
And what's your name?
Longson. And we've just taken down a top team in round one.
Really?
Aditya's just beating Grandmaster Simon Williams on board one, so we've just won a massive game.
Oh my God! Amazing. And you're like on the women's team, or you're
Yeah,
captain?
I run the UK Chess Challenge, so it's our UK Chess Challenge Masters team, and I've been British Ladies Champion, and we're having a great time. We're just taking down a massive team in round 1, so we're all excited, aren't we? And
Absolutely amazing, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Wish best of luck for the more rounds, and maybe you take down more teams.
And we are back, and here with us in the studio, it is Grandmaster Vishy Anand, former world champion. Now, you had a great game just now against the Arjun Erigaisi, and that helped secure the team's draw against Team MGD1. So how are you feeling?
Very satisfied, obviously. This was, in the end, the game turned out to be quite beautiful as well. Yeah, I'm just very, very happy.
Yeah. And on that note, I mean,
you got to squash the kids, haven't you? You got to. I mean, Arjun, look, he's rated 4 in the world, and yeah, I could see your smile as you came in. You know, it's a good feeling, isn't it, to beat the kids?
Definitely. I mean, no denying that. But the thing was, before the game, I kept thinking how he's going to come at me.
Yeah.
Because he does it to everyone.
Yeah.
And I was trying to keep control. And then invariably we passed this point where all pretense of control just drops and you just go with the flow.
Hand-to-hand fighting, yeah.
Exactly. He manages it every time, which is a remarkable
it's incredible.
quality.
Where does he get this style from? Because he really is incredibly aggressive. And as you say, he manages to complicate so often. So was that from a particular coach? It's just him, or what is it?
I mean, I have a bishop, a queen, a rook, and a pawn, and he still plays d5 at me. I mean, it's insulting. So just d5 anyway. And the thing is, I'd been trying to calculate this line. Then I played rook f d8, not quite knowing whether it's good or not. But
maybe we can look at this on the board. But so, okay, you don't know about a particular coach he had that sent him in this style, this direction.
He's always been like this since I got to. I mean, since he came on my radar, he's been like this.
Yeah.
So I think it's.
Well, hopefully we can get this board up here, and then you can take us through the game.
Well, just before we dive into the analysis, where they can see everyone is getting ready, we can also see Malcolm's mates, because we do have the standings here right in front of us. Okay, it was a draw between MGD1 and Freedom. So Team MGD1 and WR Chess Team, they are at the top. And there we do see that Freedom and Germany and Friends are fighting out for 3rd place. Still early days, still many rounds left. And here are the big pairings. And Team MGD1 face off against, well, the big guys, WR Chess Team, Freedom, Vishy Anand's team, plays Germany and Friends. Good matchup, Vishy?
Yes, I mean, there's so many strong teams in this competition. Every round is so fascinating.
We should also mention that you're resting after your exertions in that last game. You're not actually playing in this round. Otherwise you wouldn't be here.
That's correct. And for a second, I was worried that sitting here might give away my team's thing. But I'm glad it's been published and I haven't blabbed anything. So.
Okay, well, we want to go through Vishy's game in the last round because it really was sensational. So let's get the graphics board up. Is it going to happen? Is there any word
we should
from the back room?
Show the critical moments, because everything got kicked off with this d5, right?
Yeah.
And that was the point where the position exploded into life. And there was this beautiful sequence where Arjun kept threatening checkmate, and then at the end of it, every move it was a threat of checkmate. And then you did the same. You were like, okay, well, I will threaten checkmate, and my threat is even more deadlier than yours. It was just brilliant.
Absolutely.
I'm giving them a hard stare in the production room, by the way. Hello. We'd like to see the graphics board if you don't mind. But the hard stare, we're very near Paddington, and the hard stare sometimes works. No, we want to see the graphics board, guys. Here we go. Yes, we did it. Okay, Vishy, I'm going to zip through very quickly. So Arjun playing white, and you're thinking solid at this moment.
Yeah, so E3, now everybody who wants a fight tends to go for the collar in some way or form. So this was not impossible to predict. Even bishop b2 I captured. I simply wanted to push that bishop away till I thought he'll play a3 and bring it back, but in fact it never went there.
Yeah.
Rook c1. Maybe I needn't have done this. Maybe I could have gone rook c8 without capturing. But okay, lots of details. Knight d7 he thought was questionable, or at least suspect, and I had my doubts after playing it. But okay, here we are. He's played d5.
So you declined it.
I didn't know how to decline it.
Well, I mean, what were you thinking if this is taken?
Well, then a3.
Okay, so the knight goes back.
I think knight a6, and then knight takes d5.
And
I thought bishop takes d5 is a reasonable shot at being equal, but you know, two bishops in a fast time control, you can easily slip up here and there.
So you played rook d8.
I played rook d8. For the moment, I thought I have got things sort of under control.
But now things are starting to happen on the long diagonal.
I didn't really expect this, because my first reaction was, why can't I play ed5? Then I started to see queen d4.
Queen d4, is there something going on here? I mean,
yeah,
I guess he's got to play f6, hasn't he?
I have to.
Yeah, you've got to play f6.
I can play bishop f8.
And knight f6.
Knight f6?
But then I take and d4. So we'll just show that.
Oh, okay.
No, here that's the point. So I go gf6, and he cannot play queen takes f6 because I blocked the diagonal with
right.
d4.
Okay.
So, but then after bishop f8, if I go c takes d5, my first reaction was, what happens if he plays queen takes d5? If I play queen takes d5. But then I realized there's almost an overload happening here. Is it overloading?
It almost feels like...
Well, queen takes d5, I have rook takes d5. So it's true that the overload isn't happening.
It's funny, both queen and bishop lined up like this.
Yeah.
But okay, it's
anyway,
high tactical. You played knight c5.
I played knight c5 because I thought queen d4, I have f6. If bishop g4, I thought I have knight takes b3 and f5, and I'm okay.
Okay, so he took?
He took, and then he went queen g4. And my first reaction was, what did I miss in my calculations? So my line went f5. I can start with queen e7, thinking that after d6 I can play f5 as well. But Arjun told me after queen e7 he was planning bishop d3. So it's good that I went by this move.
Okay, so that was that. Okay, that's another story.
Yeah, he was going to go this.
Okay, so here and he took.
He took. So now I play queen e7, which is cleverish.
We should just mention that there is something happening on g7.
Yeah.
Okay, so here.
And his problem is his queen is running out of squares. He needs to protect d2 because I'm landing on d2. He can go queen f4, but black is definitely not in trouble. So I get this move rook d2. The question is what happens after rook c2? Because then I have to play rook f8.
So what happens? Can he take and take on d2?
So he takes, I take with the king.
And then what's happening
He
there?
takes and I go queen g5, for king.
So that would seem to be
nice
that.
okay,
that's the tic-tac. Right, so this is the basic problem with rook c2. So the queen has run out of squares.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
he played bishop d3.
Yes, and now I went g6. Well, I have to. Queen e5. And luckily I have this very nice tactic. Rook takes b2. Queen b2. Initially, I'd seen this but thought this didn't work. And then I realized it has to work. So I spent a couple of minutes before making this move. So I was at 5, and then I really worked out the whole line before I entered it. Queen g5, g3, and the only detail that I had not seen initially was queen g4.
So we should say these bishops are just sensational, and of course the bishop on c5 plays a crucial role
in keeping the f-pawn stuck.
And how far deep did you see? Because Queen G4, because here you played very quickly. We saw
Yeah,
Queen F6.
because I knew that it's essentially winning. Queen E2, Bishop F3 is winning, with or without Queen F6 thrown in.
Yeah.
So you'd work this out before basically Bishop D3, G6.
Yes.
Round about there.
Round about there. By that time, I had worked it out, and
but actually, he was lower on time than you.
yes, I was spotting him like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
I think. But then I used up 3 when this chaos happened. I mean, I went Queen E7, then I froze because I saw Queen F5 and Bishop D3, and suddenly I didn't see the point.
Yeah.
Then I took like 2 minutes to, which was sensible, just to calm down, figure it out. And once I saw Queen G4, then I was happy.
So yeah,
and Queen G4 is just a nice finish, and Rook F8.
Yeah, so let's just show out the closing moves because this bit is very, very nice. But yeah, here we saw on the camera that you were playing very quickly, had calculated it all.
Yeah.
And there we see
E8,
E8,
Queen, and Rook F8.
Rook F8, and then the resignation.
Yeah,
after
Queen E2, and then just Bishop F3.
Yeah,
and this worked with the pawn on E6 and the Rook on D8 as well,
Yeah.
so essentially the same thing.
So Queen H3 happening and Mate on G2. Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. And I can tell you, we were concentrating on this game, and the audience here gave you a very nice round of applause when you won that one. So it was.
I mean,
really,
I feel
really
like
nice.
I feel like a one-trick pony because my game with Aronian was essentially these 2 bishops as well. One of my best games with Levon and Vik.
Oh, that game,
that
the
game.
Slav.
And so the same 2 bishops.
Well,
I feel like a one-trick pony, but I'll take it.
I don't think you're a one-trick pony.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, Vishy, for joining us here in the studio. The games are about to begin, so let's head there. But absolutely fantastic having you here and just seeing that absolutely amazing win. So good luck in your future games, and also good luck to your team Freedom. Do you think they can have a good chance against Germany and friends?
We just take it round by round and see because it's a competition. Well, we have a good team, but there are others. So
yeah.
Okay.
Just have to play for your points.
Exactly. You just have to play it round by round. That's the most important thing. And here you can see we are in the middle of some action. So let's dive in and have a look. And there we are seeing on our screens Kaz Chess. They are facing off against Night Dance. Night Dance is a nice team that comprising of Jordan van Forest, Jules Moussard, Daniel Dada, and we also see Malcolm's mate there in blue. They have a tough match up against Team Hungary. So maybe let's go to the big game between Team MGD1, WR Chess Team. And WR Chess Team, I keep calling them heavyweights because they have, get this, Ali Reza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Wesley So, Hou Yifan, and Vadim Rosenstein. Team MGD1, they kind of feel like the underdogs, but I mean, look at this, seriously good. Arjun Erigaisi, Pentala Harikrishna, David Anton. I mean, these are top players.
But I think you're right. I think they are the underdogs. Because, I mean, what a lineup. I mean, really, the top 4 boards, Firouzja, Nakamura, Duda, So, I mean, just incredible lineup. And then board 5, Hou Yifan, you know, #1 woman player in the world. And then, I mean, the only weak link is their sponsor. One could say that. Vadim Rosenstein on the amateur board, the recreational player board. But he's been doing okay. But really, they should be, I think they're still favourites. Because, remember, they only need 3.5.
They absolutely only need 3.5 points, and it's all about those 2 game points that you win when you win a match. And so you're seeing the games are in action. There's a beautiful knight there on E5.
Let's see how we got there. So we've got Arjun Erigaisi, who we've just seen lost against Vishy in the previous round, playing against Ali Reza Firouzja. Starts out as a Slav, A4. Now hang on. That's a bit unusual. You play the Slav, don't you, with black?
I do play the
Ever
Slav
seen
as
that
black.
one? A4?
No, and I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled here because A4 is very unusual. I mean, you're giving up the square on B4. I mean, you don't tend to want to do that. So what is the big idea? Let's fast forward a few moves.
I mean, you could say the big idea is to prevent black from taking on c4 and playing b5, but still, I wouldn't want to give away the b4 square like that. But Arjun, as we've just been talking about, he goes his own way. And they've got a really sharp position on the board with this typical knight on e5, with this pawn trio, supported by the pawn trio. This is always known at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. This was known as the Pillsbury attack. Harry Nelson Pillsbury, the great American player who won Hastings in 1895, and he really was one of the, I don't know if he's the first player to use this, but anyway, he made this really popular, and everyone at that time was trying to play in this way. And, well, we've still got Erigaisi using it as well.
Yeah, well, it's still very venomous to this day, even though it was played out in 1895. I mean, who doesn't want a knight sitting there on the e5 stronghold? And the question, though, is how is white going to continue the attack? I mean, do you go knight e2 and then knight g3 and on you go, or do you kind of go full throttle with bishop e1 and then bishop h4? I love pin and win. It's so basic, but it's also pretty effective at times.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I like bouncing off the angles like that, like a game of snooker. My only thought is black putting pressure on the d4 pawn at a very early stage? And once that happens, how is white going to deal with that? Because if white gives up the center in a sense by exchanging on c5, then I think black is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that one, actually.
You do have knight e2 at the end of the day, just kind of holding
True. I mean, so let's have a quick look.
Although you're in trouble with your light squared bishop.
Yeah.
You can see see the evaluation. C4,
bishop f5. Well, yeah, I don't know. That's probably still okay. Yeah, I mean, we've got to exchange bishops first. I think knight e, that might be okay. But this knight can always throw itself in here.
Well, timing is everything in such a position. And yeah, I mean, you have to be precise.
I'm slightly worried about knight e6. I feel that Ali Reza should be okay here, actually. I think black has enough counterplay, because sometimes you can even sort of throw a knight into e4 and sack a pawn. But, okay, still at a very early stage in that game.
Yep.
Let's move on to the next board. So we've got Pentala Hari Krishna against Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay, and it's a tale of two bishops, so e4, e5. So we have Hikaru playing with the white pieces. Hikaru coming off a very nice win against Michael Adams in the first round of the day, managing to grind out the spider himself. And there we're seeing some captures in the middle of the board. And it's quite funny here because this bishop on b3 is completely stunted by its own pawns. But that doesn't seem to bother Hikaru whatsoever. He lifts up the rook.
This is a classic Hikaru position, actually. You know, he loves a kind of slightly static position where he can maneuver and, you know, play out perhaps a very slight advantage. And he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant at these kind of positions. So I think Hari Krishna is going to have a tough one here. You know, white is slightly better. Control of the A file. This bishop looking quite nice. I mean, probably, well, I mean, the computer basically assesses the position as level.
Okay.
But it's not level. There's so much play here.
There's definitely a lot of play here. But I can also see, you know, that you can go bishop to d7 and you can just live your best life along the back ranks.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, would you pick white or black? Come on.
I would pick white. You know, I'm a space monster. I love having space.
Of course, we're going to pick white every time.
Exactly. But I was just saying, you know, what I just want to stress is that the position is still rock solid for black. Black hasn't gone wrong, so to speak. No kind of key weaknesses.
I just think Hikaru has exactly his kind of position.
I agree. He's excellent at just eking out these small advantages. And there we see that Hikaru going into that chess player mode where, you know, you lean back, you zoom out, and then in you go.
He has a nice 2-minute time advantage already. 12 minutes against 10 minutes for Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Okay, and then we're seeing bishop to d7 played. And yeah.
I'm thinking rook e1 here. You know, I'm sure Hikaru would very much like to see... There we go.
Yeah, there you go. He doubles.
Perhaps an exchange on e4 to bring that pawn closer into the center.
And sure enough.
Well, Hikaru, you know, looked very surprised. Gave that old Hikaru surprise. You know, raised his eyebrows at that exchange.
Well, maybe he wasn't expecting his decision time, right? Do you iron out your pawn structure with e takes d4?
I think I would.
Or you try and control the e line, although you don't have any access points. So I would be tempted just to go e takes d4.
Yeah.
D takes e4.
Definitely. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And then shift the queen, ram the f-pawn up the board. It's so easy. But also, after we take here and play queen d3, we might be able to maneuver the bishop around to f2. There we go. Pawn takes. I think Hikaru's going to be very happy with this. He's got the grind. You know, he can just squeeze this one out.
Absolutely. Well, he definitely has a plan of improvement. As you mentioned, queen d3, f4, e5, start pushing. You've got to have some control there, but Hikaru certainly satisfied with his position. Maybe we go down to board 3, where we have David Anton playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Really, really sharp.
Absolutely sharp. But maybe we can rewind just a few moves, because things got very crazy pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, already this is a known position, but this line with f6 is just so wild. I mean, it's such an unorthodox position. It's wow. This is incredible.
You have to get rid of a6.
And white's rook coming to e1. So that's where we're at. Well, at first glance, it looks to me like white is doing really, really well, because black's king is in the middle. I suppose one has to be aware of queen g4 with a Vishy mate on g2. But if white kind of solves that issue, then this pawn on b6 certainly looks an irritant. And white's pieces can come out very quickly. So, queen g4, of course, is impossible at the moment because of bishop f7 check. Oh no, so there's a pawn on d4. I'm going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but you have queen takes c6 check, so definitely impossible.
Queen c6, thank you for rescuing me.
Yeah.
Queen c6. You know, this is crazy. I didn't see a pawn on d4 in the way. Yeah, so queen g4 not possible, and that's actually quite important. So an exchange on c4 and rook b8.
Yeah.
But this looks nice.
It certainly looks nice, but you have to, again, be precise.
Knight c3, let's just get some bits out.
A knight c3, bishop a3 looks also good.
Exactly.
You know? I am tempted to go set up the pin.
I mean, this is fantastic for white. I think David Anton, I would already say, it has...
the hallmarks of a winning advantage, right?
It looks like
Jan-Krzysztof Duda in serious trouble. Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing the black pieces for WR chess team. So looking good for MGD1. And yeah, looking at our screen.
What about, let's go down to Leon Mendonça against Wesley So. And Wesley has white. Well, it's a little bit more comfortable for white. The knight is rather good on e5. However, black, super solid. I do like the rook on c8.
It's going to be all about piece activity. When you have no pawns in the center, it's all about just making sure that your pieces have the most active post. I agree, it does look solid for black, but on the other hand, this queen on e8, that's the problem piece. It doesn't have a good way of activation. So until that problem is solved, I think black is not comfortable.
Yeah. Wesley is... Oh no, Wesley has a time advantage. Wesley has just under 10 minutes. Mendonça, 6:56. So Wesley to play with white. I mean, bishop f4 looks reasonable.
Yeah. Bishop f4 looks good. Also, there we're seeing he captures on d7.
He's taken on d7. Oh, he must have something concrete in mind.
Yeah, maybe knight to d5.
No,
bishop f4.
Interesting that he didn't want to let that bishop out of his sight.
But I kind of like the knight on e5.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, now
it's just another way to play.
Now the bishop on g7 is active.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it doesn't have a threat. You cannot take the knight on c3. But it's active, and now black can start thinking about unraveling by going e5 and stepping up with the queen to e6, and just making those small gains. So still very much in the balance.
Yeah, that one's in the balance. Okay, let's go down to Hoifan against Stavrula Tsolakidu. And okay, we've started out as an Alapin. And now it could go into an advanced French. It has gone into an advanced French.
Yeah, and if we fast forward, knight a3, you do that in order to just cover the d4 square. And now, well, this is one of the most critical lines in the French advance, where you just immediately face this pawn chain head-on with f6. And there you're seeing that bishop comes out, and yeah, bishop to... Everything is, it's very tense right now, because it's all about whether white can challenge black before they've completed their development. And then we can see black is getting very, very active with their pieces. So we are seeing here queen to d2, connecting the rooks.
Yeah, I rather like this, actually.
For black or for white?
Well, for white, because there's pressure on d5.
Mm-hmm.
There's rooks are connected. Perhaps potential to push the b pawn.
Yeah, I kind of like these positions for black, because I always feel that they have a lot of potential with the pieces. Yes, you're potentially going to get that weak pawn on d5, but then the bishop on d7 is out in the game, and the knight on g6 is ready to leap into the f4 square.
Yeah,
and
but
I found it's not that easy to keep control.
I think it depends what black is doing with the pawn on d5, because there's immediate pressure.
I wasn't planning to do anything.
Oh, no, nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to let it stand, because this is what the French players did against me when I was an e4 player. They just let it stand, and they say, if you take me, that's fine. I'm prepared to lose that pawn, but I'm going to come get active with the bishop on d7.
All right, so this is, it's very concrete play.
Yeah, I'm just thinking knight f4 is coming in the air. Black is active.
Immediately, knight f4?
I was thinking of just centralizing a rook to e8. I mean, I don't know whether one should commit to a potential square.
Okay. All right, well, I'll do the same. I'll just put my rook there.
A1. Rook a d1. And...
Well, maybe. I mean, there isn't... Because the rook is opposite the bishop, then there's not much threat here.
Yeah, now maybe knight to f4. Now I'll start coming in. And again, I'm just going to argue, hey, your bishop on e2... It's loose if you take on d5. So, just keeping the game alive by dynamic means.
Okay, but this is serious calculation now, because there's two bishops.
Yes.
Attacked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it might be better to wait with knight f4.
Yeah, you can always...
Maybe
or you can even do...
bishop c8
or what about bishop b6? Since
bishop
the bishop
b6, right.
Yeah, because the bishop was being targeted.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Also to preempt b4, yeah.
Right. And also I was just thinking ahead to c takes d5. You go e takes d5.
Yeah, then it
I'm
makes...
looking at bishop on e2. So
Okay,
I
an interesting
think
one, but it's a very sharp position.
Totally. But I suspect that Hou Fan will continue the game very actively. I don't think she'll be looking at d takes c4. I don't think she'll be going d4, just closing it down. She's just going to be building up her position in preparation for the opening in the center. So, okay.
Is it going to boil down to the recreational players board?
Well, let's have a visit there, because Athavar was this absolute superstar yesterday for the MGD1 team. He won all of these games, and what do we think here?
Yeah, I mean, he's rated 1952, so he's just snuck under the 2000 barrier. And Vadim Rosenstein, 1704, that's his rating.
Yeah. It's an interesting board, the recreational player board, because a lot of teams have taken different approaches. Some of them have gone for the young prodigy, you know, the 9-year-old who is doing phenomenally well and is, you know, working their way up the ratings.
Yeah,
that's a good approach. Another one is, other teams, I remember Pangbo last year went for the unrated, but actually a very highly, very strong player, roughly maybe 2400, but never really played rated chess.
Okay, and Vadim's gone for...
And Vadim is gone for the...
He's the guy with the money. He's sponsored the team.
And he's got the ambition, right? I mean, he's done some serious preparation. I do remember in previous years, you know, he hosted training camps for the WR chess team. So he's very, very serious about it. So they've gone for the ambitious amateur.
Yeah. And we can see Vadim Rosenstein there, playing white. And he's under a little bit of pressure. I mean, the knight looks quite nice on d4, but white is very solid. The pawn chain is really good. Bishop is kind of menacing. I mean, the computer thinks that white is slightly better. I would take black here, actually, just because I like the activity of these pieces. So anyway, listen, it's a very close one.
It is absolutely close. Well, still early days. This gives us a chance to pop down to the second board, where Freedom are fighting against Germany and France. So Rauf Mamedov, well, he's taking the lead. Well, not taking the lead, but he's leading the charge against Germany and France. Vincent Keimer was his opponent. So Rauf Mamedov, very dangerous opponent.
Okay, so we're...
Big theoretician.
Yeah, the position we've got on the board there is Mamedov white against Keimer black. So hopefully we can... I don't know if we've got that one on camera, but we should probably spin back to the ones where we can see. Let's go back to Hari Krishna against Nakamura, as we can see them on the screen there.
Yeah, this game probably that we just saw, probably better for black. But yeah, let's follow the cameras. I like that policy. Let's let the cameras dictate where we go. Ooh, what do we think? Well, Danny, you are predicting the future. You said E4, F4. Did you think G4 would also make an appearance? Let's go the whole hog.
Okay, so these are the last few moves.
Yes.
And
F4.
F4, G4, golly. I mean, I'm surprised he's launched the G-pawn, to be honest. At the moment, well, in fact, there is a threat, because G5 followed by G6, exploiting the pin here. But, here's a funny variation. I thought, oh, block it with the G-pawn. Oh, no. And suddenly the queen is in.
Oh, dear.
So there are some cheap tricks there. However, really? G4? I don't know.
Well, it's the kind of move that is terrifying, let's face it, in rapid competition. I mean, in classical chess, it's less so, because you can start to just figure out where exactly you can put the major pieces. Like, you can see the H4 square is vulnerable to a queen infiltration. But with not so much time on the clock, it's very difficult to handle. So White's plan is going to be...
So that's the threat. So is he... Well, what happens if King H8? The computer isn't very impressed with King H8.
Well, isn't...
But
Okay, so why not king h8? Because
I don't
this.
know. I mean,
Because you can't
maybe it's
go
still
E.
worried about this. Maybe.
Yeah, but then you just take.
Maybe it's
and then
thinking
go
there's
bishop
this.
to e5, and then you're just looking at queen f3.
Queen f3 over here. Queen f3, then g6.
G6. How are you going to defend f7?
Yeah, but
okay.
I think there might be something here. Rook f1.
Rook f1.
Rook f8.
G6 looks pretty. Queen f3. G6.
Queen f3, g6.
Actually,
f7 is sort of hanging. I don't know. This. Do we get rid of this one? An attack on the h12? No, the computer doesn't like that one.
But what's wrong with g6? I
of
want to play
course.
for
Now
mate.
we've got a pin. Yeah. That's the one. Good stuff. Well done.
Yeah, just queen f3,
That's
queen
the one.
h5.
Yeah. Okay,
Game is
so
finished.
this is not so simple.
Wait, he
Okay.
hasn't. He's made a move.
He's played bishop h4.
Bishop h4, right. Okay,
Okay.
so he had to be careful about this g4, g5 plan. So rook e2,
But now the d pawn is vulnerable.
maybe that's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Wow. I'm not sure Harry would go along with that.
I have an idea. I'm
It's
just
a
thinking,
pawn. It's a pawn.
I agree with you, it's a pawn. But I'm just thinking that the target is e4. So I'm just thinking rook to e8, you know,
Ooh,
just
b4, threatening.
b4, bishop 2.
Threatening bishop b5. So
B5.
hang on. Okay, well, let me ask the...
Yeah, the salient question. Take the pawn.
Now, what does he have in mind? Bishop f6, then e5. We're obviously overlooking something here. Why not take this pawn? So if bishop f6, the pawn can push. Then there's rook d8. I think this might be the issue.
And with great space comes great responsibility.
Oh, yes.
And you see...
And the king. Very interesting.
creaking.
So what's he played? He's played bishop c4 just to cut out bishop e5. That was a very interesting variation. So basically, Hikaru realized that e4 would just leave his king too exposed. He could, of course, give up the b pawn, and then it's probably about equal. But instead, he's played very responsibly.
Oh, but
and
it
played
makes a
bishop
lot of
c4.
sense, right? You
Yeah.
go bishop c4, you anchor that piece with b3,
Yes.
and then, you know, you just start doing the slow build attack. You just make
Certainly.
sure
Yeah.
that everything is covered. You still have g5 in the air, and there we see Hare Krishna reaching for queen to b7. I told you, e4 is sensitive.
It's a little bit sensitive, yeah, this is true. I mean, Hikaru's exposed his king. Clock times. Now this is important. Hare Krishna has 2 minutes remaining. Nakamura has just over 5 minutes, and we know how tricky Hikaru is in this kind of situation. I tell you what, Harry has really got to switch on here, otherwise he's going to be in massive trouble.
Yeah, he absolutely has to.
I would bet on a Hikaru win here. I'm telling you.
Hikaru is so good when he's got no time on the clock. He's one of the best Blitz players in the world. He's also one of the best defenders as well. He's able to coordinate his pieces so that they suddenly come alive. And there you see G5 from Hikaru.
G5?
D5, quick answer. D5.
Wow. It's breakout time.
It is breakout time indeed. And now, how to handle that one? The only way that you can stand your ground is to go bishop a6, which I don't believe in. So he's captured on d5.
I mean, I think this bishop has to go, otherwise it's too strong on the long diagonal. I mean, this still seems fine. I mean, the computer thinks it's about equal. And I have to say, just optically, it seems to me that black should be all right here, you know, because Nakamura's king is quite exposed. So for me, the big issue here is the clock. Nakamura has 4 minutes. Hare Krishna has just over 2 minutes. Can Nakamura keep it alive? But he has to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, you absolutely has to be careful because the king has got no protection. So every move now has to carry with a high level of precision, because if you lose control, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at this, for example, exchanging, and this. Oh, wow, he's taken the pawn. He's taken on d4. Now that is brave.
Okay, because the first move that you're looking at is just capturing the bishop, and then the queen dives in.
Okay, should we try?
Yeah.
Let's give it a go.
And there you can see big mistake.
Apparently, the computer thinks this is nice. I wonder if you can just play g6.
G6.
This is the problem. And queen g3 will be met by rook g2. So, not queen f3, apparently. Tempting move, but the computer still thinks that black is okay here.
Yeah. And there we see trade of bishops.
Now,
okay, now Hari Krishna has to be, again, precise.
Well,
Perhaps
maybe just g6 here. Just block. Is this possible?
Well, he's played something else because g6 is in the air.
Oh, rook c8, hitting the queen.
Okay, again.
d3, b3, don't know. On d3, it gets hit by the rook.
Yeah, on d3, you're... well, queen d3 somehow is very natural, right? Because you centralize the queen. For the minute, the bishop on h4 is offside, so it's blocked him by the g5 pawn. But it's
Minute and a
still
half. Minute and
very
a half for Hari
unpredictable.
Krishna. Minute and a half against 3:47 for Nakamura.
And he's reaching for the pawn. It makes sense. Okay, takes.
Queen c7,
Queen
hitting c2.
Yeah. And also, the bishop on h4 might be sidelined, but it's still pointing at some critical squares around the white king. Rook d8 in the air. Queen g3 is something to always worry about. Hikaru has to find a way to coordinate his pieces. I'm just thinking you go g6. Randomize the position.
Well, I mean, this is the advantage that Hari Krishna has in the position, or let's say compensation for the pawn, that his king is more secure than Nakamura's. So g6 would kind of, well, that's, yeah, if Nakamura played g6, then it would make things a little bit more random. I don't know if is that a legal move? Well, it's legal. Is it a decent move? I don't know. g6, rook d8. Where's that queen going? Apparently that one's very nice. Why? Who knows? Queen e4?
Well, you can take on.
Take
you
on
can take an f7.
Queen f7.
Queen f7. What else could you do? Oh, hang on. No. It's basics. No,
Is
no.
it? Is it basics?
Is it basics? Oh, I was going to say queen takes rook, but there's a back rank checkmate, so you're not actually threatening. So now you can just you can take, for instance, on b4, just to kind of show this line, because it's nice.
Oh, okay.
Because after rook takes queen, you have... Okay, it doesn't work, but I just wanted to show this checkmate.
That one's mate. However, I think, is there a check on b6 or something?
Yeah, okay. But I just wanted to point out...
There are back rank issues.
Back rank issues.
Okay, now what's the actual position? No, he hasn't played g6, but Nakamura having a big thing, and clock time's evening up. So Nakamura down to 150 now against Hari Krishna's 139. Honestly, I find this such a difficult position to take in because White's king is so loose, and the bishop is slightly odd on h4. You know, loose pieces drop off. I mean, when that bishop... It's not protected. Queen e4, that's a centralization. Yeah, so that will avoid any hits with rook d8.
Yeah.
Hits the bishop on h4.
Okay. Also, you're ready to meet queen to g3 with rook g2. And everything is beautifully covered. And what about queen takes c2. That's not possible because the bishop is on prise.
Yep.
Although,
No,
yeah, because the queen can drop
queen
back
can
some
drop
beautiful
back.
geometry there.
Yeah. So this is tricky. I mean, what's he going to do? Bishop g3, possibly?
Yeah. Okay, he's coming with the queen. Queen to c5 check, of course.
Has he played queen c5?
It's on a, or has he gone queen c4? Maybe it's queen c4. It's
queen c4.
It's queen c4. It's on a light square, and Hikaru. He's now
Interesting.
pawn up.
Content to play the endgame, even though he's a pawn down. Pantala, Hare Krishna going for a queen exchange. I mean, it's true that White's pawns are a little bit ragged. But it's I mean, that's a safe way for Hikaru to play. Just exchange queens. Ooh, wow. It looks like he's taking the pawn on b4.
Yeah, he's taking the pawn. Wow, such a nice move, right? Very geometrical. And there you see the clock times.
That's brave. Clock times under a minute, 40 odd seconds. Under 40 seconds for Hari. And Naka has just over a minute, I think. Yep.
Yeah, he's got just over a minute. And there we see Hikaru thinking.
Well, is he just going to take on e4 and take on e4 and take on c2?
Well, that's what Hare Krishna's working
sorry,
out.
that's the bishop is on prise.
He drops back the queen again, keeping the fight alive.
Very cool move.
Eyeballing the rook on e2. So Hikaru again has to proceed with care. g6 played, opening up the black king. Things are sharpening up super nicely here.
Let me just go back. Queen g5 is a clever move because it was targeting the pawn on g5, so that's why that's been done.
Mm-hmm. And Hikaru just playing super well, right? Now he's just, look how he drops the bishop back to c3. It is safely anchored. Queen e6 is in the air. Queen takes g6 is in the air. The rook on e2, which he put there deliberately, is ready to spring into action or defend the king, however you choose to look at it, with rook to g2. It's looking like Hikaru is taking full control. And
it's certainly impressive how he's managed to coordinate. However, you know, White's, I'll come back to this again, White's king, Naka's king is very exposed here. And they're both under a minute, 50 seconds for Nakamura. Hare Krishna, 18 seconds. Naka shaking his head. This is very difficult to control. Yes, he has coordination, but Hare Krishna has ensured that he's maintained activity. If queen takes bishop, queen takes rook. Let's just remind ourselves of that one.
And that's why he goes...
Queen e5.
Queen
yeah,
e5.
I'm not surprised he wants to exchange queens because the
well,
king is exposed.
And also, he can bank it in the endgame.
Yeah,
those two queenside pawns are going to be serious runners. They cannot be stopped. So that's why Pantala, he just has to drop back, defend g7. But now, again, he drops his queen back.
Queen e4. So Nakamura just repeating the position, actually, or if black wants to. Yeah, they've repeated the position. It's gone queen e4, queen b5.
Yeah, he was worried about queen f7, but queen f7, there you're seeing queen to b5. And there we see a handshake in the background. It was a... I'm just looking it up. Looks like it might have been a draw between
Naka playing on.
Wesley So.
Naka playing on. He's played king h2.
Mendoza.
He's under 30 seconds. Hare Krishna, 15 seconds. Bishop f6. Offer an exchange. There's an exchange of bishops. I mean, I think Nakamura will be happy to see that. The move was rook f6.
And now you've got queen e8 being threatened. So here goes c4. Okay, queen e8 not entirely possible because of rook to f2 at the end of those trades.
Oh, but queen c5.
Queen c.
Oh, he's played queen b8. He's played queen b8.
Check. That
and
can
now
be
queen e5. Oh no, then rook f2, king g1. Okay, he's just stepped out. The king is safe on g2.
Absolutely.
Covered by the queen. But still, this is really tricky.
Yeah, because the white king is so unsafe. So how
And
to
look at
start
black's king.
advancing? Yeah. And this is the thing, the queen on b8 is a fantastic defender of the black king, covering the 8th rank, but at the same time, just watch that long diagonal from b8 to h2, and there you're seeing the players. We've just got to just focus on the video, because the players are playing on their last seconds. And there you can see 25 seconds for Hari Krishna, and Hikaru under the minute. 20 seconds left.
He's going to. Oh no, he wants to play on. This is daring. He's repeated and played Queen d4. So he just worked out a little sequence, gained 10 seconds each time he makes a move, and puts the pressure back on Hari. Rook f5. He's a cool man, is Hari. He's a very cool player. And that rook could come to g5 to check the king. And that's why Naka's reaching for that h-pawn, but that makes the king even more insecure.
Yeah.
He's played it.
He's played it. Whoa, a
Queen.
check there. You've got to be careful. And now, well, big threat, queen to f1. And Hikaru, how is he going to keep control?
Well,
and protect the b2 pawn.
He could play rook f2, and after the exchange, give up the b2 pawn, and then try and use that past c pawn. I think he's going to do it. He's done it. So Hari Krishna can exchange and take on b2. He's done it. He's going to take on b2. Naka is still better.
He has the advanced c pawn. And now, for Hari Krishna, it's just all about generating those checks. And for Hikaru, he's going to try and work his king over to the queen side and use the c-pawn as some shelter.
It should be a draw, but odds on, I think Naka is going to do this. I mean, this is... The thing is, white can play this one on forever.
Mm-hmm.
King h8, that's a very cool move.
And this is a very important game, because at the minute, Team MGD1 are leading by 1 point after David Anton won his game.
So with queen d5, Nakamura preparing now to advance the c-pawn. And at the moment, there are no sensible checks. So c5 is now a threat.
Yeah, and again, has to find a good square. Okay.
Pins the pawn. Clever. Just making it as difficult as possible. That means Nakamura's got to move the king, but then the king probably won't be on such a secure square.
Mm-hmm.
So clever defense from Hari Krishna.
Some very good defense there for the time being. But Hikaru, the great thing about queen and pawn endings is he can, for instance, just give a check and then just try and win some time that way. So h5.
That's amazing.
He's going to take with the king, Danny.
I mean, normally you wouldn't want to exchange off that pawn, but Nakamura is thinking this might be my best chance to try and set up some kind of mating threats on the king's side in combination with the c-pawn. I mean, that's an extraordinary move.
And it's not easy to handle when you only have 20 seconds left on the clock and it's ticking down. Decision time for Hari Krishna. Does he allow the white king to step up? Does he try to initiate some checks? 8 seconds. Okay, he takes, king takes h5. Hikaru is threatening to come in with the king on g6, f7.
Oh, that's another clever move. Just pinning the c-pawn again so it can't advance. And now he's threatening to check from h3, for example.
Yeah.
So really, really good defense from Hari. I have to say, he's a very cool player. Naka's going in with the king, mate threatened on the back rank. However, there's going to be a check on g3.
That's absolutely forced. And now the king is probably going to run to f7 as well. So
now
in
king
it comes.
f7. There's mate is still threatened with queen h5.
h5.
However, I mean, queen f4 check. But then the king...
Queen c7 check.
That's probably a better move. I mean, but Nakamura is running with the king towards the pawn. So Hari Krishna is still under massive pressure.
throws in another check on the diagonal. King stabs to the center. He's getting ready to block any checks with the queen. Now he steps back.
Although material is even,
it's all to do with the pass pawn, right?
The G pawn for the moment is going nowhere,
Absolutely.
So it's kind of irrelevant. But it does shield the king at least.
Yeah, and now's the chance.
If there were no G pawn, queen e5 check would exchange queens. So it actually does play an important role.
And
there's going to be a lot of checks now, more checks.
But it's always a question of making the most accurate check, because he had a choice. He could have checked on h4. And now the G pawn comes rolling.
Is rolling. And if queen d4, then actually I think that would just be a draw. Oh, interesting. There was a bit more to it than that, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, giving a check to the king. Where is it going to hide? And now that we have a potential pawn race in the air, if the queens get traded off.
If queen d4, I think king g7 actually is the move.
Exactly.
Rather than exchange.
Yeah. It's looking like it's heading to a draw. And just keeping an eye on the other results. Still trailing by 1 point. And it's a complicated bishop ending between Arjun Erigaisi and Alireza Firouzja.
Oh, okay, we might turn to that, but we need to finish that one off. I mean, Nakamura is still trying. I have brilliant defense from Hare Krishna. I thought he was going down, but he has pulled this one back.
Yep, and he comes in with the queen.
He just wants to advance the G pawn now. I thought it was going nowhere, but Hare Krishna has managed to turn this one.
He has turned it around. It's not very easy, right? When you've been like putting pressure, then suddenly.
Oh wow! If that pawn lands, it's mate.
That's true. But we're going to see a good old-fashioned race. And the thing is, though, Hare Krishna is 2 squares away from queening.
Do you know what? It's going to go G2.
C7. Queen takes C7.
Yeah. I think that there will be
he throws in a check.
Yeah, a check first, and then G2, so that the G pawn is protected.
And there we see the king hiding.
G2, C7.
And there we see Hikaru offer Hare Krishna a draw. And wow, what a big fight. Well, Pentala Hare Krishna on the back foot for a lot of that game, but in the end it was a draw. And there we see in the background what exactly happened in the game between Vadim Rosenstein. But here we see Malcolm's mate, Luke McShane, against Adam Kozak.
Okay, Okay, so this is the game between Luke McShane playing white and Adam Kozak from Hungary. Now, what's going on in this match? I think Malcolm's mates have done very well. It looks like they've won the match already, actually, but how's Luke doing? Well, Luke has the advantage. No, he doesn't. My goodness, I've just counted the pawns. Luke's a pawn down. I was persuaded that white might be better because of the activity of the pawn with the king. I mean, I don't think he's going to lose. He could even win this, actually. But I'd say odds on a draw. Should be.
Okay. And there's still some games ongoing in the Freedom against Germany and France. Vincent Keimer defeating Ralph Mamedov. This game is still...
We'll stick with this one for the time being. They have very little time on the clock. Around about 20 seconds each, and this is not easy.
Not easy.
For either side, actually.
No, exactly, with white having that passed pawn on c5. Again, now the knight maneuvers, controls g5.
Knight
Throne and check.
b6. Oh, is this going to end up as a draw? Knight d5.
It's the kind of position where there's so much tension you expect that both sides just can't handle. And they after king c4, knight
c4,
d6,
knight
and then we
b6,
see a
and so
repetition.
on.
And there, well, Luke is going forward.
No, it looks like a repetition.
Mm-hmm.
I think. King b4, knight d5. But I think Malcolm's mates have already won this game, regardless of the result, actually. Yeah, and a draw by repetition.
And a draw by repetition, yeah, that was a fair result. Very complicated endgame there. And a smile from Luke McShane. So, Malcolm's mates, they won against Team Hungary?
Yep, so... Okay, we can see Anna Muzichuk there. Let me find her board.
And okay, so Anna Muzichuk, she is playing for Freedom. So she is playing against Dinara Wagner, and also we can see that it is Liam Lie who has the advantage. And this is the game that we have on the screen. It's between Anna Muzichuk and Dinara Wagner. Now isn't this a draw?
Should be a draw, yeah.
I mean, it's one of those unfortunate things, right, that a rook pawn requires that the defending king be quite a way away. And
so, okay, one.
Okay, and a huge game still in progress. There you can see on our screens. Danny, maybe we can head to that game. On the top match, it's all come down to the recreational board, where we have Athava against Vadim Rosenstein. And
is that really the position?
That is the position that they have.
No.
Like, what is happening here?
Because, I mean, basically we've had hardly any moves over the past 5 or 10 minutes, so I don't understand what's going on.
Perhaps there was some drama or something.
There must have been. Yeah, I mean,
the arbiter was called. I mean, we're just speculating right now. We don't know.
There's no clock. There's no clock there.
There's no clock. Yeah, that's your right.
So something's happened.
Okay, let's head over. This one's a bit mysterious, so let's head over to the Anna Muzichuk game. And there we also see that the game between Liam Lie and Frederick Svana also finished. That looked like it was going to be a win for Liam Lie. And there you see Freedom with a much needed victory there.
I've just been told that there was some kind of complaint in that game. And apparently they're going to play it again. Does that have a bearing on the results of the match?
It has a big bearing on the results. Because
so
Team MGD1 are leading by 1 point.
So
with
I don't know
one game to play, which is between Athava and Vadim Rosenstein.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what the dispute was about, but we're waiting for that. Okay, so we're looking at the game between Anna Muzichuk, playing white, against Dinara Wagner. And, yeah, if the king comes over here to one of these squares, then it's pretty dead. But it is Anna to play, but she can't really prevent that.
Mm-hmm.
King G6.
Dinara calling over the arbiter, and she's making a claim for the draw.
Yeah, so rook f6 should be okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
And if we tally up the results in that particular matchup between Freedom and Germany and France, we see Vincent Keimer won against Rauf Mamedov. It was a draw on board 2. Liam Lie struck back for Freedom, so then it's evens. And it was a draw between Dimitri Kollars and Alexis Sorana. So far everything is equal, and then it was a win for Germany and friends on the recreational board. So far they're leading by 2 points to 1. So this game, because Anna is the only one trying to win, has no impact on the team match. So we're expecting this to be a win for Germany and friends. Oh, hang on a second. Anna Mizichik is playing for freedom. So this is very important because if Anna wins, the match is tied. If Dinara holds, then Germany and France win. So actually it's very, very important.
I think she's, I mean, it's a drawn,
but unfortunately it's a drawn position.
And we're looking at, we've switched back, yeah.
And there you see Dinara. The arbiters are just checking over her claim and they have the handshake. And Germany and France, they defeat freedom. And there we see the players set up the pieces.
Interesting to go back to the game between Arthava and Rosenstein. So I wonder what's going on there. So there seems to be some kind of dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to the arbiter.
So, Danny, if you have some clarification, so will they replay the whole game again, or will they replay from this particular point in time?
I think we're about to find out. I don't know.
Well, that is a big question. Okay, but there seems to be some heated words, heated exchange there. I mean, very important game between Team MGD1 and WR Chess Team. So Vadim Rosenstein needs to win in order to level the match. And there we can see, chess can be very difficult at times, you know. It can be an emotional game, as we see.
Arthava doing the right thing, which is just sitting back and not saying anything, not getting involved.
Yeah. And, well, the arbiters, a lot of explanation. Yeah, we'll give you an update as to what exactly the complaint was about, but for the time being...
Are there any more games going on? I mean, maybe we should... I don't know if it's possible to take a short break, and then hopefully by the end of the break, you know, we can actually find out what's... Oh, they are now playing on.
They're now playing on from this position, so we have prime tickets to a very important game. So...
I'm not sure we've actually got the correct position on the board, or have we? No. I think a rook has been exchanged, so it's quite possible that...
Okay, well, in that case, we will just take away the live board and wait for the moves to catch up, and I think they've just appeared, or not?
No, unfortunately not. We haven't got the position on the graphics board isn't correct, so hopefully that will correct in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the result of this board is important.
Yes, and what a moment for Vadim, right? He's playing alongside Ali Reza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Jan-Christoph Duda, Howie Fan, like these incredible players, and it all rests on him winning this game with the white pieces in order for that team to tie the match against MGD1. And this is the moment where you can really see how chess is a sport. Like how the nerves are, that you can feel the tension, the excitement. And there we see Arthava. He's been one of the superstars for MGD1, having won all of his games yesterday, and here the moves are appearing.
Okay, so we've got the correct position now. Well, we haven't quite got the correct position because it seems to me that black is a rook up. However, I think if we get rid of that rook on e8, then that is the actual position on the board. So we've still got a little bit of a glitch. But, well, Vadim is trying to squeeze things, putting some pressure on b7.
Mm-hmm. Well, Vadim is exchanged down, right?
Oh, he's basically
exchanged down. Yeah, the rook coming into
okay, that's what it is.
7.
So this is the correct position.
This
I
is
apologize.
the correct position.
Yeah.
But... okay, for the time being, rook a7, a very nice move, you know.
I wonder how...
stopping rook a8.
Okay, so what was the issue? Basically, I think the issue was this. So it went rook a1, and this was taken. So I wonder whether it was a dispute that somehow, you know, did he play rook a1 and then tried to correct it or something, and his opponent appealed? I mean, who knows? Anyway, so that's how he lost the exchange. Okay, now that our graphics board has caught up, then we can sort of understand. So yeah, exchange down, then obviously black is better. However, there's still some way to go.
Definitely a lot of play still left in the position. I mean, this bishop on h1, don't underestimate it. It looks like it's doing absolutely nothing, but it's a sleeping assassin pointing down at b7. I really like this last move played by Vadim, rook a7, just tying down the rook on b8. And I always have a motto, it's not what your pieces are, it's what they do.
Do.
Exactly.
Nice. So Arthava, let me see, clock times, he's down to under 3:30.
Vadim has just over 5 minutes,
Yeah,
5
so
minutes and
2-minute
28.
time advantage. Bishop e6.
Bishop b6, okay. So what is the plan? Just taking control over the d5 square. This is nice. Maybe setting up ideas such as c6, trying to break out with d5 at the right time.
Maybe
I mean,
he just
black
feels
doesn't have to do that much.
Doesn't have to rush it, does he?
No.
So I think that's probably the best way.
And the onus is on Vadim. Okay, he reaches out for b6. I'm not sure about that move because it encourages c6. And c6 was a move that black wanted to do.
Well, I wonder if after c6, is his plan to play knight e4?
It could be, and then
something to do with
yeah, you can set up
weakening
tactical
this.
tricks, right? So I'm thinking, you know, queen to or rook to d8.
Rook d8, and now does he want to play c5 or something?
Yeah, that
I
makes
mean,
a lot
I'm
of
just,
sense.
I don't know. I'm trying to create something, trying
And
to
that's
invent
exactly
something.
what you have to do. You have to kind of go and put your blagger's hat on and take as many squares as possible.
The bluffers and the blaggers. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose he's going to play c6. I don't.
I mean, c6 makes a lot of sense. You don't, I mean, you don't have to. You can just let the situation sit as it is and just simply
But
start
then-
anticipating your ideas.
I mean, the problem is with this exchange, then white has control over these squares. So I doubt whether he's going to allow.
He could also go for c5 as well. The more I look at it, c5
Yeah?
could be a
Do you
little
like
bit...
c5?
Yeah, and lock it down. But I'm not sure because it does allow knight b5 and...
Don't know. Not convinced. I think c6. I think we should just
Control the knight
play it by the
circuit.
book. c6 has got to be the move.
Yeah, just allow c5 to happen. And there we're seeing that black is using a lot of time. And just again to update you on the match situation. Vadim Rosenstein is in a must-win situation. If he wants to just ensure that his team, WR Chess, get a draw. So that's why you're seeing Ali Reza Firouzja. He is sitting there, standing there, supporting his teammate Vadim. And we've all been in that situation where you are simply willing your teammate to just play those right moves. I mean, the tension is unbearable.
I've always loved playing team chess, actually, I have to say. You know, I like the camaraderie, which is kind of unusual in chess. You know, we're individuals. We all want glory for ourselves. But, you know, when you're playing for a team, it's just a great feeling, actually.
Yeah. And there we see that we have a few moves. Knight to e4. And it's your idea. I like it as well. You got to try and mix it up. So
I didn't say it was any good, but at least he's trying something.
It doesn't have to be good.
Yeah.
It just has to be chaotic, and it is costing Arthava time on the clock. And there you see bishop to f8. He's trying to simplify, trying to just initiate the trades in order to make black's defensive task easier. And black is on the defensive for a while. You know, white might be an exchange down, but white is the one with the active pieces.
I guess so. I mean, the thing about this exchange is that it'll leave the B pawn loose. So I think it's actually quite a good decision from Athava.
Yeah.
You know, for example, after this, you know, now there's a threat to take here. So it keeps white on his toes, basically.
And also, for white, I mean, black is also threatening the big pushback. F5 is coming. As he takes on F8, and now comes in with the queen. Now, I'm expecting that you simply just kind of curl up into a small ball with F6.
F6.
Don't be tempted to go queen to... Well, you can go queen to D4. That's another move.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop D5, actually.
Yeah, bishop D5 actually is better than F6.
Super solid, because you never know. Yeah, that move that you're counselling against, F5, well, one day it might be good to throw that one in there. And then, yeah, well, maybe with black we don't need to rush. You know, I want to play king G7.
Right.
Bring the rook out.
I love it.
Just creep forward, basically.
I completely agree. And I just wanted to show that after F6, it would have been a mistake, because you can go queen takes D6.
Oh, there you are.
How do you like them apples? But okay, we do have bishop D5.
Let's go back. Has he played bishop D5?
He has played bishop D5.
Super solid.
Absolutely.
I know my man. I know my man.
And now again, for Vadim, he has to find some inroads into the position. He's just all about being tricky.
Do you know what? I like his
move.
whole demeanor. You know, there was obviously some kind of dispute, but he didn't get involved at all, Athava, earlier.
Yeah, knight to D6, and then after trade, I mean, what worries me is queen E7.
Queen E7, queen D7.
I like the pin.
You like
Setting
the pin?
up the pin.
Pin and win. Queen E7 looks very
Rook
sensible.
D8 is in the air.
Yeah. Offer an exchange. I suppose with queen E7, I'm gonna back out quickly.
With queen E7, yeah. And this is still far from easy, right? You can't necessarily go queen takes queen.
But maybe black doesn't need to rush it. I mean, as you say, this is a bit funny here.
Yeah.
But queen E6 instead?
I agree.
You know? I think black is just the exchange
You've
up.
got rook takes B7. I just wanted to point out that.
Oh, nice, nice. Okay, my super calm would have been not very good there.
Okay, but still, there's a lot of potential pitfalls for black to fall into.
Rook here, probably. Yeah, still think black's absolutely fine. So.
And well, we see the clock ticking down.
Ooh, he's under 30 seconds now.
He is.
He's played queen D7.
And this game is so critical for the match. Vadim Rosenstein needs to win. I keep saying this, but that is exactly the weight on Vadim Rosenstein's shoulders. He needs to win.
Queen E5?
Queen E5 looks good.
Yeah.
Knight takes...
As if just forgot.
Knight takes B7 is also okay. Can we not? Because the queen is eyeballing the rook on F8.
Also not bad. I think I might take on E5 actually.
Yeah, because you're threatening knight E4.
Exactly. Spin back. So, Vadim has cooked up some chances.
Okay, well, he has to spot knight takes B7 or queen takes E5. Queen takes E5, very natural, but you do have to... Do you even need to calculate anything? No, you don't.
Yeah, knight B7. Yeah, I mean... The knight is going to spin back to A5, so this is also very, very nice. Okay, so what's Vadim going to do? What's the most unpleasant for black in this position? He's taken on E5.
Okay, and now F6. And you can feel like black is beginning to lose control.
Yep.
Now you can go queen C5 to see if you can punt knight takes B7 one more time.
There we go, yeah. maybe you get two. You bag both of them.
And there you just see that Ali Reza Firouzja, just a constant presence of support there.
Is that a bit scary, having
D8.
some monster player standing behind you.
Yes,
breathing
it
down
is.
your neck.
And now knight e4, knight takes f6 in the air. And Jan Gustafsson, the team captain for WR chess team, watching keenly, king to g7. Not easy position. You know, Vadim really just upping up the threats now. Threat on f6. The knight is coming to c5. The b6 pawn is a monster. He is slowly turning things round in perhaps his favor.
He needs to get that rook on f7 to defend along the 7th rank. Can he do that? I think he can. I mean, if rook f8, knight here, queen e7 should still be solid enough. But yeah, I mean, the knight is beautiful, and you start advancing your center pawns. So where have we got to? Big crowd around the board now.
Yeah.
Has gone queen. He went queen f7. Probably okay.
So I'm expecting knight c5.
Yeah. Then I think we need to route the rook back to the e file. King g2. Okay.
Okay. King g2 I'm not a fan of because the king is exposed.
But does
on
it?
that
I mean, does it
diagonal.
change anything? I'm not sure it changes too much.
No, but it just allows the possibility of, for instance, queen to d5. So now you can't go knight d6 because of queen d5 check.
Sure, but I mean, I think we want to play knight c5 anyway.
Right.
And if queen d5, I think we can start rolling.
That is absolutely true. So knight c5, definitely the move we want to play. But in general, I'm just a little bit critical about king to g2.
Yeah.
Just because it's not entirely safe. Okay, so h4.
I rather like it. I've got 5 pawns in front of the king.
Yeah, I just,
Seriously, I think it's nice.
yeah, I also...
I mean, I would be more concerned about black's king because, you know, there's no... Basically,
Okay.
the 7th rank is
Well,
exposed.
here
But it's
comes
kicking
some
off
fun.
now. Oh, very cleverly.
And now you see knight to
blocked
d6. The knight is not anchored. So now
It's
you
not.
can just either go queen to d7, queen
It
to
should have
d5.
been. It should be on c5.
Queen e7.
Should be.
Queen e7 threatening queen takes e2. Oh.
Oh, has he forgotten about this one? Oh my word. Simple double attack.
Loose pieces, they are vulnerable. And queen
Shoulda-
e7.
Should have gone to c5. It should have gone to c5. And then he's super solid, but knight d6. Queen e7. So Athava has punched back.
Yeah, and this is bad news for Team WR Chess. Because Vadim must win situation in order to level the match. Queen e7 will win the e2 pawn, and unfortunately, it's not just that, it's also king safety is a big issue.
And
now-
f3 is dropping afterwards. Oh
Totally,
my word.
and the knight isn't even in a good circuit. Like if the knight were in a great circuit to kind of cause some mischief towards the black king.
He should just play queen a2 check very quickly and then retreat the knight. What is he?
In an alternate universe,
Just
Danny, that
bamboozle
is
the guy. Just
happening.
go, you know, wave your arms around. Go queen a2, just all a bit of bluster. Knock some pieces over, queen a2, check. And, you know, Vadim would go, whoa, what's going on? Knight c4, everything's fine.
Unfortunately, there's live chess.
You don't
and
think so?
people are watching.
It's not coffee house.
Yeah. In coffee house, I think you can even talk to your opponent and you can distract them that way.
He's given a check. Well, I mean, the king can tuck itself away on h7. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, king here, then, oh, this could be interesting. That would, then, let me see, check. Yeah, okay, that one could still be alive, so you've got to be careful. Tricky move, queen c4.
Okay.
Maybe
yeah.
he ducks in the corner. I mean,
bear in mind, he's very happy with the draw, Athava. So
Yeah.
if you go king h8 and say the best move is probably to throw in a check, he's very happy to go king to g8 and repeat the position
Okay.
and secure victory for the team.
How are the clock times? I'm not getting an update. Our clock seems to have frozen. Oh no, okay, we've got some moves. It's gone. Queen e7, check, king here, check, and then rook f6. Whoop, that happened very quickly. So it went knight c4. Ooh, no, I don't think
No,
queen
I don't
e5
think that
was
quite
the move.
happened. I think queen takes e2 was played.
Yeah, queen e2. That's the position. King h3. Now, if he wants to, he can deliver a lot of checks, but he could also take on f3.
Right. And Athava will have the presence of mind, considering how calm he was during the whole complaint business, to understand exactly what he needs to do in order to secure match victory. So he can just throw in a whole load of checks. It doesn't really matter about the position.
Oh yeah, he's styling it out. Queen f3.
Queen f3.
There's no,
okay,
listen,
no,
he's
he
not
wants
that desperate. He's not lunging for the draw. He's just saying, listen, I'm in control here.
Yeah.
You know, this is fine.
Okay.
So we're threatening mate in 1.
Threat, yeah, okay, and that's a big threat. So queen to d7 check doesn't work because of rook f7. Queen h1. And
okay, so lots
king
of checks
h2.
now. Athava down to 17 seconds.
Yep. 12 seconds. 10 seconds.
What's he thinking of? Just give a check,
Just give a
man.
check. Give a check.
F4, wow.
Yeah, well, okay, this is nice as well.
It
cool
is.
stuff there, F4.
Very cool, but listen, the pragmatic move would simply be to
Repeat the position a few times,
position,
and
yeah.
then, you know, twice by that. And then you can just throw an F4 once you've kind of calmed down. Okay, so there we're seeing more moves being played there on the camera.
That's quite a risky move. We've got lots of checks now.
Mm-hmm. And the players there on seconds, and Athava, right, he's such a cool customer. Yeah, and he's such a cool customer there. You see that he's just giving a few checks, building up the time on the clock, just making sure that everything is nicely covered.
He could play f3, by the way.
He could do f3.
He's done f3.
Threatening queen g2 checkmate.
And if queen check, then the kings can step back.
Wow. So, Athava, once again, a hero for MGD1, saving at times quite a difficult position. You know, it was really complicated. He saved it, turned it around, and on his way to winning against Vadim Rosenstein. And that means that Team MGD1, they would have won against WR Chess Team. And good day for Germany and France as they take down Freedom, and for Kaz Chess and Knight Downs, it was an even Steven draw. And Malcolm's mates back in the business after they win 5.5 against Team Hungary. What's happening?
Rosenstein down to just his final few seconds. I think he's got to play queen. What's he done?
And we have handshake. And we see Athava victorious as Team MGD1. They clinch it. They win against WR Chess Team. Wow. Oh, that was a lot of drama. It had everything. It had twists, turns, surprises. We are going to go on a break, and when we return, we're going to break down the action, and we are, of course, going to cover absolutely everything that's going to happen in round 7. See you then.
I'm here in the buzzing players lounge with little Elliot, who's going to tell us about his team.
Hi, my name is Elliot, and I am in the Olesi Initiative team. So far, it's been like a pretty good tournament, a lot of socializing, yeah.
What is it like to be playing such a big tournament with the biggest chess stars in the world?
Yeah, it's actually very, very exciting. This is my second time, but this time there's a lot more chess stars. So it's very exciting that I actually get to play with them. So yeah, it's a good experience.
And who is your favorite that you've met or played against so far?
My favorite that I haven't met all the chess stars yet because they're all sitting at the top boards, and I'm sitting board team 20 or something. So yeah, but so far I've met MVL, I've seen Lu Quan Liam, I've seen Lu Miaoyi, I've seen Faustino Oro, so a lot of people, yeah.
And one day you'll be sitting at those top boards, right? What are your goals in chess?
Yes, that's my dream, yeah.
And tell me about your rapid and your blitz skills. Which one do you think you are better at? And I hope you don't say bullet.
I think I'm better at blitz, sort of, but I like playing all time controls. Blitz and classical are sort of my preferences, yeah.
Final question for you, Elliot. What do you love the most about chess?
I sort of like the strategizing and pretty much the whole game, the complexity of it, but also sometimes when it seems very complex, but it's actually very simple. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Wise words. Thank you very much, Elliot, and I hope you have a great time and a great tournament further.
Thank you.
I'm here with the legendary Hui Fan, who is playing for WR Chess again. You don't play very often, but when you do, it's these kind of team events. Tell me what goes into that decision.
Yeah, I'm very happy that, as you mentioned, again playing for WR chess team. So this is already third time in a row, starting from the first edition. So I believe that probably we're in a team, so it's kind of festival that every year you come back. But in general, it is very good to be as a chess player participating some events time to time. But due to my work and other things, it just cannot be that often compared to a decade ago. But still, somehow it keeps me kind of fresh.
Yeah. I mean, you are still world #1 in the women's, and you've maintained that. Do you miss classical chess, or do you just prefer the faster time controls?
Actually, I am the one who is happy to adjust the different formats of the chess tournaments. I think that's kind of the, let's say, responsibility a chess player should take, right? You cannot choose the format, but just you try to perform your best at different events. But somehow, why I am kind of more more often occurred in these rapid blitz chess events, basically due to the calendar things. For example, right before this event, I just finished my lectures with all the exams, but this is still the last 2 weeks going on. So I'm kind of take this week as participating event, and then when I go back the next day, gonna be our final week's meeting of the whole semester. So it mainly depends on the time, because normally rapid blitz events takes 3-5 days, maximum a week. Okay, there are some exception like Global Chess League and so on, but most likely it will be shorter compared to classical chess. So I believe classical chess, mainly I could only choose between the summer and winter break, or something very important, I think I played the Asian Games and so on. That's also representing the country.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. It's good to see you back on the board no matter what event it is. And you said you've been with WR Chess every year now, and the team has kind of been changing over the few years. Magnus was here last year, you've got Firouzja. What's it like seeing these top players come in and out of the team, and you're this consistency?
Yeah, I think that our guys are changing a little bit, though we still, I think, have few players who are also participating over the 3 years, I think, Duda and maybe some others. Actually, maybe Nebo, but he somehow didn't get the visa on time. In the meantime, I think for women's board, Sasha and me are kind of the same every year. I think it is very good. We have a kind of a super friendly atmosphere. I believe that's very important as a team, as a team, because no matter how strong you are individually, but when you are gathering together, firstly, you enjoy this period, be happy with your teammates, and also you're trying to work together for the same efforts. That's very important. In the meantime, back to your question, yeah, I'm very happy that I could be the team with top players from, I would say, different generations, right? Yeah, like this time we have, like Firouzja and others whom, are super, super strong, but somehow in my chess career, I even didn't get a chance really to play with them, like, OTB event. So it's very, very good just to know each other, to know the younger generation, and to know what their thoughts about chess, and how their chess career looked like nowadays. Yeah, and I also hope that with new members we will do better this year.
Thank you very much. I have one more question. Based on what you said about being able to adapt to different time controls and formats, what advice would you give to people watching for that?
People watching for the event.
Yeah, watching this interview, you're able to adapt. This is not something every player can do. So what is your advice to that?
Well, I think I'm the one who didn't really face such issue, because when I was a professional chess player, I think my performance in different time control were kind of even. Okay, once my Blitz rating are much higher, but in general, I think it was kind of even. And I think some of the players performed in this way, while the others probably have their superior period, like classical chess or maybe only the blitz chess. So the advice is like, I think when you feel like a certain time control you are not so strong with, you need to think about what was the problem. Let's say whether under time pressure you feel like too nervous, your lack of practice, or maybe in classical chess you're losing the concentration, and depends on the specific problem, or let's say specific issue you thought about, and then you try to find out your way to improve it. But in general, we should have the confidence, and should not be like, kind of mindset, which I thought is important. Do not think like, oh, I am not get used to this one, so I want to avoid. No, for those challenges we need to face, we need to improve, and not to like, okay, I want to escape. I think that's the most important thing.
Does that apply to bullet?
Well, I would say that's something different, because for the FIDE official events, in person, we even until now, I think we didn't see a bullet chess championship, right? Right, yeah. So that's something different. I think bullet chess is just for fun, for people who are want to make chess as a kind of very exciting sport.
Yes, I totally agree with that. Thank you so much, Joey Fan, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you, my pleasure.
And we are back. It's game 7, round 7 of the day. Well, it was a very exciting 6th round. We had disputes, we had drama, we had absolutely everything. But, of course, the chess decided it all. And MGD won. They did defeat WR chess team. And that does mean that the standings have been shaken up. So let's have a look at the standings. And there we're going to see the players getting ready. And here it is. Team MGD won. They are in pole position with 11 points. Germany and France, after their victory against Freedom, they're in 2nd place.
Very interesting, a big pile-up on 9 points. Uzbekistan, Hexommind, WR chess team, Malcolm's mates, Generation XYZA, whoever they are. You know, any of those teams could bounce back and get to the top. My tournament favourites were actually Uzbekistan, so they're lurking just behind. So very interesting situation.
Absolutely interesting situation, as you say. And let's have a look at the pairings for round 7. Well, it's tight at the top. Germany and France have white on the odd number boards against Team MGD1, as we saw there defeating WR chess team in the last round. WR chess team, well, will they recover as they face one of the favorites, I would say, Hexommind chess team. Hexommind captained and led by Levon Aronian. And here you can see Vincent Keimer playing on board 1 against Arjun Erigaisi. On board 2, Matthias Blubaum against Hari Krishna. And then David Anton, who was one of the heroes for Team MGD in the previous encounter, well, he's facing off against Rasmus Svaner. But I mean, we have, again, all of these big names. WR chess team still as stacked as ever. Alireza Firouzja, he is on board 1 against old friend Levon Aronian. MVL against Volodya Murzin. Murzin, of course, being the World Rapid Champion of 2024. I mean, again, these are real heavyweights, just slugging it out.
Okay, yeah, got some really interesting pairings. If we look, and then we're moving down to Uzbekistan against Malcolm's mates. So we got Abdusatorov against Garwin Morova-Jones and Sindarov against Vichugov. So, well, as I said, I think Uzbekistan are favourites in that particular match. But generally, you know, I'm thinking that they could be there at the death. And then further down, Kaz Chess against Generation XYZ.
Yeah.
There we go.
And Generation XYZA, well, led by Shakhriyar Mamadjarov.
Ah, okay, so I'm just looking at their team now. I have seen them before,
Yeah.
actually. So they're basically the Azerbaijan and Turkish team. Yeah, so we've got Mamadjarov, Gurel, Dogmus, Salimova, although she's Bulgarian, but of Turkish extraction. So that's the link there. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely a fight. I mean, these are the best players in the world. I love that. The best teams in the world with a fantastic combination. And then you have that added like spanner in the works, the recreational player. And they're Malcolm's mates. We have Murat Ormorov playing against Imom Kuzieva. Forgive me for that pronunciation.
Okay, so I mean, just coming to the top pairing, so the teams in 1st and 2nd, Germany and France, Vincent Keimer against Arjun Erigaisi, that's going to be a great battle. Matthias Blubaum, very, very solid grandmaster, German grandmaster. He's playing Hari Krishna. And Rasmus Svaner from Germany against David Anton. There we see Vince waiting for Arjun to arrive. We've got Alexander Donchenko playing white against... I don't know if he has white, actually.
Donchenko will be playing with the black pieces.
He plays black against...
Because we can see on our screen that Rasmus Svaner, they're playing on board 3, sitting adjacent to Vincent Keimer.
And the women's board is very well matched as well. We have Dinara Wagner against Stavrula Solakidou. So very close on all the boards. We've got Vishy there playing for the Freedom team, and he's playing David Navarre.
Yeah, and
that's we should keep an eye on that one. That could be very interesting because David really likes to go for it.
Yeah, David Navarre is is an incredible player. He plays quickly, and there we see Vishy Anand, former world champion. He started the day with a win with the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Now he plays with the black pieces against David Navarra. And, well, what can we expect? More fireworks on the board. He's sitting parallel, sorry, not parallel, sitting next to Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian, one of the great heroes of the team. Yesterday, fighting off and defeating Alireza Firouzja. They're on board 1 yesterday, last round. But they are facing the might of
Hetman
Katowice. And don't write them off because, you know, this full of young world junior champions, European champions, and also commentator Keti Saslashvili. So fantastic player there. Very sharp.
Are they starting the clocks yet? Not quite yet.
Okay. And yeah. Okay. And there we see Dinara Wagner. She is getting ready, having some final words with her teammates. It's so nice to see the players sharing a joke, just to lighten the mood, because even though there is a kind of jovial mood, this is a World Rapid Team Championship. There's a lot of stake. There's a lot of money on the line. It's a €110,000 first prize for the winner of the Rapid Team.
Yeah, but it is split.
$500,000 prize fund.
It is split 6 ways, though, at least.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a decent wage.
As we wait for the players to get ready, we're going to go straight to Charlie's, who's live from the playing hall.
Round 7. It's been a long day of chess and we have 2 more rounds. As you can see behind me, the top players are still coming in. Funnily enough, even though it's rapid, we've had some latecomers, even 2 to 5 minutes late to their games. Team MGD1 is leading. Of course, they started the day leading. Let's take a look at their boards. We've got Germany and France, who just beat Freedom, waiting for their opponents. We've seen them kind of trickling in. Some of these teams like to stay together. Some of them kind of do their own thing. We've been having lovely interviews where they said that they spend a lot of time. Okay, all the serious players are coming in now. Games are about to start. Cool. The standings keep changing. Will MGD1 beat Germany and France and keep the lead? Who knows? It's also been quite smooth sailing in terms of the arbiters. Let's find out a little bit about it, if it has been smooth the previous rounds. How has it been going in the arbiter side of the tournament?
Yeah, it's very difficult because Rapid and Blitz are more demanding for arbiters because of fast finishing and pairings. So if you have some claims, it must be solved quickly and without mistakes. So we are more able to make mistakes on the Rapid and Blitz, but we do the good job right now. Last round was very difficult, but we managed it all. So
managed and didn't start too late either. Players are here, a round has begun. Success.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and for the job that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you have it. Small delay, no big issues. But let's go back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, the arbiters do such an important job in this event, especially when the seconds are ticking down. They are there. They are just anticipating, watching every single move played like a hawk. You have to be on red alert for any potential wrongdoings. And there we go, and we are off. We can see there board 2 between MGD1 against Germany and France. We're seeing on a camera Pentali Krishna playing with the white pieces against Matthias Blubaum from Germany and France. And this is the match that we need to look at and dive in and start off with, because Vincent Keimer, he's on great shape. He defeated Ralph Memedov, but now he's playing white against Arjun Erigaisi, and he's gone for one system that I've noticed he likes to play. He loves to do these English type setups.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't got a hard opening punch, Vincent. He normally, I would say, gets the ball over the net. He's not looking to, find some way to try and punch your opponent out in the first 20 or 30 moves like Kasparov used to do. He plays systems. So, he's playing the typical English with the kingside fianchetto. And one of his other favorite systems is to play like this, is to play with either b3 here or to play with e3, actually. Just very gentle, starts very gently indeed. But, okay, today we've got a fairly gentle English opening. But it means that the fight is deferred to later on. Vincent really understands chess. He is coached by Peter Lecco, who, again, has a wonderful strategic and positional understanding. And I think, that has really shaped his whole approach to the game. He plays correct chess. He's not looking to find some tricksy opening. He just wants to try to outplay your opponent steadily.
Yep. And he's been quite successful. I use the word quite in the very British way. He's been extremely successful. So we're expecting moves like knight e2, castling, just getting ready to find a home for the dark squared bishop. And there we see Erigaisi plays e6, perhaps preparing d5. And sure enough, on it appears on the board, knight e2 followed by d5 challenge. And there we see castles. So it's really one of these cagey positions where black allows white to take the space in the center, but is just to kind of determined first up just to develop the pieces and then challenge black's control in the center.
I think it's really interesting that Vincent has allowed Erigaisi to play like this. As Vishy mentioned, that somehow whatever the position, Erigaisi somehow manages to complicate things, create some dynamic chances. And instead of, sitting back here, playing d6 or something like this, he's gone for it in the center.
Yeah. So it's still early days.
Very.
Still, I would say that all three results possible. But let's move to the second.
Let's take a tour.
Absolutely, because I want your opinion, Danny, on Pentala Harikrishna against Matthias Blubaum, because I must admit, I am liking what I'm seeing for white. Okay. Now, to all intents and purposes, when you first see this kind of like cluster of pawns in the middle of the board that white has, you're like, hang on a second, how can that be any good? But these pawns are really dangerous, actually. They control a lot of squares. And the question is white's potential kingside attack actually going to amount to anything?
Well, that knight is so securely protected by the knight and the bishop. And in turn, that knight protects g7 and h6, that although it looks quite attractive to have the open g file, actually, in reality, I wonder how significant this is. So, for example, bishop e6 is possible, but okay, I'm going to take the belt and braces approach and say, okay, let's just get rid of that white queen here. If there's an exchange of queens, well, white doesn't have much of an attack there. And as I said, I really like the knight on f5 that can sometimes be very annoying coming into h4. I love the knight on d6. This is, when I play the Queen's Gambit declined, that is the dream square for the knight. On d6, looking at these absolutely key squares in the position, beautifully centralized. And if, after queen e8, white avoids an exchange of queens, well, black's queen is going to sit very happily on these light squares, f7, bishop e6 coming. Queen h3 is on the same line as the bishop, so that doesn't look very good. This has actually been played. Queen e8 and now bishop f3.
f3. Which makes sense, if the trade is going to happen, at least it will be on white's terms.
Yeah,
you control
the bishop comes into these squares.
Yeah.
So it avoids some kind of miserable fate after knight h4. So, all right, that makes some kind of sense. Is the queen threatening to come back. Might be. Okay, so if we exchange and play bishop e6...
Yeah, the question is that suddenly White's attack, which was getting me all excited, now is gone.
It's kind of fizzled, hasn't it?
It completely has fizzled, and the knight on c3 doesn't have a great circuit. It just controls the e4 square. The knight on d3, okay, it has some potential to jump to c5, but that's about it. Whereas the knight on d6, as you mentioned, you know, it's primed to jump into c4, e4. Love the knight on f5. So I would be swapping off, but instead he gives bishop to e6. He says, okay, that queen trade is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, I don't think there's any rush. I think black is actually very secure here because of the knight. There could possibly still be an exchange, but also black might simply play bishop f7 and play the king up. You know, okay, you spoke about the strength of this formation, which can be quite good, but also it is a bit rigid because, you know, white never really wants to push with e4 because that would just leave these two isolated. So, you know, that idea of pushing with f3 and e4, which is very often a strategy for white in these kind of Queen's Gambit Catalan positions, that's not really on here. So I feel that this should be absolutely fine for black.
Absolutely, I agree. It should be fine for black, and that's why you're seeing Hare Krishna just switch modes. He's just adapting to the position in front of him. He wants to head into an endgame knight c5. What he wants to do is he wants to entice b6, and then when the knight is driven back, then the rook can just appear on c1, and there will be a target on c6.
But with the knight on d6, black isn't obliged to push. Not yet.
Not yet,
I mean,
exactly.
we'll wait for the right moment.
Exactly.
Okay, so now
still
clear question. Do we exchange queens or do we play bishop f7? So what about bishop f7? What if I'm going to be really ambitious?
I'm just going to go queen h3 and maybe,
Then it looks a bit better.
Exactly. I feel more comfortable in this position.
Yeah.
With the queens on the board.
Because actually, now the knight has knocked the bishop away, then we can start putting pressure here, and the g-file starts to actually have some significance. So I imagine that Bluebaum is going to exchange, and then
drop the bishop back.
Yes, play bishop f7. Yeah.
And yeah, you're just in time by attacking the bishop. You know, knight d7 is not threatened.
Should we move on? So what about Anton? We've got Rasmus Svana from Germany against David Anton.
Let's head over there and find out what happened. So,
sharp.
Okay, and there we do see on the camera that the queens were in fact traded off in that game. So
we're looking at, I don't think we've actually got them on camera.
But
let's switch to Rasmus Svana against David Anton. Yes, you can see them in the middle board there, Anton on the right. And started out as Queen's Gambit accepted. Do you ever find yourself on either side of this position?
I have played this with the white pieces, not the black, although I am tempted at times. But yeah, then suddenly chaos was unleashed.
This reminds me of one of the Nepo Ding games, or was it Ding? I think it was Ding Nepo, where they had a very, very similar kind of pawn structure, and Nepo ended up with some fantastic attack on the g-file. But
it's brewing, right, with h5.
Yeah, this is very, very tricky. So, I mean, the move I would like to play
is d5. Yeah, I was also
straight in
thinking about that one as well. d5, and then just see what happens next. But then it kind of occurred to me that you don't have to do anything. You can play around that pawn. You don't have to commit to going to e5.
Isn't that a bit of a spanner in the works, though?
It is a little bit, but you know, swings and roundabouts. You can't win everything. So I was just thinking, you know, is it so bad if you go queen c7?
Queen c7, okay.
I know. And now, you know, bishop to, I don't know whether it's better on d6 or e7.
Do you know what? I'm going to take that move back because I'm allowed to, and play that move. Which the machine doesn't like, apparently, but doesn't that look a bit tasty, looking at e6?
Then this was my idea, actually, to castle queenside.
Then, yes, using the pin.
Yeah, because there's no way on earth that the black king should be going kingside.
Okay, then
staying in the middle is a bit trash.
Okay, then you've convinced me. I'm going to go back to bishop e3. I don't know. I mean, it just feels like, to me, black's position is very wobbly. I mean, I really don't mind that this pawn would be taken because it just leaves these very exposed and opens the e file.
Completely agree with you. It's a position with a
has
big
he played
amount.
d5?
He has played d5. It's the most principled move, Danny. I think you have to be direct in this type of position. Because otherwise, you know, if you just go bishop e3 and you don't do anything, then black is able to get in that great development. So here, at least, make it spicy.
That's fun. Okay, let's move back and look at the game between Leon Mendonça playing white against Alexander Donchenko. And that looks to me like some kind of Jabava London or a barrier attack or something like that. How did we get there? Okay, some sort of strange Benoni that was declined. Knight c3, I mean, this is a very odd move order.
Well, these are the kind of positions where I think white is basically playing as if they're black, but with that extra tempo. And now d5 happens, and you know, black is just simply arguing. That knight on c3, you're standing in front of your own pawns. The plan is very clear. If you let me, I will just develop the pieces, pile up on the c line, and then destabilize the knight on c3. That's the plan for black.
Okay.
See, there's two players playing the game of chess, unfortunately.
I like the knight on e5.
I like it too. I think it had to be done. I think if you're just going to make some random developing moves. And then you can see like a6, rook c8. So the plan is, you know, black is dreaming about, you know, just posting up a knight to c4, destabilize that knight on c3. That's like the weak link.
It is.
And you remove the protector of it.
I don't like it when the rook comes here and there's potential pressure on the pawn on c2, so it means it's difficult to move that knight. And if I could cheat, essentially, and shift that knight to g3 and play c3, just to shore up that pawn chain, pawn on d4. Sorry, you seem to be balking at my suggestion of cheating.
I'm laughing. I'm laughing because it's the second time today you suggested cheating.
Cheating is often a good idea when you want to put your pieces on the best squares. He's played a3 because he was clearly worried. I think, actually, the big problem with knight e2 immediately, which I would like to play, and seriously, I would like to play this on c3, knight b4 immediately.
Yeah.
And we got 3 bits attacking c2, and that's too many.
Yeah.
So that's why he's played that's why he's played the pawn to a3 to stop this knight. And we might. Are we going to see knight here? Now b5 quite committal because there's a square available. I don't know if the knight can get there. Probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try this and see if it's possible.
I've got to say one thing about Donchenko. He has a very positional style. He favors those kind of positions. I'm wondering bishop takes c2.
I was wondering about bishop c2 as well.
Bishop c2, queen takes knight.
Exactly. This is the problem. So basically, knight e2 is still not possible, which is unfortunate. You know, this is the move. This is the knight that I would like to regroup to move from c3, because I'm worried about it being stuck here because it's going nowhere.
There on the camera, I just wanted to point out that we can see the recreational board where we see Bohdan Lobkin playing against Athava. And Athava, he might be the recreational player, but he has a beast of a score. 6 out of 6 so far. Won all of his games, yeah.
Fantastic.
Key player here for MGD1.
Well, I mean, we saw this game in the last round against Vadim Rosenstein, which was very up and down. But he seemed to keep his cool in spite of what was going on the board, which was at times pretty random.
Yes.
But through it all,
can we
he
kind of
was very steady.
pop
Yes.
in and just do a status update on the last two remaining games between Dinara Wagner, Germany and France, and Stavroula Solokidu.
Well, that's
And then-
exciting.
Yeah, because also there's very exciting in the game between Alireza Firouzja and Levon Aronian. So can we just kind of just quickly assess this one? Ooh,
Bishop G1.
it's close position.
Okay, I mean, white might be angling to push this one away. There's F3. It's a King's Indian. I prefer white. Full stop. Okay, we move on.
I don't know, it's a mess. That's my verdict. It's messy and you can expect a lot of fireworks later on. Anton here, this one.
And we have Athava, our very calm friend, who has 6 out of 6, with white against Bohdan Lobkin.
Oh, he looks like he's a comfortable pawn up. If my maths is correct.
Athava, let me count. Yep, pawn up. Looks pretty secure. The bishops aren't doing too much at the moment.
Well, there's some danger, right? Like I'm thinking queen F3.
Oh, F6.
F6 can be in the air.
Maybe black has to do this anyway, just to get things going.
Exactly, just get active and see what happens.
However, this must be better for white.
Yeah.
It's a clear pawn. If this bishop comes in the game, that looks pretty good.
Well, that would be incredible if Athava won. I mean, he moves to 7 out of 7. Key player there for Team MGD1. So, whilst things are shaping up very nicely in this match, let's go over to the second board where we have WR Chess playing against the Hexommind chess team. So we're looking at some incredible matchups. Alireza Firouzja against Levon Aronian.
Look at
MBL
this.
Mersin. Yeah, I know. This is why I wanted to go there. I was like, oops. That was my bad.
We need to switch, guys. Thank you. We've got there. So we've got Alireza Firouzja with white against Levon Aronian. What an absolutely wild game we have. So Aronian's queen is on A2. It's not trapped because it can still come out. And on the other side of the board, well, listen, I'm going to go from the top very quickly.
Yeah, we have to, because how does one get to this position? I would guess it's from the French, and yeah, my instincts are correct. Okay.
Okay, that's how he got the queen to A2. So if this is taken, then black actually makes a new queen. That's remarkable. So at this point, Alireza played rook C1. And he has to go for it with F5, trying to break open the king side. And G4, fantastic.
Wow.
An exchange. So that bishop is just about holding everything together. Castle's queenside, bishop H6. I mean, one question is, can Levon actually go all the way with this A pawn? I mean, that's what you would like to do, to create this wonderful passed pawn.
That's really gutsy, right? So how many moves does it take? So A4, A3, that's 2 moves. What happens? Can white try to initiate some kind of... Is that me making...
Don't know. Not sure.
Okay.
We're popping here. I think we need some technical
yeah,
assistance.
We are popping.
So he's actually played knight A4 to just put a little bit of pressure here.
Okay, is it such a big deal? Somehow I feel that queen on A2 is living a charmed life. I just need that knight.
Well, one thing we can do is simply move the bishop. So what
Right.
happens if we play...
But where can I move it to? Bishop. Okay, so we have a move though.
He took... Yeah, by the way, I think there's... I just want to work something out here. Yeah, so at the moment, that's check. That's very important, because otherwise this bishop would be in trouble. And if bishop F8, then bishop E4, check. So just catching up to what's happened, because that bishop is a little bit loose, he's exchanged, and he's gone into d6. Well, that's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, and we just
A
saw,
beautiful octopus knight.
Yeah, and I just saw Hikaru just look over at his teammate's position. I mean, this position is absolutely crazy.
Okay, so
Good night, but that's about it.
there's a threat here. So why don't I play bishop f3? It's nice to cover the king on this diagonal, that's one thing. But also, we might be setting up some kind of
Knight
threat
takes
here,
c4, yeah.
exploiting that pin. But, I mean, the bishop on f3 just looks like a nice square.
Yeah, totally. Okay,
Unless
but-
f6 is possible to open this up.
Well, I'm thinking knight takes c4 anyhow. Although I do feel the white king is on red alert. I mean,
Crazy
maybe-
position.
Oh, it is really, really
I mean,
scary.
what happens after this? I don't know.
Bishop takes the knight.
I was looking at this position. What happens after the queen takes the rook? Okay, it's too mad. We've got to move anyway. He has... Yeah, he's played...
Well, he's played f6.
It's gone bishop f3 and f6. Well, that's kind of remarkable in itself.
Okay, yeah, because this is really uncomfortable because the knight takes c4.
Okay, so we'll try this. Knight
Okay,
c4.
now we looked at pawn takes knight, but I wasn't sure about that one. What about pawn takes e5? Come on, let's get those pins.
No, knight takes.
Yeah, and now...
I assume knight takes. Now, how can we exploit this?
Well, we can go bishop to g4. Evaluation, but still stays staunchly in the middle.
The needle is twitching a little bit, but it's still in the middle.
It's holding, right?
Yeah, I mean, black's king is so exposed.
I know. It's like enough to scare the living daylights out of you. Like you can, like, even moves like queen e2. She's coming.
Oh yeah, and this that could be a little bit nasty.
Yeah, messy.
Who knows what's going on here? Okay, let's go back to the live position. Interesting. He ducked all that after f6. Alireza played queen h4. Okay, so what's happening on pawn takes pawn? By the way, what's the story? I can't quite see. I mean, at the moment, this looks like this pin is really annoying. I can't quite see a good follow-up for white, actually. I mean, I like black's position there. He must have something in mind. The computer seems to think that black is okay. Both sides are okay here, but I'm struggling to work out why. I would take black's position any time here. I'm obviously missing a big move. Because this pin looks somehow really inviting.
It certainly does look really scary, but what about if we just...
This move?
Yeah, so there, I think, well, we have to... Okay, like, I know. Pawn takes pawn.
Simply pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. Uh-oh. My rationale was if you go knight takes e5, you go queen e7.
Oh,
so
that's
that was
very
my
nice.
cheap idea, queen to b7,
Good stuff.
checkmate.
Okay.
But okay, not liked. Not liked for a good reason.
I wonder, is it possible just to take this pawn? Nope. Apparently not.
Yeah.
Or knight c5. And it's coming in here.
And knight c5.
That's more solid.
Right, exactly. You still control the e7 square. You're meeting queen takes h7 with rook. Defense. And yeah, and now the knights are going to snake their way in, and you can see the white king is shaky.
I don't like it because the rooks are split. That always makes me feel very uncomfortable. This knight just stands in the middle. It's not good.
Okay. What about going back to the game position? So you were looking at f takes e5. Let's run through the rules of calculation, because I just noticed another possibility. F takes e5, queen takes h7. Woohoo! Threatening queen b7.
Okay. What do I do about that one? Well, there is the full-scale retreat with something.
Maybe you have to. I mean, how else are you covering?
Knight d8, so it's a miserable move.
Yeah, but okay.
Needs must. Needs must.
Exactly. Ugly chess has its value. And now how to continue. Now you can take the pawn.
Okay. But I'm still going to come back with a knight.
Yeah.
I will love it if the
in.
knight lands here.
Oh, well, this position is razor sharp. I mean, Ali Reza and Levon Aronian are going to have to play extremely precisely in this one, because it's just complications galore. It's that deep, dark forest.
What's happening in the game just beyond there? We can see Hikaru against Lenier Dominguez.
Okay, Lenier is a very, very solid player, so I'm kind of curious. Hikaru is playing with the white pieces. Let's head there, and there where we see... Oops.
Sorry, I've managed to mess things up beautifully.
That's okay.
There we are. That's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So Nakamura with white, Dominguez black, and even material. I can see that the rook looks at the pawn on h5. Nakamura could exchange queens and maybe protect with g4. Is that possible? I mean, Nakamura would be exposing his king again.
Yeah, but it's less worrisome when
Less
you're in
scary.
game.
Yeah, definitely. So that's possible. Any other options? I mean, to protect this pawn, one would have to retreat right back.
And I'm
it
wondering
feels like
about that one.
It feels like white loses the initiative somehow.
I agree, but
Go on.
otherwise, why is Hikaru thinking?
I don't know.
Because otherwise, queen takes queen would have been played. So let's seriously look at this one. I mean, I know it's weird. You don't really want your queen on h2. And then this is, okay, so if you attach that knight on f8, I'm going to play knight h4 with a lot of pleasure.
Okay, so this, looking here.
Yeah, that's my plan.
It's a plan.
And if you take on h5, you're going to be in for a rude awakening as the
would
knight
be.
comes to g6.
So I could play queen e4. I mean, I'm not sure I want to play knight h7, to be honest.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though.
But maybe
white goes backwards, you should go forward. That's the rule of chess. Rook e1. This is what I wanted to point out as well. So there
are some cheap tricks here.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, what about queen f7? Let's attack that one, which might provoke g4.
I don't see how else to defend the pawns with g4. Yeah, no, and then you'll be spending your life regretting, why on earth did you not swap off the queens?
I think he's got to do it.
I think so too.
But what's he done? He's played queen h2.
Oh.
So Naka really wants to try and squeeze this. Maybe, he's looked at Dominguez's clock time.
Okay.
Who Dominguez has under a minute and a half.
Right. And just to kind of mention, now that you're queen to f7, looking relevant, there is knight to e5 as a response. And that's why we're seeing queen d7. He wants to come into g4. And meanwhile, I am just completely gripped. This one looks like, there's not that much drama going on. So there's going to be some strategy
Let's go back to Firouzja against Aronian. This is extraordinary. Yeah, we managed to confuse our cameraman totally. There we go.
There we go, yes.
Or at least our producer. So let's just have a quick recap. So it went queen h4 and takes on e5, takes on h7, knight d8, and queen e7. I mean, it's quite extraordinary that it's like the players are just kind of ignoring each other. Black has gone down here, and white has gone down here.
Yeah.
Queen and knight. I'm just very worried about this. I feel that Levon should be all right here. 5.5 minutes plays 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the deal if black were to go e4? There's something terrible going to be happening to the position. It's a little bit there. You can see the evaluation bar say no.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why are you doing this to the position? Okay,
is it possible to play knight b5? Is this the issue? No, apparently not.
No.
Then probably rook. I was going to say rook f7.
Yeah, rook f7 looks quite good, and you drop the bishop.
So
Knight is needed.
Okay, so if I play this, bishop e2.
And it's as simple as that. Wow.
I mean, I don't know.
The evaluation bar is completely unchanged. And then you think knight takes b2 looks pretty dangerous.
And apparently this
and
is
apparently,
good for white.
Wow, just winning for white.
So
now
then,
it's your
then
idea.
knight b5.
Knight b5 can't stop checkmate. Okay.
Knight here. Wait a second. Check. Here.
No, the bishop is hanging though.
Yeah, but then there's stuff going on at the other end of the board. I was just wondering about this, whether it's possible to force mate. Yeah, this is good enough because we can take the knight with check, for example.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's probably not very relevant.
No, but I think it is relevant actually, because e4, as we've seen, just a big mistake because you can just drop back with the bishop to e2. And e4 looks like one of the most natural moves on the board. But in fact, Levon has to play something else to survive. There you can see.
Sorry,
that
let's
bishop e2.
Let's get to the...
Just rule out the black defense of rook to f7. Swap off rooks, then knight b5. So what do you have to do? I mean, I'm worried about this queen on a2. I kind of want to I want to lift it to queen a4 and get it back to d7 and just go, please, can we trade?
If he gets away with it, this whole adventure, I mean, both sides are playing
a gutsy chess.
Oh,
I mean, it's
grief.
high risk, high reward, right?
Yeah, we should stick with this one for the time being. 2 minutes for Ali Reza. And Levon has just under 3 minutes. Wow. I mean, he looks pretty calm.
Yeah. And by the way, just to update you on one set of results that's happened in the top matchup, Arthava from Team MGD1 has won and now moves on to 7 out of 7. So Team MGD1, they take the lead in that particular match against Germany and friends.
Okay, that could be highly significant when it comes to the death. Okay, so we're not keen on e4. Levon has brought the knight back to b6. Which certainly secures these squares. Maybe he's thinking about bringing the queen back to a4 and then it can dive back to d7. I mean, I do like black's position. I mean, I like black's structure. Knight b5.
Knight b5, okay, big threat. Queen c7, queen a7, so rook f7, only move.
I'm always suspicious when people say only move. I kind of think, really? Okay, so what happens on check? King
you
b7.
Don't like authority, me too. Okay, well, rook f7 played.
Yeah, that's...
Queen, exactly as you're analysing. King steps up.
Yeah. And he's taken on an e5. Apparently, queen e5, the computer frowns.
And so this is a big mistake. Okay, so you do have a pin on the board.
Yeah, but knight d6 is threatened.
I know.
I mean, listen, this looks... I mean, at first glance, queen e5 looks like such a natural move to make. You take a pawn, you threaten knight d6 check. What's he going to do? Is he just, I mean, you can't retreat the knight because that was hanging. Okay, switched across. But now...
Well, get this, okay? The best move, instead of rook to d7, was the absolutely computer-like but magnificent king c6.
King c6.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unbelievable. And if check, you just take the
You
knight.
take the knight.
King is set. We're going to put the king on a4. It wants to join its
wants to join
husband.
its wife.
Its wife. I'm getting very confused with gender here. Yeah, king and queen are getting closer together there. Let's go back. Incredible. So king c6, best move, but wasn't played. Rook d7 played.
Rook d7 is so much more understandable.
Okay, what about playing... I want to free this knight. So what about playing rook f2 to guard the b pawn, and then the knight can come to e3?
Is it bad of me? Because I get very nervous with the queen on a2. You know, someone a little bit more cold-blooded would probably leave her there. But I'm just thinking, if you go knight to f2, rook f2... No, okay, not knight f2, rook f2, then first up, I'd be looking at moves like queen a4.
Oh, knight a3.
Yeah, very nice.
Fascinating.
Because otherwise I think queen a4 was coming, and then the queen is going to snake her way to c6, and then it's going to be all about the g line. At least lock her out of the game for good.
For good.
Yeah.
That was said with menace.
Right.
Okay, but what happens on... I was going to say knight a4, but then knight takes c4.
Yes.
Pin and win. Okay, so what about... Speaking of pinning, exactly, rook f8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're threatening to go full on, double the rooks on the f line.
That's
difficult
true.
to...
Could be nice. I find it really difficult to understand who's in control here. Because, you know, this pin is unpleasant. Is the queen good or bad on a2? This queen looks wonderful on e5. Queen back to e2. Alireza now has 21 seconds left, and Levon has about a minute and 15.
Yeah.
So time
is of the essence.
Is such an important factor in this game.
And also, Alireza, he's just threatening to go knight to e3, put pressure against e5, knight takes c4, always in the air. Then you can introduce ideas of rook to a1, winning the queen. I mean, I know the evaluation bar says that black is better, but in reality, it's not that easy.
Very, very difficult to play for black, yeah.
Probably he needs to go along with your plan, like rook df7. I like that. And there you see him double up. And there, bishop 2, g2. The rooks come off the board.
Okay, so for the moment, that bishop has been pushed away from the long diagonal, which gives black a little bit of breathing space.
Okay. But white is still knight to e3. Bishop goes back to g2. And that's why he goes knight to a4. Yeah.
He wants to try and take on one of these squares.
Yeah, I think it's a good suggestion, you know, because at least the knight on d1 is locking out its rook on c1 out of the game.
Okay, he's stepping out of this diagonal, so that avoids
and there we see
the tricks.
Big move on the board after king to c8. The evaluation bar shoots up. Will Alireza find it? Knight to b5. Yeah, the knight is coming in, and now queen e5, threatening queen c7.
That is a tough one to meet, because rook f7 gets hit by a beautiful knight fork, for example. Whoops. Listen, let me get the arrows off the board and show it. Yeah, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Check, and then you take the rook. So now Levon Aronian down to 10 seconds. Can he find a move? He can't see a decent... King D7.
Wow. King D7. And
Well,
in comes the queen to E5.
This,
Threat of Queen C7.
I think Ali Reza's going to do it. King C6 played, but I mean, worst case, you could... I was going to say you could give a check on D6 and take the rook. There might be something even better.
And it was a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Dominguez. So, Queen E5. The king steps up.
Wow.
Absolutely. Absolute chaos
This
on
is
the board.
a crackling
Okay,
game.
Queen D6. Yeah, you have to work that out. He takes the rook.
He's gone for it. Now, it does mean that the knight is hanging here. But what happens if knight takes pawn? Because that b pawn is close to the queening square. Can he get away with it?
He's going to get away with it because the knight is on prise, though, on D8. We also have Queen C5 ideas in the air. He goes for it. He has to do it. And there we're seeing Queen takes knight.
I think what's going to save Ali Reza is that the queen can always come behind the pawn with a check.
And Devon just bashing out the moves. And comes a knight. No, now the bishop takes knight. And there we see Ali Reza wins for the WR chess team. Wow, what a crazy game that was. But the other games continue.
Really interesting that, you know, these pawn advances did look very impressive at a certain point. The problem is that with every pawn advance, it creates weaknesses behind the pawns because the pawns can't go back. So if white ever breaks through here and the queen did break through, then the king has no cover whatsoever. So got to be very careful when you start pushing pawns because basically it just raises the stakes.
Yep.
It might be good, but if it turns, then white was in.
Okay, well, that means that the Hexommind team, they have to claw back a point somewhere in order to equal the match. We do see that there was a result that Muradian David, the recreational player, did beat Vadim Roshenstein, so the scores are equal. But maybe we can have a look at some of the games that are still outstanding.
Let's have a look at...
Alexandra Kostaniuk against Divya Deshmukh. Yeah, let's head there.
Okay, so we're down to 30 odd seconds each. Golly, what on earth is going on? We've got these knights at the other end of the board. Well, at the moment, Deshmukh with black is a piece up. However, that knight looks like it's trapped. Could be a threat just to take back that knight. And Kostaniuk has 3 pawns for the piece. They're not beautiful pawns. They're doubled, but nevertheless, it's something. Maybe a check on G5?
Well, I'll tell you something, Danny. This game is so important for the Stanleys because Alexandra Kostaniuk is essentially in a must-win situation if she wants to equalize the score. Because Vidit beat Wesley So. Wesley playing for the WR chess team. So it's going to be a draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Volodar Murzin.
The knight has escaped. The knight has escaped. So it can find a home on C3. So Deshmukh seems to be playing her way out of trouble, and that king could actually be in a spot of bother. If knight number 2 comes over, then this combination of pieces is very, very
but
tricky.
I can tell you, it's very tricky with a rook and a bishop because F3 followed by the bishop coming to D3 would have set up a nice mating net, but there we saw F5 indeed played by Alexandra Kostaniuk. I mean, this is still anyone's game because king F4 followed by king to E5 at the right time, and suddenly the F pawn is motoring, but these knights are tricky.
King E5, there's knight G4 at the moment, but we'll bear that in mind, basically. I mean, these knights look pretty good to me.
They do look good, but okay, they can be destabilized. So I was expecting rook c7 attacking the knight, but rook to e7. Again, threatening ideas such as rook to e6, and maybe the pawn can run away. And also remember that if white manages to trade off all of the pieces and black is left with just 2 knights, it is a draw.
Yeah.
And something that Alexandra herself played earlier on.
Yeah. I think a draw is the most likely result, isn't it? Because we're going to get an exchange of rooks, and worst case, even though that black is a piece up, worst case, white can simply sacrifice the bishop for the pawn, and it's going to be a draw.
And also big news in the game between Volodar Mersin against MVL. Volodar Mersin with the white pieces. He is winning against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Oh, should we go there? Let's have a look.
We should go there, yeah. So WR chess team, they might be facing their second loss.
Now, is this a win? It should be a win. The pawn can advance here. Basically, the problem is, without these pawns, it would be a draw. But with these pawns, then white is winning because this is vulnerable. And if the rook comes up, the pawn advances, and the king and the pawn shuffle down, and there's a problem for the black king. So I think basically Mersin with white has it under control. Vachier-Lagrave, I think he's going down there.
Yeah.
Let's just go back. We've got Kostyniuk playing there with white against Deshmukh. And yeah, so bishop takes should be a draw, as 2 knights can't checkmate a lone king. Or, I mean, actually, I think the simplest way to do it might actually just be to hang around with the king on these squares somehow.
One thing though, it is Divya, the only one who is playing for the win. So WR just in big trouble. We're going to move over to the game between Pentala Harikrishna against Matthias Bluebaum. We're going to head there and see what's happening, because Team MGD1, they are trailing by 1 point against Germany and France.
Harikrishna, big advantage. He's the exchange up. His rooks are beautiful, really active. This pawn is going nowhere because it's controlled by this rook. And Harikrishna with a winning position, he's in complete control here. Very unfortunate for the king that it's caught really in the beam of these rooks. There's a nice pin on the knight. And this one, of course, moving the king to the back rank doesn't help at all.
Yeah.
It's somehow very passive. I think Harikrishna can edge his way up the board here. King g3, f3, e4, king up.
Slowly but surely.
Completely winning for white.
And maybe we can quickly do a status update in another remaining game in that match, which is between Leon Mendonça and Alexander Donchenko, also winning there for white. So
really? Hang on.
Oh, okay. I
hang
didn't count
on,
with the runaway.
because the bishop
H
controls
pawn.
the c pawn, and the king and the pawn are running down the board.
Yes.
No, it looks like a draw.
Okay.
We can see both those boards here. Matthias Bluebaum playing black on the left there, and here we've got Alexander Donchenko rather, playing there. Germany and friends, that's his team. Leon Mendonça with white, but this looks like a draw to me. So the king comes forward. It'll support this pawn.
Okay, no, but look. King h5 is the wrong direction. It needed to come forward. And now, rook g7. The black king is too far away.
Rook g7.
Rook g7. And now the king is cut off. And there you can see it was a win for Harikrishna as expected. So everything hinges on this game between Leon and Alexander Donchenko. Rook g7. And now all you need to do is just advance the c-pawn, right?
But then the king comes in.
Yeah, now you start running with your own king.
Okay, is the king in time?
And it looks that way. It's just a question of
The
counting.
eval bar says.
The evaluation bar is helping
But-
me make these confident
Yeah,
assertions.
exactly. So here.
And now you can just get behind. And
With the
again,
king?
the king comes.
Ah, we got one of these situations.
Exactly.
Check. And then here. And king here. And got to get a knight.
Yeah.
And that is king here. Show me your technique.
Well, the players are going to have to show this technique.
Yeah, it is winning.
No, you can
After
just
this,
go rook
because you play here.
G2.
Nope, that one's not good
No,
enough.
I think you just wait, right? You wait in a good
Well,
way.
that was what my hope with that waiting move.
No, but at the night, okay, so well, let's catch up with the players
Yep.
as they make the moves.
Okay, that's
Exactly the position that we have here. So rook comes G2.
yeah, that's the one. We're just switching sides.
Yeah.
And game over.
And I'm thinking that you go rook G5, pick up the F pawn. Because the knight is not going to get itself onto a good circuit. So rook G5, drive the king back to H2.
But yeah, because if pawn here, then it would give the knight square. So maybe that's, if we can do this.
Okay, we're going to see a move.
He did check. Rook G5 played, yeah. So the king has to come back here because its mate is threatened. Now, big question, can you do this? Does the knight escape?
Well, wait once.
I don't think so.
No.
We've got the knight. We've still
Yeah,
got
we've
the
got-
knight. Okay, let's see. Let's see the
let's see
game.
how it
so he's
pans out.
played rook G5. Yeah. And now rook G5. This is the game. Yeah, it's actually winning. And now move the rook.
Yep,
There
and
we go.
there
Game
we
over.
have game over, and whoa, it was all decided at the very end, but Team MGD won. With those two very important victories, they do win. So 3 victories, and once again, Athava. He is the star player, winning all of the games. Leo Mendonça and Hari Krishna Pentala coming through at the last minute to also help secure the win. But it was close.
And so Team MGD won. They seem to have won. WR Chess team against Hexommind.
Loss.
Which-
Let me just confirm that one. I've learnt my mistake. That's one of the great things about chess players. You know, we learn quickly. So sometimes.
Let's see.
Let me. And as is, you know, technology always fails me right when I need it. So okay, so round 7. Okay, here it is. Okay, so yeah, 2-4. So Hexommind win. 4 points, a WR chess team on 2 points. So that means 2 losses in a row. Okay, still one important match going, and it could be decided by this one. So let's head over to the game between Yakubov against Michael Adams, because everything hinges on this one. At the minute, the score is 2.5, and it's a queen and pawn endgame. Let's bring it up. There you can see it.
See it just on the right there. That's Michael Adams, just in the blue T-shirt, leaning over the board. He is 2 pawns down. This is rather unfortunate. You can see Yakubayev has the queen protecting this beautiful pawn on a6. And White's king is safe. That's the beauty about having an extra pawn on this side of the board, that it does protect the king. So that's what Mickey is doing, trying to find some way to hassle the king, but it looks in vain to me. I can't imagine he's going to hold this, but still, Yakubayev needs to find a way to bring the pawn to a7, and he's played queen here. I
That's fine.
imagine he might be looking to perhaps check. Oh, okay, that check was stopped by the queen. Can he play queen e6? He somehow needs to get a bit closer. I'd aim for the b6 square somehow. Yeah, queen e6 played.
Queen e6 played.
And queen b6 and push.
Okay. And where's the hiding place for the white king?
It's hiding beautifully on h4.
Yeah, somehow. No, because I'm thinking by the time you put the queen on b6, which is one move away, for incidentally. So I'm just thinking that the way to kind of get those perpetual checks is you can check on h1, but then the white king just starts running.
And then wants to check on d1. Okay, let's just show that. So basically the move I want to play, queen b6, allows a check.
On h1.
And then a check here, and that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, because now, you're either going to give up the h5 pawn with check or accept a draw. So,
okay, so
it's still not that trivial.
No, so it's got to think what to do here. Maybe it's time, just to, while the queen is in the middle, to just start walking the king over. Well, at the moment, again, that seems to run into this move. But how can we organise this? What's the best square for the queen?
Well, he's put his queen on c6.
Beautiful. Covers the h1 square.
Yes.
And then I think he'll be ready to march the king over.
Right, that's why we had queen a2 being played, because queen b7 is in the air as well, covering the h1 square. But this way, and now we're seeing king h3. And okay, it's not that easy, as the evaluation bar indicates.
How are the clock times? Yakubayev only 23 seconds. Michael Adams 140.
And it's ticking down. Mickey just has to keep on checking and praying that he'll find a tricky pattern. King goes to h7. Queen to b7 is going to be met by queen e6 check.
I'll tell you what, I once had to defend queen and g-pawn against queen against Mickey.
Oh.
It wasn't funny.
No, it's not fun.
So basically, he just went round in circles, and just when I thought I'm going to reach the 50 move rule and make a draw, he pushed the pawn again.
Exactly.
He was always just out of my grasp.
Yeah, these in-game grinders are the worst, right?
The result was inevitable.
And there we see Yakubayev doing exactly the same, just giving a few checks in order to build up some time on the clock. Queen to b6 and c6, and suddenly the evaluation bar sinks right down. So queen e2, that's what appears to me. Queen e2, threatening queen takes h5 check.
It's really not easy to put this away with so little time.
Exactly, that's the whole factor, the time. You can't quite think straight, like how to put the pieces, when should you give up a pawn, how should you put the queen, and Mickey might do this.
You might do, because if you push, you start checking.
Yeah, and you don't escape away those checks. And if you lose the a pawn for whatever reason, it's going to be working hard all over again.
So how is the result of this? Is it equal at the moment?
It's literally 2.5, 2.5. So everything hinges on this game. If Mickey holds on, it's a draw. If Yakubayev wins, then it will be Uzbekistan that walk away with those 2 points. And more checks. Queen f1. Oh my God.
What happened?
Just looks away and he offers a draw.
Offered a draw.
Mickey saves this.
Incredible.
And it's a draw between Malcolm's mates and Uzbekistan. Wow. There you see Mickey being congratulated by William Watson, the team captain.
Absolutely brilliant. He is so gritty, Mickey is class. He's been at the top of English chess for 3 decades. Mm-hmm. And that just shows what incredible experience he has. You
Yeah.
know, that was 101 moves, and he was probably worst for about 85 of them.
But it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He
At
got
the
there
end
in
of
the
day,
end.
He got there in the end, and the teams do share the points, 1 point each. And well, what a day. We saw Team MGD1, they notched another win, and it was also Athava moving to 7 out of 7 on an individual score on the recreational board. Wins from Hari Krishna and also Leon also made sure that they walked away with that 2 points. And it was Hexommind chess team that defeated and inflicted the second loss in a row for the WR chess team. And there you can see the scores. Yeah.
Very interesting. Just thinking about there are individual board prizes. So for the best performance on board 1, there's a prize, best individual performance on board 2, etc. Apart from obviously the team championship. And at the moment, the 2 players in the lead, or with the best score, are Thava, as you've mentioned, on 7 out of 7, and then Islam Aitan with 6.5 out of 7. Now, he is from Kazakhstan. In fact, it was I'm sure it was those 2 players at the start of the day who were also in the lead.
So they were. But there was also Yavukir Sindarov, who was on 5
slumped.
points out of 6.
So basically, other good scores after them. Firouzja on 5.5 out of 7. Sindarov, still 5.5 out of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Dada, 5.5 out of 7. Abdusatorov, there's a few players on 5. But yeah, really interesting. So it looks like, those 2 players, not the superstars. You know, Athava is rated 1952. Aitan is rated 2037. They're the players with the best scores, actually. Very interesting.
Yeah. And also goes to show that you really have to pick your recreational player very wisely. I mean, you could go for the kind of leisurely route and just go for fun and games, but if you're serious, because this is a world team event, you kind of pick the person who's very underrated, incredibly promising, or a 9-year-old junior who is going to terrify the living daylights out of everyone, because the kids are good these days.
I think that what they did was, with Athava, or they had a sort of, some kind of committee, or they had lots of options, and they somehow scared the living daylights out of all of them. Athava was just there going, that's a bit worrying. He's just so calm with all these games.
Yeah.
That's what's pulled him through. He's something else.
Yeah.
There's no reaction at all.
Totally. And talking about calmness, I have to also give a shout out to Alireza Firouzja for his win against Levon Aronian, because that game was as wild as it got. And I'm sure the evaluation bar was like swinging and fluctuating all over the place. But it was so massively complicated, and he held his nerve. He took the opportunities when presented to him, because it was crazy.
So I don't think we know yet what we've got. Let me see. We've only got 20 minutes until the start of the next round, which should be at maybe the schedule has been pushed back a little bit because the last round started a little bit late. But we're not so far off the next round. I mean, I guess the pairings are going to be done fairly soon. I think maybe we should take a short break now. Or even a long break.
Okay.
A long break, says our producer. Yes, we like a long break, because I think it's time for a cup of tea.
And on that note, let's get our drinks ready, just refresh, refuel, because when we come back, it's going to be the final round of the day. Yes, it is round 8. So stay tuned and follow all the action.
I'm here with Stavrula Tolakidou from Team MGD1, who came into today as the leaders, and they're doing really well. Can you tell us about the team spirit?
Yeah, I think the team spirit is really good, and we have fun also, besides the whole stress of the tournament. Everyone is very chill. Of course, we're trying our best and we're serious, but still there is some fun.
And your team seems to be a unit all of the time, I see these other teams kind of scattered doing their own thing, but when I look for your players and your uniform, you're literally always together. Do you enjoy each other's company? Do you feel that this bonding makes you play better?
I really think so, yeah. The atmosphere you have in the team, and if you're bonded, if you're just individual, it loses the point of the team event. So I think it's going very well so far.
And outside of the chess, are you guys hanging out?
Yeah, a bit. We didn't really have time to go like to see London all together or something because everyone arrived on the 10th, so there wasn't much time. But yeah, we hang out after the rounds. And yesterday we were all together in the evening discussing strategy. No, no, I'm kidding.
Are you kidding? Isn't this something teams do together?
Okay. Of course, it was just 4th round yesterday, so there's so many rounds to go, but yeah.
What do you enjoy the most about this tournament and these fast-paced formats?
Well, for this specific tournament, I'm very glad to be part of this team. They're like super strong and also very nice people. And yeah, speed chess is pretty fun. It is a bit stressful for me. I kind of tend to like classical chess more, but yeah, it's pretty exciting, I think.
So how are you feeling for the Blitz then?
We will see. It should be a bit chaotic probably, but I guess that's yeah. So yeah. Looking forward for that too.
Thank you so much, Sabrina, and good luck.
Thanks.
I'm here with Aronian, and today he is going to rate chess players' styles. As a stylish icon himself in chess.
I'm surprised.
So we're going to start with Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to show you 3 pictures, 3 outfits. You're going to rate them out of 10.
Sure.
The person's style.
Okay.
So, 1,
2,
and 3.
Okay. So I like the last one. It's very classy. The first one is very happy, very hippie. I like it too. And the second one, not so much. I think there is no contrast between the shirt and the suit. So, yeah, I would rate the first and the last 10 out of 10, and this one maybe 5.
Oh, wow. Okay, good points as well. Next, we go with Magnus.
This is very safe, classy. So, okay, golf, yeah. Okay. The last one is, of course, 10 out of 10. The other ones are 8. I mean, normal.
8. Okay, still good, still good. But you like the colors and the patterns.
No, but this hat, only the hat is in its own category.
Okay. Next, we have Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I like number 2, I like number 3, and not so much the first one. The first one.
The suit?
Yeah, I think somehow because the pants and the suit, they're different. And I think the shirt doesn't really work with those things. I don't know, somehow. I have this feeling. So the first one, I don't know, maybe 5. The other, this number 2, of course, is a 10 out of 10. It's fantastic. And the last one, I would say 8. I mean, I don't like too many kind of, I like many colors, but I don't like them on different like pants or a jacket, yeah.
And the layering, what do you think about that?
I think it's fine, yeah.
Next, Fabi.
Okay, Fabi with his trusty jacket. I mean, I think he's been wearing it since he was 3. I mean, since I remember him. Okay. This of course is beautiful. Number 2 is great. And number 3. Yeah, actually number 3 suits Fabi very well. I mean, he looks like a serious person.
Like a serious person in this photo?
Yes, very serious. So number 2 and number 3, 10 out of 10. Number 1, maybe 5. I'm tired of the jacket.
Okay, Fabi Aronian is tired of the jacket. And finally, Gukesh.
Okay, this is not bad, yeah. It's very solid, very solid. Yeah, I think Gukesh is very solid. I would say all 3 pictures should be like about 8.
Okay, so Gukesh is the only consistent number of them. Okay, wow. Okay, of course, the other fashion icon, we have to get your opinion on him.
Ali Reza, of course, this jacket is fantastic. Looks great. 10 out of 10 on this one.
I actually really like using his candidates' pictures because of the jacket and the contrast.
Yes, it's fantastic. Oh, this is also 10 out of 10. Yeah. And this, I would say 8 out of 10. I don't know. I mean, the other 2 were so good that this one pales in comparison.
Yeah. Fun fact, he wore this to the closing ceremony of the candidates. Right. And then our last one, I guess I can ask you, based on your outfits, what you think.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about the shirt. I would say it's maybe 7 or 8. Like it. This shirt I love. This is 10 out of 10. Yeah, I love this one. This one is good too, maybe 8.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for
the second one is from South Africa, this shirt.
Oh, that's why you love it so much.
Of course, of course. Yeah.
Okay, well, hope to see you wearing it around again.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Spielman. I'm a rather ancient grandmaster. About 35 years ago, I was in the world's top 10, and I played in the candidates match at one point, the semi-final of the candidates. I'm a Londoner. I've lived in London all my life, except for when I was at university, and I'm delighted to be able to show you some of the highlights of chess life in London. I should say I'm in no way an historian, and that there will be people who, and possibly corpses, who are spinning at the thought of me talking about any chess history, but there we are. They'll have to spin. We're outside the Park Lane Hotel in Piccadilly, which is where the first half of the 1986 World Championship match was held between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. It was the third match of their epic sequence. The first, the Moscow Marathon, took place in 1980 and was abandoned after 48 games. Then the second one was won by Kasparov. And this is the third, which was held half in London in this hotel and half in Leningrad, as it then was. This is 5 Cavendish Square, which in 1851 was the premises for the St George's Chess Club. Apparently, at that time, there were 2 main chess clubs in London, the London Chess Club and the St George's Chess Club, and they were bitter rivals. And after a campaign with a committee headed by the Duke of Marlborough, no less, the Great Tournament of London 1851 was held here. It was held to coincide with the Great Exhibition, which was at Hyde Park, not very far from here, in what was called the Crystal Palace, a great glass dome. That dome eventually got moved to South London, to somewhere called Penge, and there was a fire, I think in 1900-something, which destroyed it. But the area, there's still a football team called Crystal Palace, and they actually won the FA Cup, the famous cup competition this year. Anyway, London 1851 was a knockout tournament in which draws didn't count. It ended in a final between Adolf Anderssen, who was the professor from Breslau, German professor, and Marmaduke Wyville, who was an amateur. He was the Member of Parliament for Richmond in Yorkshire. And he, in fact, has a rather appalling pawn structure named after him, which goes C4, C3, C4, D5, E4 against E5, D6, C7. It happens in Nimzo-Indian sometimes, and apparently, well, this was named after him, possibly by Max Erber and Kramer, I've forgotten his name, in their great book on the middle game, originally in Dutch, later in English. Anyway, Marmaduke Wyville got to the final, but he lost to Anderssen, and I believe Anderssen also, I read, won another tournament in London organised by the rival London Chess Club. Anderssen was the best player of that time, and of course we met him earlier as the winner of the immortal game against Lionel Kieseritsky at Simpsons in the Strand, and of course he also won the Evergreen game. He was, you know, a fantastic attacking player, very, very vicious on the chessboard, but apparently enormously honest, mild-mannered away from the chessboard. So it must have been very cathartic for him to play chess. Anyway, it was the first great international tournament, and the first of many, many great tournaments in London.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The year of social chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
And we are back with the final round of the day, round 8 here at the World Rapid Team Championships. It's a big one. You know, last time we had a lot of drama, right? We saw some incredible results. We saw Mickey Adams just before the break managed to survive what was a completely lost Endgame against Jakubovic. We also saw that WR Chess, they suffered their second loss in a row, and MGD1. That is the team to watch as they surge up the standings.
Yeah, I mean, quite incredible. Now, I was just about to say, hang on, Jovanka, because we haven't even got the pairings for round 8. And suddenly, on my machine, they've actually popped into view, which is very good news. Otherwise, we were going to be struggling for stuff to talk about. But the top pairing of round 8, the last round of today, is Hexommind against Team MGD1. So we've got some great pairings there. Now, board 1 for Hexommind.
It's Levon Aronian.
Well,
except he's been rested.
I'm afraid he's on the bench. He's been benched. And we've got the kids. We've got Volodar Murzin
facing off against Arjun Erigaisi.
Playing Erigaisi. On board 2, Dominguez Hari Krishna. Then Giri David Anton. We've got Vidit against Pranav. Deshmukh against Stavrula Solakidou. And then the players on the recreational board, David Muradian against our favourite Athava. And on this board, David Muradian doesn't seem to be rated, so he's a bit of an unknown quantity. I'm just wondering what kind of score he has so far. Let me just... You talk. You give us a chat. I'll look him up.
Okay, you can look him up, and there we saw the pairings. It's a big matchup between number 1 and number 2 in the standings, because Team MGD1, they are inching forward with 13 points, whereas Hexommind Chess Team, they're in second place after their big win in the last round against WR Chess Team. They are there on 11 points, but take a look at how many teams there are like lingering on the 10 points mark. So you have Uzbekistan, Freedom, Malcolm's Mates. This is the moment where things can turn. So absolutely critical round. And of course, tomorrow, it's going to be the final day of Rapid.
Just coming back on this, the pairings for the top pairing of today, the top match of today, Team MGD1 against Ashdod. Hang on, is that?
This is the.
No,
this is the ranking list.
That's the rank. I beg your pardon. I'm getting confused. We've got that's the ranking list. Sorry, it's Hexommind against Team MGD1, and that. Pairing the bottom board, David Muradian against Athava. And Athava so far has 7 out of 7, but his opponent, David Muradian, only has 3 out of 6 so far.
Okay.
So Athava, if he continues his hot form, then
could find himself clean sweep, 8 points out of 8.
And a very important board. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's also going to be a big moment for Arjun Erigaisi. He's had a topsy-turvy time of late. And we'll see whether he can rise up to the challenge, as he has the black pieces against Volodar Murzin, the World Rapid 2024 champion. And then we have on board 2 Lenia Dominguez playing off against the very solid Pentala Hari Krishna, and then David Anton playing against Anish Giri, and Pranav, the world junior champion, playing against Vidit. I mean, this is really evenly balanced. Divya Deshmukh, one of the best female players in the world, very young, very talented, playing against Stavrula Soladiku. So Stavrula is an unpredictable. She can play extremely well, like really fantastic chess, and also at the same time, she is a little bit erratic in form. And there we see on board 2, well, we're going to be focusing on these 2 games. We have Freedom. Freedom started the day with, I would say, a very nice draw against MGD1. Perhaps unfortunate, unlucky in some places not to actually win that match, but they have the challenge. They have to play off against Kaz Chess. Richard reports, Alexander Grishuk, Yesipenko, And the names just keep on coming. Kalamudu. I mean, also there we are seeing on boards 3 and 4 Malcolm's mates against Germany and friends. And then we also have Global Ramblers against Uzbekistan. Global Ramblers with the iconic duo of Alexei Shirov and Alexander Shabalov. In the 80s, 90s, these two were some of the most aggressive players in the world.
Yeah.
90s maybe.
Unbelievable. I mean, both Latvian. They've come from that Latvian school.
The Mikhail Tal.
The Mikhail Tal school, absolutely. I mean, there is something about the way they play that has that wildness about them. So yeah, two very exciting players. Now, how far off are we from actually starting the round? I'm not sure actually. We're running just slightly late. The round was scheduled for 7 o'clock, but then we had this very long game. Well, we've had a couple of extremely long games, including one disputed game which had to be replayed or restarted anyway. So I don't know what time is now. We're at 12 minutes past 7, so we're running a little bit late.
Well, let's just have the camera on the playing hall so that we can see the players enter the building. And one of the things that I like is just setting the scene, right? Yeah. Just seeing the players getting ready, understanding their pre-game rituals. Some of them arrive early. Some of them adjust their pieces. I mean, we've seen players like world champion Gukesh. He sits down and he meditates, gets himself in the right frame of mind. Are you one of those players who turn up early?
I generally like to turn up early and kind of settle in at the board. And yeah, I watched Artur Yusupov years ago playing a candidates match against Anatoly Karpov at Sadler's Wells. Our friend Jonathan remembers that occasion very well. And Artur would turn up around about 15 minutes before the game and actually sit at the board. So it's an empty stage, an empty theatre at Sadler's Wells. I mean, Sadler's Wells, it's a huge theatre. And he would, I wouldn't say he was meditating, but it would look as though he was trying to solve some very deep problem. He was already working really hard at the board. It was like settling himself in so that he was, ready for combat right from the word go, so that, his moves would come very quickly. I found it really impressive. So I took something from that, actually.
I think it's a good practice, actually, because then you kind of get yourself settled, calm the nerves, and then you can start, I guess, like visualizing how the game is going to develop. You get your novelty in.
Exactly. Yeah. And how about you? What's your routine? What's your pre-game routine?
It's a bit disorganized.
Get my cup of tea. That's another very important thing.
I'm always late to the game. But
really?
We're going to go straight to Charlie's, who is live from the playing hall.
We are live in the playing hall once again, and we have reached the end of day 2. We have played 8 games of exciting rapid chess, and we have our leaders, Team MGD1, who came into the day leading, and they still are. And an interesting point about this, and what we've also seen with the team dynamics, is that Origin Erigaisi is not doing too well on board 1. But the team is doing exceptionally well because of the team members, and a lot of the times it's come down to that final board, the under 2100 board. Of course, last year we had Bopang, if you recall that. This year it is board 6 on Team MGD1, Atarva, who has got full score, and we are all, of course, watching him. That's what I love about these events, right? You've got these super GMs in the team, but all eyes will be on that club player who is surrounded by these top players, but doing the most for their team. And that is one of the best things about this event. Let's see what happens. Will Team MG1 keep their lead? We have 4 more games tomorrow, so again, anything can change, but they've basically played against all the top teams. So players are excited, players are happy, still coming in. As we said, they can be a little bit late, but all around the vibes here have been amazing. And Team MGD1, I must say, is one of those most close-knit teams that we have spoken to. They leave the hall together, they arrive together, and perhaps this is the secret ingredient. Let's stay tuned to the games to not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
How many glasses
Thank
of wine?
you, Charlize. And yeah, well, sorry, it's okay. But one of the kind of interesting conversations that we were having, actually, Charlize touched upon, is that there's so much good team spirit between Team MGD1. You know, they arrive together as a team, they leave together as a team. There's, you know, they arrive early, they get settled in, and there's a very, very close-knit community there. And that's what you need, you know, when you're playing in such an event. You need the kind of support from your fellow teammates.
Yeah, definitely. No, I like that. You know, that's why, you know, I love playing team chess. That was always, I think, one of my favorite teams to play for was Streatham and Brixton. And we won the National Club Championship in 1985. And that, it was, the semi-finals and final were held on a particular weekend. And all of us, we all still remember that weekend as an absolute blast. Team spirit just carried us through the whole thing.
Yes.
It really did. You know, we felt there was a kind of inevitability about it.
Yeah.
We felt we were just...
It's a beautiful
it was inevitable.
thing. Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
great. It really was.
I actually felt that when, I think first when I played for Slough in the Fonciel.
Yeah.
And, you know, we came second to the mighty Midland Monarchs. And there was one year where we just clicked as a team.
Yeah.
And, you know, we felt this big camaraderie, big friendship. And there we see. It is a huge matchup at the top, as we see Arjun Erigaisi. He's had a tough time where he's facing off Volodar Mersin, the World Rapid 2024 champion. And there we also see in the background there on board 3, Anish Giri, who has the white pieces against David Anton.
Now, let's just repeat. Team MGD1 have 13 match points. Hexommind have 11 match points. And then there are some teams on 10. So if Team MGD1 can win this game, win this match, I should say, then they're really pulling away. This could be absolutely huge for the competition.
Absolutely. I mean, if MGD1 win, then it's going to be, they're going to be on 15, and Hexommind, the closest rivals, at 11. And then there's a whole manner of teams, 7 teams on 10 points.
What I mean is
that completely. I mean that you might even...
They would have margin for error on the final day. They could even lose one match and still go on to win. So this is huge.
Yeah, and there we're seeing on another board, it's Kaz Chess playing against Freedom, and there you can see on our cameras, it just disappeared, but 9-year-old. I mean, we also just have to raise our hats off to him. Sabatho Mani. And here we're seeing smiles from the players as they get ready for the game to begin.
So we've got Volodar Murzin on the left there, with it very smart with the tie.
They're playing in black suits. Yeah, Hexommind.
Hexommind, yeah, he's
team in black.
He's wearing a tie. Arjun, a little bit more relaxed, open neck shirt, and we've got Giri, who seems to have messed up his collars there on the left, and he's playing David Anton. You can see him head in hands there. And just across from him, oh, no, we've disappeared.
Well, we have the handshake, and that is it. We are off. Final round of the day, and we are seeing it's an E4, E5. It's an Italian there from Arjun. Arjun still, you know, despite having a tough time, he always chooses the most combative variations. Knight to F6, inviting knight G5 didn't happen, and now the bishop comes out to C5.
Okay, so all very orthodox so far.
Yep, everything is being played very, very quickly. And there we see the moves C3 and castles kingside being played.
Now, I'm wondering, is this bishop, I was going to say, are we going to see a bishop out to G5, but no. Instead, knight D2.
Yeah, knight D2, and there's so many plans here for white. And there we're seeing the bishop retreat to B6, just thinking ahead, just making sure that if white were ever to go D4, or b4, that the bishop wouldn't get hit. And
So I want to play rook e1, but you've got to watch out for knight g4, but it shouldn't be an issue. Could play knight g4, maybe h3.
well, instead we're seeing the bishop retreat to b3, just making sure that the bishop is not going to get caught out there by some knight to a5 at the right time. So bishop b3, there we're seeing knight to e7, getting ready. I love this angle where we're actually getting up close and personal there with the players. And Arjun, knight e7, quickly played, plans to put his knight onto g6 and start maneuvering the pieces towards the king side.
Yep, so knight c4, do we want to grab a bishop? Could do. I would be very tempted to take that bishop.
It is very tempting. It is very tempting to go knight c4 and grab the bishop. And also tempting to do something else, and he does it. I was expecting that move. That's why I was just like, okay, let's make it work. Okay, and a very quick response there from Arjun. Just go knight to g6. He don't care.
I still want to take that bishop. Just take it, take the money, and then slowly build up to playing d4 rather with rook e1. Maybe you have to play h3. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
let's move on to another board. So let's go to Hare Krishna against Dominguez. Okay, he started out as an English. Pressure here, he's gone back to c7. And castles looks normal.
Quickly. e5 is what I'm expecting, and yeah, it appears on the board. Just grabbing the space. I mean, the whole thing from black is that they want to just make sure that the strongholds of e5 and c5 just control any of the breaks. But Hare Krishna, he's basically playing a Sicilian with that extra tempo.
This is a really combative opening for both sides, because it's very ambitious for Dominguez to play the Marozzi bind when you're actually a tempo down. I mean, there are lots of things that white can do here. I mean, one of them is to shift the knight out of the way and even go for bishop takes c6. So, knight here, for example. He's played knight d2, and that's why Dominguez played bishop d7 after knight c4. There was a threat to take here, so f6 guards this. Now, is Hare Krishna going to play f4? Or does he first want to play a4? I mean, I think I would probably go f4, but that's safe. You could play a4. So, yeah, white is basically going to strike out against black's center.
Yeah, you have to do that. Otherwise, you're just going to allow black the happy moves of castle king side, and then just connect the rooks, and everything is happy days with that extra space. And remember that knight on c6 can jump into d4. So, okay, bishop to e3.
Okay,
being played.
That's a bit steadier.
Well, he's got ideas of putting pressure against c5.
Yeah, but I don't know. It feels a bit slow to me. I would want to break. I wonder about b5. And so it might be possible later to protect that pawn with knight e6. Don't know.
Well, there's only one square for that knight to go, and it's backwards. So yeah, b5, very interesting.
Well, I mean,
very ambitious.
Of course, yeah, it's possible just to castle.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on and look at the game. We can see behind on board 4 we have Vidit against Pranav.
Okay. So that's going over to board 4. But maybe okay, there we're going to that one. But I was also wondering whether we kind of keep the numerical order.
Okay.
And go to board 3, because I just want to ask about this particular position.
Wow.
This is it, yes.
Really interesting. So basically this is a close Sicilian reversed, and Anton has simply given up a pawn with this move f4. I mean, this is the classic kind of close Sicilian Grand Prix attack pawn sacrifice. And he would like white to exchange here, and then would look to try to control these squares. And very often one can force that by playing the knight to h5, and then there's possibility to play even queen h4. But to do it so early on is...
It's brave.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, completely ambitious. Okay, so, he has to do it.
But I like it. It puts pressure on Giri.
Exactly. It does actually feel like the coffee house players' repertoire as black, right? And it's dangerous. I mean, there's no ifs and buts about it. Knight to h5 is coming. And, well, David Anton, it will be Anish Giri who's thinking as to what he can do, because knight to h5 is coming. How to untangle from this in a safe manner, because as a chess player we all crave simplicity. And how do you navigate this danger? Do you just go king h1 and pawn takes pawn, bishop e3?
I mean, your move king h1. Let's just have a quick look at that, because there is an idea to play after knight h5. Now, instead of exchanging on e5, to play f5, and after this is taken, to play knight g3. So obviously the knight is attacked. Now, if there's an exchange here, then, well, I'm hoping that that's sort of resolved things in white's favour to some extent.
Well,
and if knight f4, then takes...
Takes and takes on f5.
Yeah.
But Danny...
Did I miss something?
No, because some moves have been played, and I got to jump to this one, because have a look at this, what happened. No king h1. Instead, Anish captured on e5.
Ah.
And then challenged in the center immediately with f4. Now,
okay, let me backtrack. So f4, so takes and f4. Well, okay, that is incredibly ambitious, but also really risky, because this diagonal is open. This g4 square is kind of inviting. This long diagonal, the bishop is raking across the board. Very risky. So, first question, what about bishop takes f4? Is it possible to take?
Well, first thing that I'm looking at is knight h5.
Knight h5, bishop e3.
Yeah, and now...
Knight e5, and then knight g4 maybe?
Yes.
Shall we try this? So it hits d3. I mean, that in itself, I don't know, it feels a bit awkward. The computer isn't that impressed by it. It still thinks that white is very slightly better. But I don't know, it looks scary to me.
It does look very scary. And actually, if we rewind, instead of knight to e5 and go rook takes rook, just follow. Yeah, how are you going to recapture?
Yes, that's a better way to do it. And now...
Oh, did you see that? The evaluation bar completely shot up in black's favour.
Yeah,
so
this looks like a lot of fun. I mean, maybe knight e5 now, or queen h4.
Yeah, I love your knight e5.
We'll do that one.
Yeah.
That one's much better. Okay, so knight h5 is certainly a decent move. Knight g4 as well as an option. I mean, I don't know which is better. Yes, I do.
Knight h5.
Knight h5.
I mean, it makes so much sense in that type of position, because the pattern is there. When black pawn is on f5 and f4, you want to go knight h5. So it's nicely anchored. It's working its magic towards the f4 square. So, wow.
Giri's having a think. He doesn't have to recapture with the bishop.
No, he doesn't.
We could try knight takes, but does leave...
Just leave the d4 square vulnerable. And actually, you can see that there's something seriously wrong with it. I guess.
Knight g4. That's my move.
Knight g4 looks good.
Threatening a check.
And that's also the queen is going to come in.
Yeah.
To h4.
It's a tremendous compensation. I'm staggered that Anish has gone in for this. And I tell you what, he's now repenting at leisure.
Well, that's what they say.
Yeah, I'm
make
afraid.
Those decisions in haste.
Plays in haste, repenting at leisure. Yeah.
Okay, well, we actually did see that bishop takes f4 was the move of choice, and we're expecting knight to h5, just asking questions to the bishop. Okay, well, that's looking like a seriously wild. Oh, what happened there? A draw.
A draw?
Well, we were just rubbing our hands with excitement, just thinking this is going to be a real fist fight, and a draw has been agreed.
Oh, what a pity.
Well, okay, it's understandable why Anish offered the draw, because he was feeling uncomfortable, and David Anton perhaps didn't expect to get such a good position so early on. And it's still very much early days, but yeah, we have a first result. In the top board, it is a draw between Team MGD1 and Hexommind in board 3. Anish, Giri?
I mean, maybe, he just feels, David feels, right, I'm black. It's good for the team to get a draw against Giri. He was one of the players they obviously have to be very careful about. It's just disappointing for us. That's the only thing.
It is a little bit like we're kind of just building up the excitement, and then suddenly, drop. Okay.
It's a great idea, and it's one of those classic English pawn sacrifices that we've seen 1,000 times on the English weekend tournament circuit. And suddenly, it's on the highest stage. You see, we love that, but it was called to a premature conclusion. Okay, so what's going on? Hare Krishna against Dominguez. Let's just go back here. So this was this Marozzi bind position, and Hare Krishna is playing very steadily. I was reaching for the F pawn again. I just can't help myself. But he's playing very, very steadily with rook e1. He's just secured the position of the knight on c4 with a4. But I feel that black is all right here, actually, because the structure hasn't been challenged.
Yeah, no, black is certainly rock solid. I mean, the big issue in these type of positions is the dark square bishop on e7. Is it going to be a bad piece? And also, white does have control over the d5 square, which is a potential outpost. But it's going to be a long maneuvering game.
Well, I mean, I feel that d4 is the critical square, actually.
Also true.
And, I want to play knight e6 to d4, and I don't know, I feel that d5 will take care of itself somehow. I'm not so concerned about that. It's this kind of thing which I would be very concerned about with white.
Yes, and here in the studio we are very lucky to have with us Srinath Narayanan, who is the coach of MGD1. Now, Srinath, your team have had a fantastic run. How are you guys feeling?
It's all a blur so far because things are happening so fast. There's not a lot of time in between the games. But yeah, we've been feeling pretty happy, pretty excited with how things have been going. A lot of exciting games, and we had a few last-minute turnarounds as well. So in general, we are feeling pretty good about how things have been going.
Yes.
But again, it's all going so fast that there's not much time to process.
Yes, certainly things are going very, very quickly. We just saw that there was a draw. David, Anton, I mean, how are you feeling as the coach?
I think it's a good result for us, a draw with black. And Anish is certainly higher rated than David Anton. And also, it's been a very tiring day for David Anton. He's played fantastic, but a long day. So it's nice to finish it off on a good note.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think of his f4 sacrifice?
I didn't have time to see that, actually. I was
Listen, I'm going to put you on the spot. Let's have a look at this position, because I mean I found it absolutely fascinating, because I have often played this kind of sacrifice. So I don't know if we can get a graphics board up for our producers, if they're ready or even listening. I don't know.
Well, whilst we wait for the graphic board to come up, we also are completely impressed by the performance of your recreational player, Athava. Now, how did you guys choose him? Did you know that he was going to be so powerful?
I couldn't have predicted that he was going to be so powerful, but I certainly knew he was pretty good. Athava used to be a very strong chess player, and at some point he decided to go towards education and not pursue chess professionally, around when he was 14 or 15. And a few years just passed by. He got into the Indian Institute of Technology, which is the premier college for engineering in India. And he completed that. He went on to get into the Indian Institute of Management, again the premier institute for management. And these are very difficult competitive exams, you know. So many aspirants trying to get into it, but around a very small percentage managed to get to it, kind of like the Grandmaster title. So I knew that he was certainly capable, a former prodigy, and also has the experience of cracking these competitive exams. He's gone through failures and a lot of good things. And I also saw his games during the lockdown around 2020, 2021, when a lot of people had a lot of time, people who had not played chess for a really long time, getting back into chess. And he was able to beat some pretty good grandmasters. It was Blitz, but okay, this is also a Blitz event.
He doesn't sound very recreational to me. He sounds a bit better than that.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Okay, have we stretched the rules here? Arbiter.
Perhaps it's time to rename the recreational board.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, I'm going to put you on the spot because this is a fascinating start. This game between Anish Giri and David Anton was agreed drawn after 12 moves, but it started in a very interesting way. So it's basically a reversed closed Sicilian. And then David played f4. Yeah. As his coach, you raised an eyebrow there.
It's like a reverse Sicilian Grand Prix. And I think the sacrifice with f5 is pretty common in those positions.
But this is a bit different because it's basically like a close Sicilian because the bishop is the other side. Instead of being on c5 or b4, it's on g7. So it's like a close Sicilian.
Exactly.
Actually.
It's like the reverse close Sicilian structure.
Yeah.
And there is this setup where white plays bishop e3 and black plays e5. Yeah. And
exactly.
I think it's similar to those kind of
So
positions.
it's known, and yet this is a whole tempo down. And this is what happened. And after this, the players agreed to a draw. What's your impression of the position? We'll tell you our analysis in a second.
It looks pretty exciting to me, a very exciting position to play. And I imagine in a different circumstance, probably David Anton would continue. But also the last game of the day was also probably a factor for him.
Yeah.
And the fatigue involved.
Sure.
And he's played all the 8 games so far. He's not had a rest for a single game.
Right, so that's something. We were looking at knight h5. And if the bishop drops back, then it's possible to take here. And
bishop g4 next, yeah?
Maybe bishop g, maybe queen h4, I don't know which. Or knight e5 we were also looking at. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, the pieces are all...
It's a bit of a mess, right? The white king is very exposed.
True, but also far from clear.
Yeah.
Not getting into the exact analysis because I'm not really sure how the quality of my moves would be after such a long day. But I know these players in general, how incredibly strong their resistance is.
Yeah.
And this position is far from clear. Yeah. So
very true.
It's also far from. I wouldn't even call it a chance or something. I think it's mutual.
Yeah.
Mutually, a complex position with mutual chances.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, can we take you through each board to hear your impressions? So, top board, Volodar Murzin against Arjun Erigaisi, the man of the moment, playing so well. Number 4 in the world. Incredible talent.
Absolutely.
So what's your feeling about this position?
Looks a little nicer for white at first sight. White has the pair of bishops, but also it's typical for the setup that black has chosen for this game, where he chose to go bishop to b6 instead of getting the bishop to a7. But yeah, it looks a little more pleasant for white, but also nothing I would put it past Arjun to handle because he knows his way around these kind of Italian positions.
It's quite funny, isn't it, that we've already noted that Arjun just loves these sharp positions, often, very unorthodox sometimes, and likes to sacrifice. And he's played queen c8. That's kind of telegraphing what he wants to do. He's like, hey, I'm going to sacrifice on h3.
Right.
I mean, I guess white could
king h2,
just play king h2.
Yeah, king h2, and maybe the idea of queen c8 is not just to look at h3, but also prepare something like rook d8
Yes.
with a potential d5 in the future.
But you're not worried about that one? You're
No.
not concerned? No, okay, no concerns. Right, we'll move on. Okay, so here we have Hare Krishna against Dominguez. Impressions? Worried about your man?
I'm happy looking at the clock, firstly, which is also, I think, a major factor in this
Okay,
format.
9 minutes against 4:47. Yeah, that's time advantage for Hare Krishna. Yeah, go on.
But aside from that, I think it's, again, a complex middle game with lots of mutual chances. Doesn't look particularly better for either white or black, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is about these kind of positions that if black is able to stabilize when you have this Morozzi bind, then I start to like black's position. So I was a little bit worried that Hare Krishna wasn't going for one of these early pawn breaks with f4, but you're not too worried.
Yeah, I think it's, again, way too early to start being worried because a lot of games get decided in the last few minutes. And also, black's pieces right now, I feel it's going to take some time for black to get his pieces into their ideal positions. Then knight on a6, okay, there's the b4 square right in front of it. But it's going to take, so I guess Hari's next move would be to try and exert pressure somewhere to try and prevent that from happening. Something like knight e4, but knight e4 there's f5. But again, sometimes, yeah, knight e4 there's f5 and f4 coming in.
F4, yeah.
Oof, oof.
But maybe something like knight b5 and...
Knight b5, yeah.
But even then, you see the evaluation bar rise, and again, I'm worried about the f5, f4.
Srinath, I'd be worried here. If I were you, I'd be very worried.
Well, we should put
Okay, let's put it
out
back.
of his misery. Again, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, so we have Vidit playing black,
Against Pranav,
playing white.
World Junior Champion.
Yeah, what's your impression of him as World Junior Champion? I mean, tell us more about him.
He's a very exciting player. I think in terms of chess, he's growing upcoming, but with a lot to improve to go towards his journey towards the elite level. But he does have this tendency to clutch moments, and this has happened several times. Yeah, it happened against Jordan in one of the European Club Cup, and after which Magnus called him Buddy. That's how his nickname arose. And he's also clutched for us several times, especially last year.
You mean in crunch situations, he comes through?
Yeah, he comes through, and he comes through in incredible ways. He's very tricky, a very strong blitz player. He plays a lot online, so someone typical from this generation. And yeah, I do feel he has that X factor to pull things off, which others might not be able to.
Very interesting. Yeah. Okay, I mean, at the moment, position looks, well, nothing special for white, let's put it like that.
Pretty equal, but black can take over if white is not careful.
Vidit's class, I'd be worried. I'd be worried if I were you as their
Daniel,
team
what are you doing to our guest?
It's called winding him up. Okay, next game. So we have Divya playing white.
Against Stavroula. And
this
Divya
looks
has
bad
a good...
for black. The pawns are coming, f5, f6. The knight on h4 looks out of place. And yeah, it's not, I don't see how black stops that. If she plays f5 herself, it's bad pawn structure. And also, potentially, the knight on h4 could get trapped.
So looking...
Okay, looking
tricky.
promising for Divya. And, okay, you've spoken about Athava on the recreational players, their board.
He's beaten a few GMs in online chess.
He's scary.
Very impressive.
And again, we've got this idea in a kind of closed Sicilian to rush this f-pawn down the board. That's been exchanged off. So, big question.
Yeah, I feel positive about this game in general because as the game goes further and further, I think Atava really starts to distinguish his strength in his particular board.
I mean, we've been so impressed at how cool he is. My goodness, I mean, he barely makes any expression at all. I mean, he's just absolutely rock solid, you know. We're looking at the evaluation bar, and with these amateur boards, basically it's swinging up and down, you know, but he's just rock solid.
No, it's the practice, I think, and the practice of being able to play when you have very few seconds. I think a lot of players in India, their ratings can be really low, but they can play incredibly good with a 10-second increment, much better than what their rating would normally suggest. And I think practice helps a lot, playing online, being in those situations where you're down to seconds. It really improves the quality of the output of your move per second, in a way, if you can, you know, measure it that way. Like how good your move is if you have to decide in 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And that can be really improved with practice by playing a lot. So I think the practice makes a difference.
And how exactly, okay, so you're the coach. Are you not playing any games at all?
So far, no. I want the team to win.
Oh, come on. But do you intend to sit in on any of the boards? Or
not with this team, because I really feel pretty much all the others are stronger.
Okay.
They are in shape. I haven't played a lot post-lockdown. I think this is also something that has happened to a lot of players. The lockdown was an enforced break to their playing career. And when the world resumed, I was already into so many other things that I could never really get back into playing chess the same way. So
okay, that's interesting. So you basically decided to go into coaching at that point?
Yeah, I was also streaming a lot at one point, around 2021, and a few courses, and coaching.
Yeah, great.
Well, absolutely fantastic stuff. Srinath, I have to thank you for taking the time out to join us here in the studio and sharing with us your insights on this amazing team. And we will let you get back to your players. And
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there we are seeing that, some decisions have been made there on the recreational board where there we see the player of the day, 7 out of 7.
So far.
So far.
So far.
And he's on his, he's going to try and make it 8 out of 8. Athava, as he plays Muradian Athava.
I do like that bishop on h6. This is classic f5 sacrifice. E-file, F-file have opened. It just seems like very decent compensation to me. To me, I see that the pressure is all on black now. There could even be the possibility to attack the exchange and play bishop c6 and start chasing the king around. This is a lot of fun.
It totally is. It's a lot of fun, I agree with you. It's very easy to attack as opposed to defend, especially with an unsafe king. So maybe we can just quickly glance at what is happening in the second board between Kaz Chess and Freedom before we revisit absolutely everything.
Well, board 1, we have Richard Rapport playing against Rauf Mamedov, and, Richard has smashed open black's kingside. This looks absolutely tremendous. This rook has just come back from 7th rank and is about to swing over to the kingside, and I think black is dead here, frankly. These pieces look tremendous.
Yeah, and now the queen has swung in, so yeah, absolutely. When the queen and rook are there just sniffing around and lonesome king, then you know that the king is in big trouble. So that's looking like it's going to be a win for Richard Rapport. And let's again just update ourselves on what's happening between Sam Sevian and Alexander Grishik.
Okay, so Sevian playing white. And every single piece of white is active. They're coordinating beautifully. So far, black is holding firm, but it looks lovely for white, doesn't it?
It does. So much space. And space is what makes things pleasant because, when you have so little space, it's very difficult to come up with plans. And it's primarily because of that rook on h6. I don't know what it's doing. So that this looks like it's very, very nice for Sam Savian.
Okay, moving on, we have... let me just check Grisha's clock time. 3:15 against 3 minutes. Okay, that's not the issue at the moment. So we have Yasipenko against Lei.
And Liam Lei playing for the Freedom team. So looks like he's well on his way to getting... And there we do see it is a victory for Richard Report representing Kaz Chess as he defeats Rauf Mamedov. So they have taken an early lead with 1.2-0. But Liam Lei, there we can see him in the background. It's looking like he will strike back for Freedom as he has the black pieces against Andrei Yasipenko.
Okay, so there's an issue here, isn't there?
Yeah.
So if the bishop moves, there's rook b1. I'm just kind of taking this in. And check on f7, king h8, nothing doing.
Yeah, I mean, the first move that comes to my mind is queen to g6 is a big threat. And
Yasipenko hovering, and he's clock time, he's down to 30 odd seconds. Rook f7 played. So at the moment, rook takes bishop suboptimal because of rook takes bishop mate.
That is true, but now there's no queen f7 in the air. So time to come in with the bishop.
Bishop d6 maybe?
Yeah,
or
I was
e7?
thinking e7 and go bishop at f6.
Yeah.
And yeah, this seems to be a straightforward way.
And then, yeah, if the bishop moves, then rook b1. Looks good.
Yeah, and both of these teams actually, incidentally, on 10 points, so definitely looking for a 2-point victory.
Okay, and then just moving down, we've got Martirosyan against Ansat.
Aldia.
And... okay, that's complicated. 2 bishops, I can see. Okay, messy. It's a lovely bishop on b7. Messy position. And then we have Kamaldinova against Inyats, and that is, yeah, definitely better for black.
Okay.
Beautiful king.
Okay, shall we dive into the top board? Because the clocks are ticking down and things are heating up. Because if we go to the top board between Volodar Mersin against Arjun Erigaisi, I see that Volodar is playing with under a minute on his clock.
Wow, okay. We're switching back to the top match and the top board. Mersin with white, Erigaisi black. Okay, so I'm just going to go right back to this position. That's roughly where we left it. We had this queen c8 move. Interesting, he didn't bother to defend against bishop h3. Obviously not worried. And a break with d5. I mean, I suppose you could argue that white has a superior pawn structure, but you know, black's has this nice setup here, very nice coordination from Erigaisi.
Yeah, this is very interesting. But okay, can we just go to the second board?
Okay.
Because
I mean, this looks still very unclear.
Very unclear, but let's go to the second board because I'm like, where is white's queen?
Oh, it's disappeared. Okay, let's find out what happened to white's queen. So we left it around about here, somewhere. And what happened to white's queen? There were some horrible tactics around here. This is very unfortunate. And the queen got taken. And, I mean, there really isn't a lot of compensation for this. So Hari Krishna obviously just I mean, who knows what he overlooked? But I mean, this is absolutely resignable. I was thinking at first glance, well, maybe he has a rook and a
Yeah,
knight.
maybe a rook. Exactly.
There's nothing.
I thought there must be something wrong
It's
with
a
the
queen
transmission
against
because
the
it's a queen
piece.
down. Exactly. Okay, but he's just staying present because he just wants to be there to give some moral support to his teammates. Okay, so let's move on to the game. Pranav Vidit, because MGD1, they're going to be losing on board 2. So if we go to board 4 in that match, is there any chance for MGD1 to strike back? Okay, well, on that note, there are a few results, and I can see that on board 6, it was Athava who has made it 8 out of 8 as he ends the day with a stunning victory.
Let's just recap. So it was looking menacing. Oh, wow. Black decided time to take a trip with the king.
But, yes.
8-4, very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is that, unfortunately, the king on d7 is never going to be very secure. And sure enough, in comes the queen, and wow. That's a beautiful finish, and now the bishops are just going to come and deliver checkmates. So brutal stuff there from Athava. 8 points out of 8 for the team. And wow, very impressive. Also a decisive result on board 5. It was a victory for Hexommind with Divya Deshmukh winning against Stavrula Suladukidu.
Okay, so where are we going to go? So we can see that Dominguez there on the left is a queen for an
He's
queen
a queen
up,
to the
basically.
good, right?
So he's going to win that one.
So basically, as it stands, it looks like Hexommind are leading by 2 points to 1. So everything is going to hinge on the top board between Arjun Erigaisi and Mersin Volodar. Because Volodar doesn't have so much time. The position is sufficiently chaotic that Arjun can try to play for more than a draw.
Okay, let's see if we can get the camera on Mersin and Erigaisi, because we know that Dominguez is going to win. Dominguez on the left there. He's a queen up, basically. Queen for a rook up now. So Mersin has put the rook on a8. There we go. And we can see that Mersin has 42 seconds left. Erigaisi has...
just under 2 minutes.
Yep. And, well, this knight is rather good. It's lurking around the king. It could potentially move to d3 if necessary. But that's a beautiful bishop on d4.
It is. It is actually beautiful.
Ooh,
Anchored.
queen d5. Be
careful.
Stuff is happening. Opening up this diagonal.
Knight takes g2. Big threat on the board, right? Knight takes g2. If you take it, e3. So Mersin has to hold his nerve. That's why he goes queen to e3. And now, perhaps it's time for the queen to step up to b3. She slides over to b5, threatening the b2 pawn.
Yeah, Mersin down on time, but it's not disastrous. Yeah, b4. I mean, I quite like this kind of pawn constellation on the queen side. You know, everything is protected basically.
Mm-hmm. Is Arjun going to be sliding the queen into d3?
Could do. I mean, white doesn't really have any weaknesses. It's the only thing. These pieces, the knight looks impressive, but there's not a lot to do with it. You know, the king's very safe on h2. I think Erigaisi actually has to be a little bit careful here because of that bishop pointing at g7. You know, if that rook could find a way in to the 7th rank, you know, there's not a lot stopping it getting through.
Mm-hmm. But I suspect that the plan is to go queen to d3 and then knight to d5 and ask questions all the time. And we do see some moves being played.
I think our board is frozen.
Okay,
there we go. Queen d3. He is moving the rook round to c7. This is the danger. I think Erigaisi has to be very careful here.
Absolutely. Rook c7, targeting g7. So I guess rook to d7 would be a nice safety first move. Just protecting b7 and g7. It's also possible to kind of retreat the knight to e6. And just undermine, destabilize the bishop on
Destabilize
D.
the bishop, yeah, could be. He's gone knight d5. He's trying to force the queen, or he would encouraging a queen exchange.
Yeah, but no one is going to allow a passed pawn there on d3. So queen to e1. And now Arjun has to deal with the idea. Oh, drops the rook back to d7, covering the potential weak pawns. And yeah, you're right. I mean, now Murzin is the one who has to come up with a plan of action. He doesn't have too much time on the clock.
Queen a1, I like that. You know, he might be trying to get down to a8. The thing is, White's king is...
I was going to say, allows e3.
It's really secure. Does it allow e3?
Can I not try that right now?
You could.
Whether it's any good, I
mean, certainly I think it has to be right to try and get through to g2.
Because this bishop is so beautiful on d4. And now that the queen has moved from e1, where it was firmly guarding that square, it's now possible, I think, it's time. And Arjun Erigaisi ticking now down to 23 seconds on the clock.
I wonder, one thing is...
Is he reaching for the pawn? Yeah, he's played it.
But can he take? He's taken, yeah, he's taken. But also, I'm worried about this. I'm worried about queen a8. Just getting in on the king side. Anyway, let's get back to the live moves.
Well, he's taking on e3, and maybe
now,
we're going to see your idea, queen a8. Because
he
that's
do
got
it?
a big time threat.
He's got 30 seconds to decide if it's a good move or not. He's played it. He's played it. Bishop f7. Just giving the king a square on g6.
And Arjun Erigaisi really needs to be
Queen f8. Can he play queen
points.
f8 to hit g7? I mean, this is... No,
Because
he's played
queen a7.
Oh, okay. He wants to check on b6. And that would actually trap the king. That would be checkmate. It's checkmate in a couple. So this is getting serious now. What can Arjun do here?
Well, he can...
Knight back to d5 maybe?
Knight.
To cover b6?
He can sound the retreat. He can also move his rook forward to d6. Okay, he drops the knight back. And he just wants to shelter the king, block any checks with a knight to f6.
Wow, I mean, this is such a tense position. It's quite extraordinary that, you know, White has invaded with these pieces, and yet Black is still just about hanging together. The knight is now threatened, so maybe king h2?
Mm-hmm. And
no, he's played queen b8 to protect the knight. Does he want to play the queen back to e5 to attack g7? Wow. That's huge. Queen e5. Arjun under massive pressure now.
And also in terms of match situation, because team MGD1, Arjun's team, they are down by 1 point.
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
He's trying to find counterplay by attacking g2. Wow. Bishop takes g7.
Woo.
Okay, but do we just ignore this and can we attack g2? Is this possible? Is it possible to play queen d2? He's taken it.
Wow, that was so quickly calculated. Well, he's worked out, Danny, that the king can just simply run. And look,
simply
his run to f6, and now if you go rook takes h6, it's going to get blocked. It's on the board, and Murzin, he missed that. The knight comes up, but, well, now the king comes
This
marching.
ain't over. This is not over.
What is happening here?
This king is looking in trouble now. Okay, here we go. What's the clock situation? 23 seconds for Murzin, 41 seconds Erigaisi. Wow.
It's got some big check. Queen to c5, the only check left. But where is the king running? He throws in a check.
Played. Queen c5. So where does... I mean, you could block with the knight. knight e5, but it's getting very close to checkmate, actually.
You can block with a bishop, you can block with a queen, you can also block
Yeah.
with a rook, but still the check is also coming on f2. Queen to d5, queen f2. Oh.
And then the king is
It's running again.
staggering around. So if he goes to e4, there's a knight f6, forking.
So he has to go king e5. If he goes king e6, it's going to be checkmate with queen to f6. Only
Unbelievable.
he can block the check with a knight. Okay, he runs with the king
Only
to
move.
e5.
Only move.
And 24 seconds now for Murzin. He can give a check on e2. Okay, he slides up with queen f6. He can
He's
repeat
got
the
to draw
position.
if he wants it.
Yeah.
So he's bought himself some time. So now he has, well, he's got all the time in the world, at least 30 seconds.
Yes. Well, does he take the draw with queen f6, repeat the position?
Well, there's also
or queen
queen,
e2.
queen e3, and then the king would go to d6. I can't see a way to put the boot in. He's played queen f6. He's bought himself some more time. He can always repeat the position again, but is there something better?
Well, now 14 seconds, and with the clock ticking down,
I think
you
he's
can
going to take
feel
the draw.
stress.
I think he's going to take the draw.
I think he's dropping.
Yeah, he can't see a win. It looks like he's repeating.
No. And he's
10 seconds. Oh, he's going
goes
for it. Wow,
King,
so
queen
king
to e3.
d6.
King d6.
There we go. And the knight comes in, forking queen and rook. So it's possible to play queen d1, but that leaves the king very exposed.
Also gives an easy move to Murzin as well. So perhaps it's more practical just to slide the queen over, just to queen c6, queen b5.
Golly. I mean, the one thing at the moment is that at least white's rook is a little bit out of play. But, golly, this looks desperate for black now.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, there's not going to be any salvation for black if the queens get traded off and white manages to capture the rook. Because the rook against two pieces, well, he throws in the check, king h2, quickly played. And now how is Arjun going to mix things up?
Golly, I mean, it looks desperate. I mean, you know, if the rook switches over to e7, then, well, I was thinking queen c5 check. This looks desperate. It must be winning for white, but I can't quite see the way to do it. Queen c5 must be. He's played queen b6.
Yeah.
And now knight g4. Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Knight g4 played.
And there we're seeing a few checks. And we see resignation from Arjun.
The queen skewers king and queen. So the king would have to move, and then queen takes d1. He's won the queen. That was just fantastic. You know, the way he rejected the draw there, Murzin. He just really went for it.
He did it with seconds to spare on the clock as well.
And I don't think he'd seen a clear win. He just thought this felt like the right way to go.
Exactly. Well, that means that Hexommind defeat Team MGD1. So that means we now have a tie for first place, but we move over to this match, which is between...
Oh, this is
Freedom
Martirosyan
against
against Ansat. So Martirosyan has, let me count up, looks like a 2-pawn advantage. So, yeah, looks like in control here.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of match situation, Freedom, they have been doing the business. 4 wins to 1. So there might have been a blip on board 1 with Rauf Mamedov losing to Richard Rapport, but the rest of the team, they have certainly been racking up the points.
Okay, so bishop c4, clever move. I guess after bishop takes, he wants to play rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop d7, and now he's coming around
Rook
this
A.
way. So I think this one's coming to an end. I can see that Abdusatorov and Shirov are still playing. Shirov playing white, Abdusatorov black. I don't know if we can get them on camera, but there we do. Great. So Shirov is a pawn up, and he's squeezing away. So his bishop and queen look like they're dominating black, but okay, Abdusatorov, he's a tricky guy. He's threatening knight f6 and a fork, and there's also this one, so that's a really disruptive move, actually. Maybe queen d5?
Wow.
No, he took on g5 and gave a check, and now he's got to move that bishop. I'm surprised he did that, actually. But bishop d5, okay, he's confident that he's got everything covered there. And he can always bring the queen back. So now Shirov 2 pawns up, but they're both down to, well, 20-odd seconds each.
But this actually doesn't impact the team match because Uzbekistan have already won the match.
Okay, but
of course,
it's good to see these two fine players.
Exactly, and it will be great for the chess ramblers if they manage to score an important victory. So Shirov running, trying to find a hiding place for the king. Queen will just keep on moving between c2 and h7.
Okay, so
can the white king break out with king f3?
Queen d3, I don't think so.
No.
I think it's probably a draw now.
And there you're seeing the king cannot escape the checks. So king h3, queen f5 there from Norubek.
Queen c2, we're repeating the position. Oh no,
No!
wow, he's played on.
What is this?
That's extraordinary. I mean, maybe he just feels there's no particular danger. And knight, okay, now he's giving lots of checks again.
Okay. Well, the king is
I mean, that's an incredibly confident decision to actually play on.
You got to admire the youth of today. And, well, queen h6, king g2, will Nordenbeck.
He's playing on.
He keeps on rejecting the draw and he keeps playing on. Now
this is
relocating
fantastic.
the knight to f5.
I mean, this shows serious
spirit.
Spirit. Thank you for that word. I was going to come out with something else. Yeah, I mean, really, he's taking the fight to Alexei.
Oh, well, he's asking the questions, you know. In the meantime, Noribek has built himself up a time reserve of just over 1 minute, whereas Alexei Shirov, it's ticking down 15 seconds, and it's ticking down, and there you're seeing bishop takes f7. I think Alexei is like, right.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Get out of here. Let's just sort it out once and for all.
Yeah, but actually that's risky because queen and knight can be tricky to defend against, and that I wonder if that's going to encourage Nodibek to keep going.
I think so, right? I mean, his whole strategy has worked. You know, Shirov is now the one begging for the draw.
This one could run and run. But just what incredible calmness, determination, spirit from Noribek to keep playing that one. He was
2 pawns down.
He was 2 pawns down a moment ago, and now he's queen and knight against queen.
Yes.
It's incredible.
Okay, but this should be a draw.
Should we keep saying that?
It absolutely should be a draw. I mean, the black king is so exposed.
Yeah, but I'm sure you can think of games where queen and knight have defeated queen. No? I mean, there's a really famous one with Spassky against Karpov.
Okay, well...
That was in a rapid play event in Germany, on TV. So it's not to be underestimated.
And there you go again. Nordibek just keeps rejecting. the repetition. Keeps on posing the question, and now 27 seconds for Alexei. You got to be careful where you put the queen.
But he is pinning the knight, which is a good start, I would say. Listen, it should be a draw. Because the pawn on g3 is actually quite helpful because it does support the queen sometimes if it's going to give a check. So, not about keeping going, but I think this one really is in vain. I don't. Now I'm getting that feeling. Yeah, even he's kind of shaking his head. I think he's going to agree a draw now.
I think maybe he's taking some time, and he again just drops back the queen.
Still playing.
Still playing. I thought we should let Noribek play out this position.
Queen f4. Yeah,
Queen
that's a good
F4.
move.
Oh, also threat of g4 if you don't swap of queens. Okay. Now, what is? Can one not go?
G4, Queen H. I guess.
Queen h1.
Queen h1.
One would have been checkmate.
Queen h2, Queen f3. Yeah. So he's still very tricky. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. And now is it time to go g4?
I think I
There are
might
no
I might
checks.
leave that pawn on g3 because it covers h4.
Yeah, but you can feel the frustration. You know, Noribek just keeps on playing on. He will not give the draw to Alexei.
No, it's unbelievable. His determination.
Yeah, and
to keep finding little tricks.
And just to reiterate, this match, this game has no impact on the match. Uzbekistan have they're already leading by 4-0. There we see queen to g5 check.
He's keeping going. It's fantastic. So queen back to g4, keep pinning.
Yep. And for Shirov, he just has to sit there and wait. At the right time, you know, just make sure that everything is just protected. And Noribek goes over to look at how his teammate is doing, but the team has already won. So, well, there we go. Queen to g4. Everything is protected. Now we're expecting Noribek just to move the queen to d3. King comes over to c6. But now it's time to just move the queen, push the pawns, and yes, I just admire the fact that Noribek just does not want to give a draw. And just through sheer willpower, he's turned a position where he was 2 pawns down, it became 1 pawn down, and then Shirov in just desperation, not desperation, but he just wanted to end the game, thought it would resolve things very quickly by going bishop takes pawn. And now, I mean, g4, come on. Now is the time. Run with the pawn.
No, he's going to keep that pawn there. It's the sensible thing to do because it gives the queen support and covers h4.
The 50 move rule, right?
Ah, the 50 move rule.
Why touch a pawn and have to play 50 more moves? Okay. He throws in a check.
And now, if Alexei isn't switched on, there is queen h7 and mate. But I think Alexei's going to spot this. But that is now a threat. So it's unbelievable. He's pushed the pawn.
G4.
Progress. Who's better and why? So that means that after queen h7, the king can just step to the side.
Mm-hmm.
But is that now a fatal weakness of White's king position? I don't think so.
No, it does reset the counter, right?
It resets
now
the counter, yeah. So
we have to count another 50
So we're here
moves.
for another hour and a half. Is that all right?
We are going to be here for a long time.
You
See
won't
whether
no plans for tonight?
Well, it's my computer I'm worried about.
Oh, I see. Is it about to run out?
Hopefully it's got enough. And g4. just keeps on pushing. Throwing a check. Knight to d5.
There we go.
Pushing until the very end.
So the king and knight just protect each other very well, and so that knight has spun round to a decent square, where after a check, I might be able to land here. So he's trying very hard.
He absolutely is trying super hard, keeping the game alive. But
A check, and now perhaps he's going to move forward. So Alexei could be playing for a win soon, the way things are going.
yeah, because
Well, you can play queen f5 because actually the knight is pinned.
well, Alexei's stacked up a lot of time here. He can throw in a few checks. I love this. Oh, the a pawn has fallen. The king goes to h5. Well, Nordebek making some progress at least.
Well, maybe Shirov is making progress because that pawn is about to push again.
You've got to be careful with
There's
where
a
you
check.
put the.
Now king h6.
Yep. And now the king comes backwards. It's really annoying, right? How the knight and the king, when they're situated together,
They cover
they-
so
they-
many
they
squares.
certainly
Look.
do.
I mean, actually, this is kind of an object lesson in why the king and knight work so well together. All those squares are covered. And that makes it difficult for any piece to approach.
Mm-hmm. There we see the pawn has made it to 6th rank. A check. And you've got to be careful with where you put the king. You don't really want to allow the black knight in to start checking. So
King h7. I don't know. I mean, I think all these moves are possible, but
yeah, I think you can do many things here. King goes back to h3. You can go queen h8. You can go queen h1. But fundamentally, this is a draw. But they have passed a century. They've played 104 moves. And Shirov still under 30 seconds. I'm expecting queen h1. 27 seconds for Shirov. Throwing a check. King h7. What would you do here, Danny? Block the check?
I think king h7.
King h7.
Yeah. Looks reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm. And here goes king to g7. Now the queen is trying to staircase her way up the board, but you can still go king h6. Nothing has changed. King h7. Now the knight is going
Knight
to give a check.
f6 check. Hang on, hang on.
Yeah.
Getting tricky.
And king h6. Yes. And now the knight is no longer stable next to its king.
True.
So.
But it's like little by little, somehow, although, the evaluation hasn't changed, it's still a theoretical draw. Somehow Nodibek, he's taken that pawn on, or the A pawn. He's managed to get his knight close to the king. He's bringing his own king back. In some weird way, it feels like he is making progress.
Yeah, it certainly is. Okay, now king steps up. G7.
Ooh. This is incredible. And now the pawn one step away. Well, king f7. Perhaps let's just bring the king over.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, he's going to take the pawn. King f7. He's going to find a way to capture that pawn, and then we start again.
Well, 23 seconds for Nordibek. he also has to be very careful, right? Because where are you going to go with the king? Where are you going to hide? He's been tricky. Setting up a discovered, and you're right. G8. Is G8 the only move to get out of trouble? And he does.
He makes the queen. I thought he was going to make a knight check. Okay, so he's... that's... Yeah. Now, can he play afterwards? Oh, that's incredible. What's going on?
Okay. King goes to G6. Queen G2.
I think he should have got a knight with check,
And
and
now
that
he
would
can
have
block.
forced it.
And now it is here. The queens are off the board. And,
Finally.
After a big
Oh, my
test,
word.
it is a draw. And there you can see the players get a round of applause. Wow. And it just goes to show the perseverance of this new generation. They are just so happy just to play out the games until the very end. It's true fighting spirit. Whew.
Well, I think that was finally the last game to finish. Another extraordinary day. Lots of very interesting matchups. And actually, the result of the match on board one, in many ways, I'm really pleased because we have Hexommind, who defeated Team MGD1, who could have been racing away with it, but we now have two teams in the lead. Basically, that defeat has bunched up all the teams. So the final day is actually going to be really wide open.
It's completely wide open. You know, it's been a day of fireworks here. I mean, it all started with a close draw between Freedom and Team MGD1.
But a fantastic win for Vishy.
Absolutely, I was just going to say, absolutely fantastic win for Vishy Anand. I mean, perhaps Freedom can count themselves unlucky not to win that one, but after that, Team MGD1, they dominated. And the surprising thing was WR chess team, that they fell. They lost 2 rounds in a row. And Team MG1, well, it's not how you start, it's also how you finish. And as Danny mentioned, they fell in the final round, the 8th round, to Hexommind, and it is close at the top. We have a 2-way tie for first place between Team MGD1 and Hexommind, but 1 point behind them. There's teams like WR Chess, there's also teams such as Freedom, Germany and France, and there's so many. The tournament is completely wide open.
As far as I can see, we've got 2 teams on 13, Hexommind and Team MGD1, and then we've got 3 teams on 12 points. The Freedom team, Germany and France, and Uzbekistan all on 12, just 1 point behind. Uzbekistan, they were my tip for the top, so they're still hanging on in there.
Absolutely. Anyone can win this one. They put together a good string of victories at the end. Well, absolutely anything can happen. And we do have to talk about our player of the day.
Exactly. Before we sign off, we have to mention our player of the day. I don't know if we have a graphic ready, but we've been talking about him all the way along. So, over to you.
Absolutely. I mean, 100% score in this event is certainly impressive. He's been absolutely one of the linchpins of the Team MGD1. It is, of course, Athava Tayedi, who has just played incredible chess. You know, winning in those big clutch moments. He scored a clutch win in Team MGD1's victory over WR Chess Team, and an incredible player.
So
8 points out of 8.
8 out of 8. And as we were talking about with the MGD1 coach, Srinath Narayanan, he's so calm, he's so cool. And Srinath mentioned that, you know, he's brilliant at passing these incredibly difficult exams that they have in India to get into the sort of, you know, the highest colleges. I mean, the competition is ludicrous in India.
Yes.
So he's managed to do that. And so Srinath thought, okay, he could be our man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was interesting to get the insight into the team spirit and also the team choices behind Team MGD1. Well, heading into tomorrow, we have 2 teams leading the pack, Hexommind and Team MGD1. But it's so close, 1 point separating them for those teams vying for 3rd place. Last round in the Rapid, last day in the Rapid, 4 rounds remaining. Anything can happen. Join myself and Danny tomorrow as we just recap and, of course, we just follow all of the action ready for the last day of a Rapid. So thank you, everyone, for watching. Danny, it's been an absolute blast, and we will see you all tomorrow.
2 p.m. 2 p.m. tomorrow, next round.